Wisdom Blast off the top, Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The Shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessy tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.
Hello everybody and welcome to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It is week 1, day 2 here, and I am back with Amy Chen to bring you all of the action from Group C and D. My name is Gia, and today we will be looking at some of the best players in the world, Amy, once again fighting for that one slot, that one ticket to the World Championship.
That's right, and we saw some explosive gameplay just yesterday from all the groups. Especially, for example, with Mindrow from Possessy, which played a part in him getting that 3-0 sweep against Habu Gabu. But there was also quite a lot of disciplined moves from Habu Gabu himself. All these twists and turns, I'm very excited to see what Okinasusuke and Fury Hunter has in store for us today.
Yeah, that's right, because we've only seen half our field so far. How it works is that we are down to only 16 players in one consolidated region as we sunset the Grandmasters program. Half of the field are from EU because not only are the top 4 from Season 1 in EU involved, the other 4 slots that were up for grabs from the Masters Tour system were all taken by EU players. So, Amy, you and I, as APAC and America's representatives here, I'm sure we have a bone to pick, but I've been very happy with the performance of our APAC players so far. We are playing a format that most people would be familiar with.
Yeah, it's the Conquest one. So our players are bringing 4 decks and 4 unique classes into the fray. Each player bans 1 deck from their opponent, and the matches are gonna be a best of 5. Of course, dual tournament format, and the top 2 would head on over to Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. The dual tournament format is something we've been playing in Grandmasters and in the Summer Championship, the seasonals, for quite some time already. Just yesterday, we already saw the pan out and how distinctly different the experience of any one player can be depending on how they are seeded. So basically 2 wins, you get through to Sunday, and 2 losses, unfortunately, you are out. But over here is the prize pool, as we can see, Amy.
Awesome. So, of course, first place gets the lion's share of the prize pool, which is 22,500, followed by second place at 15,000, etc., etc. Of course, since this is the top 16 who have worked so hard to climb their way here, everyone who plays in this last call tournament does get 6,000 weekly as in terms of the prize pool.
I think that's not weekly. I think that's the overall.
Weekly. My bad.
No worries, but on top of that first place prize, there's also the World Championship rights, which a lot of our players actually in the top 16 have already secured one way or another, whether it be through the Summer Championship or earlier on this year in Season 1. But we can see the points that are up, and this one is definitely a weekly thing, Amy. From week 1 to 3, there's a chance to accumulate points to make it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. With, of course, first place finishes getting the most points at 5, second 4, 3 to 4, 3, etc. until 13 to 16 at 0 points.
Yeah, and you can already see there is such a stark difference between having an O2 week and becoming a champion, because there are only 3 weeks in which you can accumulate points. And so far, we've already had 4 players get at least 2 points. Yesterday, those who won 2 of their matches in Group A and Group B, and we will be seeing who are joining them through to Sunday for the full chance at 5 points here in Group C and Group D. So today, we are kicking things off with Okashinsuke versus Fury Hunter, and then following up with Chonsu versus Lloyd Gruzin.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these matchups. I look looked over some of the deck lists, and I'm just wondering what the bans would be for both players and how it will pan out.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be largely informed by the meta that we saw yesterday, where there was kind of a set of players that went for a more tempo-oriented lineup, with the Boat Rogue in there, with Fell Demon Hunter even from, I think, Pun and Mighty. And then we saw some people that were going a bit more control-oriented. We saw Super Fake with a 160-card lineup being quite favored against those that brought Demon Hunter, Rogue, and Shaman. And then there was also Possessi, who kind of sailed through without a match loss, who had the sort of anti-control lineup that was very good against Super Fake, but still managed to win against the more tempo-oriented players. So I think a lot of our players here in Group C and D will be looking towards what happened in yesterday's proceedings to get an idea for what they should be banning. But in my opinion, Amy, one of the standout decks that was a good bring to this weekend was actually the Mind Rogue. I think it's looked very, very strong in the hands of players like Possessi, and we are going to see it once again from Okashinsuke today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Rogue mirror match. It's not exactly Mind Rogue versus Mind Rogue, with Fury Hunter having Thief Rogue. So that unpredictability versus the Mind would be interesting to see if it happens. Then again, there's also the Celestial Druid. Against that might be an uphill climb for Okina Shinsuke.
Right? And we can take a look at just what happened yesterday. Possessi getting that 3-0 sweep over Habu Gabu, making it look too easy. But over here in the lower bracket is where things really got intense, because Super Fake had to win both matches to proceed, and both Mighty and Habu Gabu were not really feeling too favored against him. So Super Fake had all the reason to be confident, but still that huge expression from him, feeling like that he didn't have a chance to win that one game, but somehow wresting it back and securing a spot through to Stun Day.
Yes, definitely some epic gameplay for all the players, even with the Nutrient X Splice as well. I recall that we did have, out of the 4 matches we casted yesterday, Gia, 3 out of them went into 5 games. So there is definitely a way to come back if a player is falling behind.
Yeah, definitely cannot rest on your laurels when it comes to Conquest. And we can already see that from the other proceedings in Group B here. Pun and Judgment had a very, very close 5-game set, with Judgment narrowly making it out. Whereas on the other side, getting sort of the easy Possessi route through of just winning all the time was X Blythe there. So we have already secured half the field for Sunday, and today we'll be finding out who the other 4 players are. Group C is going to start with Okashinsuke versus Fury Hunter. And Amy, you said you're taking a look at some of the deck lists. Do you have any predictions for who could be favored here?
Ooh, I am kind of opting for Fury Hunter, just because his different deck archetypes are kind of a bit more favored against Okina Shinsuke, but it depends on what the bans are as well. Okina Shinsuke's Board Priest might not fare super well against all Fury Hunter's decks.
We do see the bans here, and I completely agree that Okashinsuke has chosen to get rid of the Celestial Druid, because like you said, that Boar Priest has a very poor matchup into that Druid. Boar Priest also could struggle. Actually, it's the only deck that I feel like the Boar Priest really gets locked out by. But we can see here Okashinsuke's Mind Rogue is actually in a very interesting spot as well, where I think it has a lot of game against the decks from Fury Hunter, because they're not necessarily tempo-oriented. The Shaman from Fury is another X factor here, because it is on paper weak to some of the more combo-based decks from Okashinsuke, and we'll see if he can manage to get a win through with that.
Yeah, definitely. That's the best part of Hearthstone. Just really seeing the ups and downs, and the players can kind of get over and reach the top despite all the odds.
Well, we can see Okashinsuke's track record actually is a straight 50% win rate. He has gone 20-20, perfect vision, I guess you can put it that way, in Grandmasters so far. And he's also gotten 58-58 in MT events. He is the definition of average.
I do enjoy the sarcasm. It is always great on a Saturday morning. Thank you, Gia. Up next, we have Okina Shinsuke opting for the Mine Rogue deck. As we saw also yesterday, if he draws into the right cards in his first few turns, it'll be fantastic. For example, with the Snowfall Graveyard, it can create a very explosive match, especially with all those Death Rattle activations.
Yeah, that's right. We saw yesterday from Possessi using that graveyard to get, what was it, 4 5/8s over the course of 3 turns from his Burning Blade acolytes and winning the matchup even without having to activate any naval mines. So it really lends some flexibility to the deck, the way that they can either go for a burst-oriented game plan or the board-oriented one. But over here on Fury Hunter's side, he has a very impressive record indeed. Second most Masters Tour match wins out of anyone. Second only to Alutemu, I believe, where he has almost double the amount of wins as he has losses.
That's pretty amazing. Again, just to go on that sarcasm train, super average, Gia.
Well, he is also, however, one of the players that doesn't have yet a ticket through to the World Championship this year. He very narrowly got there at several occasions, but just fell a little bit short, I think, in the EU playoffs to Yarla, and then in the Masters Summer Championship, just hardly or barely able to miss out on that top 4 qualification. So he's definitely hungry to get that World Championship slot. It's what he's been working towards all year. One of the players with the strongest work ethic out of anyone, and one of the players that I feel a lot of fans are looking forward to seeing at the World Championship. He's going to start off with this Murloc Shaman into that Mine Rogue. Amy, any idea for how the matchup generally goes down?
I kind of feel iffy about Shinsuke having that Snowfall Graveyard spell in his first hand.
Yeah, it has plenty of potential because he does have the Burning Blade Acolyte in hand at the moment, and he can potentially follow the Snowfall Graveyard with sketchy information and immediately get 8 damage from a naval mine. Sort of the missing piece of this puzzle, I think, though, is a Shatter Shambler to really smooth out the curve and make sure that he can get down the Burning Blade Acolyte sooner. But now that he's missed it here on turn 2, there's not really a good window to have a smooth Snowfall into Acolyte curve. So we'll see if Okashinsuke wants to hold on to the graveyard for a little bit longer. Fury Hunter, though, on his side has nice curve options here. The Clownfish coming down and able to get the Amalgam as soon as possible and then maintain the other half of the discount for Mutinous. Getting on board wide like this early on is very effective against Mine Rogue.
Yeah, definitely. Eager to see what he chooses as. He has chosen the Lushwater Murloc minion. Again, just having a wide board can prove difficult for it can prove difficult for Okina Shinsuke. But he does have that stealth minion that might play into sorry.
No worries. Yeah, the Forsaken Lieutenant here, it's kind of a double-edged sword in that, I mean, it can technically be used as a trading tool into the Clownfish if he wants to really stem the bleeding, but it's such an important card to actually get multiple Death Rattle activations, especially with the Snowfall Graveyard. So we'll see how greedy Okashinsuke wants to play it. I don't think he's winning the game if he just trades off 3 damage here and leaves his Lieutenant not getting any value. So we could see Snowfall Graveyard and then waiting until the Burning Blade Acolyte can be played to actually copy that effect with the Lieutenant.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Okina Shinsuke is trying to decide what the best move would be. Would he opt for the immediate damage mitigation on face, or, of course, taking on the more greedy routes? And he looks like Oh, he has played the Snowfall Graveyard. Hopefully.
At the very end of the rope. I was honestly worried there. But Oka Shinsuke knows that he has exactly enough time after deliberating there. Obviously, it's a painful move to make, not taking any damage off the board because he's already kind of conceding to taking not just 9 damage, but 18 plus whatever Fury played on this turn, right? Because Oka Shinsuke still doesn't have the clear on the next turn, and he still doesn't have the Burning Blade Acolyte to try and get taunt from the copy Death Rattle here. He does have Blade Master Okani, which is a decent card to put on the board here. Stem a little bit of the bleeding. Maybe if he puts spell counter, he could stop a Wild Paw Cavern, or at least take some trades before it stops anything. But he's going sketchy information instead to get that Naval Mine and open up the possibility to race Fury Hunter.
That is definitely a great strategy, especially, again, as you said, Fury Hunter slowly chipping away at Okishinsuke's health with those minions, and without a clear racing against Fury Hunter may be a very good option.
Counterfeit Blade does lend itself to that race game plan, right? Because it will copy the Naval Mine proc, and it represents 12 damage overall. With the 2 swings and then the Death Rattle. I'm saying 12 because the Graveyard will already be expired, I think, by the time he gets the second hit of the Counterfeit Blade through. So while he does probably pick the Blade, I'm not sure if that's going to be the immediate play next turn. I think it might be better for Oka Shinsuke to go Burning Blade Acolyte, get those 2 5/8s down, and try and stem this bleeding. But the Okani from Fury Hunter is going to completely put a wrench in the works. Now I'm almost certain Fury Hunter picked Minion on the block here. Oh man, Amy, what can he do? He can't play Acolyte because that's almost for sure a minion block.
Oh gosh. So much damage going into face if he doesn't do a clear or have a strategy to just trigger all those death rattles and mines up against Fury Hunter. And he knows that Fury Hunter has probably chosen the minion when after playing the legendary.
Okani?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Okani.
And that's why he goes for Spell here, knows that he can't afford to just play Burning Blade Acolyte. However, he doesn't really have time either way. Fury Hunter put him in checkmate, saying that if you cannot play the one card that swings hard enough, which is a minion here in the Burning Blade Acolyte, no other combination of spells and weapons is enough to stop the lethal coming through. It forces Oka Shinsuke to give up that Forsaken Lieutenant just to make sure he's not dead on board. And that is kind of conceding the game in the long run, I think.
Right? And Fury Hunter not hesitating to just go face with those minions and raising his own card to draw something that might help with setting up lethal.
Fury Hunter hands together and looking nervous, even though I think he knows he is completely safe here, because for Oka Shinsuke to actually get enough damage through, he needs to play a minion, and that Okani counter is still intact. There's not really a good way of killing off the Okani here. Maybe let's say if Oka Shinsuke had backstab, he could backstab the Okani, swing into it, but there's still not enough damage overall to get the win in that situation.
And that is already game 1 with 1 point for Fury Hunter.
Yeah, very quickly resolved. Amy, your prediction about Shaman being in the lead absolutely came true here. Not off the back of Wild Paw Cavern, but Fury Hunter's aggressive approach and really high emphasis and prioritization on playing the Okani to make sure it protects a board. Like Fury, right from the get-go, had that idea of coining out the Clownfish and the Amalgam instantly, and got a bit fortunate in that he did get a very good 2-drop Murloc immediately to play after, and that really ramped up his pressure. But overall, the aggressive game plan, I think, was very well planned out, given that the opponent was Mine Rogue.
Yeah, definitely. Very well executed from Fury Hunter here. Especially, again, the Okani just locking down the board and stopping Okishi's from playing any minions and forcing his Stealth 1 to clear just to not be dead on board.
Right. Man, Mind Rogue really feels like it's one of those decks that looks complete garbage when it doesn't come together, right? But when it's winning, man, does it look like the most powerful deck on Earth. Very Feast or Famine, but Okashinsuke is going to move away from it for now, going to his Prester Druid, which is of a build that is not what I'm used to seeing, honestly. He has a couple of these cards that are overstated for their cost in the Dozing Kelpkeeper and Injured Tolvir, which the idea is once you transform these into dragons, it's a 1 mana 4/4 dragon without the dormant, and it's a 2 mana 2/6 dragon without the downside of the battle cry damaging itself.
Yeah, definitely some dragon plays here. I think he would like to get out the Onyxia as soon as he can, just to have that dragon advantage. Now it depends on what Fury Hunter chooses. The matchups are not super favored against for Okashinsuke with his Prester Druid, but the Thief Rogue. Sorry, Jet, is it banned? Oh, it is. Oh no, sorry. Anyways, Fury Hunter opts for a big spell mage, which in terms of going against Prester Druid, Prester Druid might be in a hot spot. Just because a big spell mage has all those abilities in the late game to really to really defeat any dragons if they should come up.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like this matchup is very close, actually. I regrettably, in my experience playing Prester Druid recently, have been losing a lot to Big Spell Mage. Mostly due to my own fault, I think, like leaving myself in positions where I get board locked easily, or I overcommit into a board and cannot deal with, or I cannot represent refill after a Rune of the Archmage clear. But there's certainly room for the Druid to scam victories, mostly off the back of Kazakasan or multiple Alexstraszas. But if the Big Spell Mage is able to get that big Belinda early on, or early Drakefire Amulet, sometimes that's too much pressure for the Prester Druid to deal with. So Okashinsuke's first and foremost priority, of course, will be to find a way to Prestar, be it the Prestar herself, or capture Cold Tooth Mine, or the Jerry Rig Carpenter. And if he can pick up Innervate, he already has the coin by going second. That would be a huge deal to get the Prestar on turn 4 or turn 5.
Yes, for sure. Sorry, Gia, I mistakenly referred to Prester as Onyxia early on.
Oh, don't worry about
just
it.
because of the lore.
If I had a dime for every time I called a card by a different name, I would no doubt be a millionaire. So no worries about that. That is a casting rite of passage.
Oh, we have Fury Hunter playing the 4/1 on board. That is Doormat. Lying in wait against Okita Shinsuke's or whatever he decides to do this turn.
I do like just playing out the Trog here, which will trade with the Pelican. Fury Hunter doesn't really have a way to kill the Trog other than that, but now we can see the deluge of mailbox dancers on either side here. Now this creates for a very interesting interplay, right? If you play mailbox into mailbox and they trade, that's +2 coins for either player, and both players are looking to do very powerful plays with a 6-cost card. So the question is, who is able to get there first? And Okashinsuke is also, I think, very concerned with having coins in hand if Fury Hunter is able to go for a Barbaric Sorceress early. Okashinsuke needs to be very careful about his spell management, because if he leaves a coin in hand and a Barbara comes down, that could be a 0-cost Rune of the Archmage for Fury Hunter.
Definitely. Both players are trying to draw and get out their best minions before the other. I think that would create a better advantage on depending on if Okina Shinsuke gets Prester first or Fury Hunter having that board and the spells he needs.
Okashinsuke can pull the Prester now with the highest cost draw from the split Cold Tooth Mine, and he can technically coin out a Mailbox Dancer, which will replace, of course, the coin in hand with the Battle Cry, and potentially, if it trades with Fury Hunter's Mailbox Dancer, he'll get another coin. So he could double coin out the Prester next turn if the Mailbox Dancer on Fury Hunter's side dies. But we see that Okashinsuke is actually going to play a bit safer here, going for the Mistress of Mixtures instead, which I'm not sure I agree with, honestly. Maybe it's a play around the Starfish here. Like, I was really favoring the Mailbox play coined out last turn because it replaces the coin in hand, and even if Fury somehow kills the other Mailbox Dancer without his own one dying, Okashinsuke could potentially just hold on to that coin for the follow-up, but wasn't willing to take that risk, is just going to hold on to as many coins as possible for the Prestor, and also doesn't want to play his Mailbox to give Fury Hunter an additional coin.
Yeah, it's definitely a game so far about denying coins, especially with that silence going out. I'm wondering if Mistress of Mixtures would clear that 3-2, and looks like it is, just to have more of that board control.
Wow, that's a top deck for Fury. That is absolutely insane. Not necessarily better than Barbaric Sorceress, honestly, at this instance, but it's the next best thing for sure. Okashinsuke, we saw him deliberately play a taunt alongside his Mailbox Answer. Like, the one time he was willing to play Mailbox was when it was safe on board to make sure he could deny Fury Hunter an additional coin. But we can see here the Belinda is still a major threat, and Okashinsuke now has to get the Lady Prester down. Fortunately for him, he can also coin out that Pelican, have even more clearing potential on the next turn, and make sure that he doesn't retain any coins in hand just in case there is a Barbaric Sorceress follow-up.
That's right. And with Fury Hunter playing, coining out the Legendary without hesitation, Okina Shinsuke is forced to respond and consider his options carefully. Again, having that taunt there to protect his Mailbox Dancer was a great move.
The awkward thing here, though, is that no matter how he trades here, the Belinda has the potential of going face. Like, you could say, for example, trade the Mailbox into the Starfish and protect that Tolvir from being pinged and Drakefire Amulet being played on the same turn. But because there is the coin Death Rattle for Fury Hunter, he would still be able to coin and then play out a Drakefire. And Okashinsuke knows that both the big spells drawn from Belinda are Drakefire because she's a 10-10 at the moment. So Okashinsuke probably has to resign himself to taking quite a bit of damage here, and that is a Deathwing, and that is another Deathwing. Does he take it over Onyxia? Maybe not, actually.
What is Deathwing though, Gia? Everyone loves Deathwing.
It's true. It's more stats on one minion, but the Onyxia gives him technically also 12-12 in stats with the additional whelps and a bit more flexibility with the trading. So I do like this option. And boy, oh boy, he talked about how everybody loves Deathwing. Okashinsuke really wants a Deathwing of his own right now because there's not much better way to clear off the board. Okay, Brasswing is a good start though. 2 damage AoE to everything. End of the turn.
Yeah, and
Gonna probably start with Moonlit Guidance, right? To find additional AoE. Ugh.
oh no.
Takes Caligos, but because he's already played a spell, whatever that discovers is going to be full cost for this turn. Don't think he can afford to go for Guff.
Would Combat Scalebane be the one just to boost the attack of a minion on board? Oh.
And
then he has to consider, of course, the all that damage going to face, especially with the Belinda and the Onyxia, and yeah.
I think.
So,
Oh, okay. So he does take the Scale Bane, which will of course draw the natural copy. And even though it's not going to boost anything till the end of the turn, it does create a little bit more tension on board with the remaining trades here. The Brasswing is going to clean up all the 1/1s for now. Honorable kill for a bit of healing. Gives Okashinsuke just a little bit of breathing room, but the spammy Arcanist is going to make quick work of this board.
and of course, the Belinda sticking on board and continuing to go face, and Onyxia, her whelps show no mercy.
None at all. Kalagos is the pickup for Okashinsuke. If that can discover him a Miracle Growth and then draw into a Deathwing, that can be a way out of this. Flipper Friends?
Ooh.
It's something.
It's a taunt, and it's kind of cute, to be honest.
It's very cute. That is many plus points in my assessment. Yeah, the Rush also can remove the Onyxia, at least. And he's going to need, obviously, a little bit more than that. The more resources can potentially get him Aquatic form. Innervate is a whiff here. Okay, that's Aquatic.
Oh,
Moonlit.
you can...
If he plays Amber Watcher, I think he can survive on board. But I do agree Moonlight's better. Oh, Brasswing! That's nuts! That's a full clear now. Almost. No, it is just a full clear. Yeah, he trades into the spammy. Oh my goodness. That is a swing.
Amazing.
3 honorable kills for 12 healing. Okashinsuke lives to see another day, but there's more where that came from Fury, right? He has second Drakefire Amulet, and then from next turn onward, the runes of the Archmage back to back.
That's correct. And with more dragons coming up, Okashinsuke needs some way to defeat this constant onslaught of damage to face and everything. Favorite Deathwing again?
Yeah, this is just Prester Druid. You're constantly in prayer. Off the top, any card draw. I think that's a composting. Okay, it's free because he has Kalagos and he's not that on board. So he probably plays all his minions and composting, trade Kalagos away, and then pray that whatever minion off the top or whatever card off the top can do some major work to clear this off. I think he has to commit the Brasswing.
Well, if it's any consolation, he does, I think, heal a bit. We can see the gears turning for Okashinsuke. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Fury Hunter is thinking. I'm not quite sure how to discern that reaction, actually.
That is a very common stance for Fury Hunter, actually. The 2 hands on his temples thinking position. Okashinsuke's on the rope now, but he still has one more draw. Oh, actually, he's going to send the Kalagos face. No fear, he says. And that means Fury can potentially silence all the composting away with the Smothering Starfish, but I think more likely use Rune of the Archmage to just try and get the kill right now or a more efficient clear. Is the downside of playing Starfish for Fury Hunter is that the dragons go to full size. Brasswing becomes a 9/8, the Kalagos becomes a 4/12, and is that really worth denying a couple of card draw?
Ooh, that is a very fair point. We see that Fury Hunter is debating perhaps that as well.
I mean, it's just lethal, right, Amy? You send 16 face, you go Rune of the Archmage, you just need 1 Fireball face. It's that easy.
We have seen swings. Remember a few turns ago, Okashinsuke, it looked so bad for him, but he managed to clear Fury Hunter's minions. I still hope against hope.
The real Prester believer. Okay, going for a half measure here. The Starfish after killing the Brasswing, because he wants to only give one draw to Oka Shinsuke without having to deal with a 9-8. Also goes for the Starfish, meaning that the Pelican loses its rush, but I think that's intentional because it didn't really have anywhere to rush that would not give Oka Shinsuke a card draw. Parrot for 2 more dragons. Here's Guff, but oh my god, I just noticed Oka Shinsuke has a Deathwing. He's just back in this. He's kind of winning, honestly.
Oh gosh, I believe.
Okay. So in Prester Druid, you sometimes get in this position where you're like, oh, how can I waste the least resources with Deathwing? And you can quickly realize it's all the same thing. It's going to kill everything else. So just play your Deathwing and then draw. Fury Hunter is just freaking out because it's been like 3 waves of dragons that Oka Shinsuke has barely managed to survive. But now here's the rune.
And the spell's happening.
Okay, tiny spells. Decent tiny spell. That does nothing. He's drawn all his big spells. The Iceblood Tower is just a complete whiff, right?
Oh, wow.
Oh no, that is
not the best turn for Fury Hunter.
Terrible rune. 10 mana wasted on nothing, and a whole lot more mana actually wasted on those small spells. But we'll see if Oka Shinsuke can do anything big here. Those are big whiffs. Nosdormu and Innervate, nothing. Okay, Onyxia's fine.
I do like how he continues to try to draw cards, having the Azure Drake just getting more cards into his hand. Perhaps a bit more options. He's considering them right now.
Considering whether to play Nosdormu and then Onyxia, so that you can essentially have 1-2-4 instead of a 1-1, or just play the Onyxia for maximum value, which I kind of favor. He's in a position where he is very much approaching lethal, just kind of needs now an Alexstrasza or a Kazakusan to close the game. Ysera would also be pretty nice. Okay, Fury is going to go for another rune from the Parrot.
I also believe.
With big, that's good. Holy Jelly is kind of a whiff. Sure. Now it's
Goodbye,
dead.
Jelly.
And okay, overdraw at the end.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
oh, he lost the Mordrash. Oh no! That's very important reach that Fury Hunter has just lost now, because he doesn't really have big ways of building the board anymore after all the Drake Fires are gone. So in terms of long-term damage, it's really from the ping that he'll have to rely on. But Oka Shinsuke is also majorly whiffing on the dragons here. These are all low impact.
Yeah, although Twilight Drake does get a total of 7 health thanks to the cards he have on hand, the few cards he has on hand. I mean, he does have a bit of board control right now. Then again, Fury Hunter has the options to kind of take down those 2 Nosdormus.
I think Fury Hunter should focus on racing Oka Shinsuke here. Just give him as little time as possible to draw Kazakusan, Alexstrasza, big dragons. So build a snowman and probably Varden Dawngrasp to freeze this board and try and set up lethal on board for the next turn. Looks like my best bet. So if he plays snowman and Varden, he'll put +9 stats on board, and then there's 4, so 13 total attack. There's 4 that can go face here. So that's 15. Oh, it's actually a little bit short of a 2-turn lethal setup, right? So what is the way to get 2-turn lethal is the question.
What to do?
We can see here, right? If he goes face, Oka Shinsuke's down to 20, and if Fury Hunter plays Varden plus Barbaric Sorceress, that is actually just 13 threaten on board, and then he would have had the Reckless plus Ping for another 6. So it's actually 1 damage short of a 2-turn lethal setup. And I think that's why he is pivoting away from that immediate setup, holding onto the Varden just in case Okashinsuke gets some amazing dragon on the next turn.
Yeah, and I liked how he cleared the board just to continue that guarantee against anything that they have to clear his minions with minions.
These are all the worst dragons!
Oh, we need another epic Deathwing, Gia.
True. Akasan, Deathwing, Isara, Onyxia, Raid Boss Onyxia to be exact, Alexstrasza, all of these missed by Okashinsuke, but I think he still has one more turn because Fury Hunter is a little bit short of achieving lethal here. And we will see.
Oh.
2 more draws available. Is that a composting?
Oh no.
Major whiff.
Oh no.
Ay, ay, ay.
Innervate right now.
Well, there's a draw for Deathwing or Ysera, which would both represent board clears. Oh, actually, no, the Ysera... Oh, wait. Ysera would have worked because he has Innervate, even though the Ysera would go to a bit higher. Yeah. Okay. That was excruciating for Okashinsuke, not gonna lie. Just a lot of dragons that whiffed back to back to back. But for Fury Hunter, also very worrisome in the middle, right? He got so many boards cleared off the back of Deathwing and the Brasswing, and that really is just the nature of Prester Druid. Prester giveth and Prester taketh away.
That's right. I love watching how Okashinsuke continue to pursue, trying to clear his enemy's board. Again, with the sudden Deathwing appearance, that was really helpful. But of course, Fear Hunter, no hesitation, plays those spells, and even though he whiffed like two of them in his late game, he continued putting pressure on his opponent and eventually chipped away at his health.
Oh, Amy, I'm gonna steal that term from you. Other games, fighting games, have sudden death, and here in Hearthstone, we have sudden Deathwing. I think ours is a little bit cooler. Fury Hunter now onto his Thief Rogue, right? The very last deck that he needs to take a win with, which, given 3 shots, I think is in a very good position to do so. Okashinsuke has Prester Druid into that, which I think is a favorable for the Prester in most outcomes, but he is going to opt for the Mine Rogue first, which is also, in my opinion, favored for Okashinsuke.
Oh, fantastic. We get to see the Mine Rogue versus Thief Rogue match, which I was kind of talking about earlier on today. I just really enjoy these kind of class mirrors and seeing which one would be best when going head to head.
Yeah, and the interplay here is that for Mine Rogue, they're very happy to see a class on the other side that has no way to heal and very little way of taunting up. So oftentimes they go uninterrupted with the just naval mine game plan here. They're also able to get a lot of value from the 5/8s if they can get on board early enough. And Okashinsuke, we saw him keep that smoke screen, and he's picked up the Swift Scales Trickster, which is going to be amazing in most instances. We'll see if Fury Hunter can put pressure on him before that happens. The Wild Paw Knoll is a promising start and has a pretty good hero power to get it even cheaper. Amy, the Gul'dan hero power, of course, means that Wild Paw Knoll can get cheaper by pressing it, but that 2 damage to the hero is really scary against Mine Rogue, isn't it? Do you think that Fury Hunter will still go for that, or is it a bit too greedy?
Swiftly.
Oh gosh, I mean, yeah, especially with the addition of the coin plus life tap, he'll have that presence on board with the Knoll. And just having that wider, potentially, a board might not work in Okashinsuke's favor. I want him to play greedy just because it's more exciting. Oh, 2 Wild Paw Knows, Gia. Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, I think that definitely justifies this now. Even picks up the full cost reconnaissance, so he gets the full value from this prep, and that now means that Oka Shinsuke is face down with a lot of pressure. That could be an early Tyrion as well, coined out on turn 5. I don't know if these other ones are high impact enough for Fury Hunter to take. Like Rodent Nest is really good in the mirror where you're fighting for board, like a true Thief Rogue mirror where you're fighting for board. But against Mine Rogue, they are almost never gonna pop the nest, so it's just a 4-mana 2/2. Oh, disagrees though.
He is thinking. I can see the wheels turning for Fury Hunter and again doing that classic hands-on forehead reaction.
Okay, so for Okashinsuke here, Sketchy to pull a Naval Mine is pretty much the only real option here because he has his next turn locked up with Trickster into Smokescreen. And now Fury has to get as aggressive as possible here. Although that Gigafin represents a different game plan, right? In case Fury gets really lucky with the Smokescreen and picks up double Burning Blade Acolyte, Gigafin is one of the ways that Fury Hunter could actually get through that wall of taunts. But of course, that's me caster visioning a little bit. Fury doesn't necessarily expect there to be that many taunts, so he's going for the highest tempo right now. But Okashinsuke, time to roll the dice. What's in the Smokescreen?
What's in the box? There should be another term for that, like, I don't know, the sudden death wing, or, smoke screen. Not sudden smoke screen. We have to coin a new term for this mine rogue.
Let's muddy the waters.
Okay.
Okay, is he feeling lucky? Is it 2 Acolytes? Is it 1 Acolyte? Is it 0 Acolyte? 0 Acolyte loses him the game, I think. It is 0 Acolyte! Oh no! Okay, can this be salvaged? Next turn he has Prep Snowfall, Forsaken Lieutenant, and Naval Mine. He is 1 mana short of being able to play both lieutenants with the naval, and the naval mine will immediately explode because he had played the Shatter Shambler on turn 1. So actually, he only has 16 damage burst.
Yeah, and that is not quite enough to take down Fury Hunter if he wants to race him. Especially if Fury Hunter has a little bit of heal, but every HP counts against the Mind Rogue.
Right. Yeah, that Cookie the Cook actually removes 1 breakpoint from Okashinsuke, right? Fury Hunter could be aware of the 24 breakpoint, and that Cookie gets him just outside of that range, which is huge. 11, 13 on board for Fury Hunter, and there is the Tooth of Nefarian, which can represent lethal. So Okashinsuke, while he's not dead on board, has to think about using that SI7 extortion just to survive. But honestly, if he does survive this turn, he has a very clean setup for lethal next turn. If he just goes extortion, Snowfall Graveyard. Yeah.
And hopefully the Snowfall Graveyard would just get enough of those death rattles activating to take out Fury Hunter. He also has to consider, of course, the minions on Fury Hunter's side of the board. All this damage going face.
If he uses extortion on, I think Maestro is really the only viable target here. He leaves Fury Hunter with only 10 on board, and Fury Hunter would kill Okashinsuke if he had Wicked Stab, but there is the possibility to survive against Tooth of Nefarian. So I was looking at SI7 Extortion and Snowfall Graveyard, and then on the next turn, he would have Naval Mine, sorry, Lieutenant, Naval Mine, and Wicked Stab, which is 28, right?
So, Fury Hunter hovering over that Blade Master Okani, perhaps denying Okashinsuke a either minion or spell next turn. He is considering it. The hands to face Jia is now hand on chin.
Oh, true. They both have the same stance now. But yeah, that Okani is actually saving Fury Hunter here because Okashinsuke also found a different way to set up lethal just with the counterfeit blade instead because he can technically still just play Snowfall next turn because he has prep. However, if Fury Hunter goes Okani and counters minion, that means that Okashinsuke can't safely get the Naval Mine through. Yeah, Fury going to kill off his own cookie to get one more breakpoint. Very nicely done. But is enough damage? Hold on. Yeah, it's still enough, right? If Okashinsuke thinks this is counter minion, he has to sacrifice one Forsaken Lieutenant. So that's 2 mana gone, and then he can still prep Snowfall, Naval Mine, and the other Forsaken Lieutenant. And that would represent 16 burst plus his weapon for another 8 burst. And then the swing. Problem is he doesn't know if this is minion counter or spell counter, but I think one way or another he has to start the turn with prep and then he will find out how to adjust from there.
Swiftly.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The time is ticking with rope going down. Targeting Blade Master.
Oh no. I don't think he has the mana left to do the thing anymore, right? Oh wait, no. If he kills Akani now, he Oh yeah. This is still fine because now he doesn't need to play 2 lieutenants, only 1. Did he get all the actions through though? That's the question.
Wait and see. Oh, what are these reactions?
His hero's still green. Okay, he got it through. Woo!
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh, amazing.
Now that was a very intricate last turn. Obviously, like, we came up with the solution very quickly, Amy, because we knew that the counter was on minion, and we saw there is a potential solution of just getting rid of 1 lieutenant. You don't need both in that situation. But Okashinsuke, I think the line he took of starting with the extortion meant that he could beat Fury's Okani, whether it was minion or spell counter. You have to do so many micro calculations in your head and kind of like different branching paths of how you approach the rest of the turn, depending on what kind of counter you see it is. But Okashinsuke found the line that allowed him lethal no matter what, on top of just finding the right line to set up on the previous turn with the counterfeit blade instead of early graveyard.
Yeah, and those moves definitely paid off. Just having all those Neo Mines going in, thanks to Snowball Graveyard. And again, just thinking about all those possibilities and intricacies involved with Fury Hunter's Blade Master Okani, that was a very great move from Okashinsuke.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. That does mean now that Fury Hunter is not out of the woods just yet. Honestly, watching Okashinsuke's camera, I could not tell if he had won because he looked so stressed at the end of that I thought that the series was already over. Maybe he roped it out, but he is not giving Fury Hunter too easy of a time here. Gonna move on to the Presser Druid now as Fury takes on another chance with the Thief Rogue.
All right.
Peasant on turn 1 while going first is amazing, and because Okashinsuke already has Capture Cold Tooth Mine, I think it makes a lot of sense to keep the Peasant. I don't think he needs to keep the Claw Fury Adept though.
Yeah, definitely. And with the draw, he can could get on with other cards to get out the Oppressor quicker.
And I've mentioned that the Peasant is so strong against Thief Rogue when you're on the play, especially because Rogue sometimes hits a hero power as Maestra that doesn't deal the 1 damage. And even if they did hit, say, Mage hero power, does the Rogue really want to coin ping to get rid of that? It's really awkward. So for Fury here, it's actually a bit of a relief that he has the Blackwater Cutlass to remove the minion and deny Okashinsuke card draw, but it still comes at a cost to Fury Hunter. The early unveiling of his hero means that the Wild Paw Knolls are hardly discounted at the moment.
Yep, that is true. And now Okashinsuke has a few options here. Perhaps not the mailbox dancer giving Fury Hunter a coin.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Dancer just dead on board, so Okashinsuke going for the draw into Prester already, and then next turn he probably plays the Dancer and Bubbler.
Yep, very scary stuff.
Ida is a very good recurring card. And it does fit the curve next turn if Fury Hunter wants to coin that out.
We have our lovely Prince Renato here from Okashinsuke. Oh, there are other options with 3 mana.
The Renathal is on curve, so very tempting. The only upside I would say of going Mailbox Dancer instead is if you top deck Innervate, you're very, very happy because then on turn 4 you could play Coin Innervate Prestor. But outside of exactly that, or I guess top deck Guff, the Renathal is better on board. Ooh, Glaciate is one of the jackpot outcomes for Fury Hunter. Gonna get an 8-drop, and it's gonna be frozen for a while, but after 2 turns, gonna be dealing a lot of damage.
Right, and now Okashinsuke has to deal with that 9/8 minion. It's just lying in wait, Gia, much like similar to the stealth earlier on in another match.
But if there's one thing I know from playing Prester Druid, it's that if you can procrastinate the clear, you procrastinate the clear. Don't bother with the trades here when you're going to get a Deathwing or a spawn of Deathwing anyway later on. Okashinsuke for sure plays Mailbox Dancer this turn because he wants the coin for Prester on the immediate follow-up. The question is, what does he do with the other 2 mana? Because that Amalgam doesn't really have a target at the moment, both these minions have no type.
Right. What will he discover if he
Nothing.
uses it? Oh, yeah.
But still chooses it over the Claw Fury Adept, which I think is fine because the Claw Fury Battle Cry actually has quite a bit of utility since Okashinsuke is still ahead on board.
You are safe now.
It's big push from Fury Hunter. He has done the required job of people playing against Prester Druid, which is to play as much pressure on board into the Prestar turn as possible. So he is saying to Okashinsuke, fine, you can play your powerful card, but I am going to get 16 damage on board in the meantime.
Yeah, and forcing Okashinsuke to clear that null.
Dash just gets Nita and Glaciate at this point, which is not a bad outcome. A lot of pressure. I think it's worth playing. Other option is to trade Presser and then play Tooth. Okay.
And that Defined Shield, giving a Fury Hunter some extra health is always good. Oh, let's see.
Not good though.
You can't always
Wind Chill,
trust
right?
Yeah, just takes it for the cycle. It's a bit of an annoying card when you're running Contraband Stash though, because when the Stash replays the Wind Chill, it might freeze your own minion unintentionally. But oh my gosh, what a top deck for Okashinsuke. Now that's more like it. Now that's some Prestor gaming. Oh, he's got an aquatic form now, which makes me tempted as Okashinsuke to go ramp instead of draw here as Guff, but maybe that's a bit too greedy. Oh, Deathwing! Okay, now surely you ramp.
Just Sarah, though.
But Deathwing, though, it's a full clear. I mean, Ysera does get Awakens, which kind of clears the board, but I really like the look of just ramp and Deathwing here. You discard a bunch of useless cards anyway. Okay, Dream to stem the bleeding. Now Okashinsuke has a fair bit of value here.
Yeah, and if he wants to clear a big minion later on, he can perhaps use the Nightmare if Fury Hunter doesn't clear his dragon. Oh, never mind. He has frozen the dragon with that wind chill from earlier on.
That's gonna get replayed alongside Mida and Glaciate. Random 8 drop. Ooh, that's not a bad one.
You are
Arcane
safe
Devourer. Everything but the Maestra out of range of Awakens right now, which is the most salient point. Shinsuke can draw with his hero power, and I think he's forced to.
Oh, Gia, I think Deathwing looks pretty good here now, but we opted for Shinsuke opted for the Ysera.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that the Ysera was bad, right? It's still
Yeah.
decent. Like the Awakens here could still be useful if he picks up something to support it, like Primordial Drake or Brasswing. On its own, though, the breakpoint isn't quite good enough. The one upshot for Okashinsuke is that he doesn't have to worry about the Arcane Devourer just yet. It is frozen and lying in wait, to the point that he actually goes ramp here instead of card draw, going to go for counter development on board. A very reasonable option, because if his minions stick around, maybe he can trade in such a way next turn that the Awakens clears everything.
Yeah, correct. And as you said earlier, with the Fury Hunter freezing his own minions because of those random spells, it's just more procrastination that's working in Okashinsuke's favor.
And Fury knows about the Awakens in hand, so he really doesn't want to play, for example, Abyssal Wave to get a clear here. Krakatoa is a very decent top deck, lets him get rid of the Emerald Drake and potentially some other minions, but he's gonna go Shroud here, picks up Noel. I think that was close to guaranteed. Doesn't have very many minions left in the deck at this point. And if he wants, he can play the Trickster to play the other Shroud here, but probably not worth it.
I wonder.
So many options. You can also, yeah, again, with the Ysera's Awakening on Okashinsuke's hand, Fury Hunter might be in a tight spot. He has to draw the rest of the other minions. Oh, and there comes the Okani and the Queen and the sorry, I forgot the name of it, but
Jara, don't worry.
Shara.
All right. So Fury taking pretty disciplined trades here. I definitely like killing off the Emerald Drake because that represented the most damage into the Arcane Devourer, which is really what Fury's relying on to stay alive here. But for Okashinsuke, even though he doesn't have the full... wait, he does have the full clear, sorry. With Nightmare, Trade, Awakens. It's actually kind of insane. Oh, sorry, it's 1 damage short of killing the Devourer, but it's fine. He has this Malagos, which is one of the best possible generations here. Gets both the Moonlit Guidance, Innervate, Composting, everything you could possibly hope for.
All the spells.
This must be the way.
Oh, he didn't have room in hand for Composting, but oh my gosh, he hit Onyxia off of the Moonlit Guidance, so as long as he makes room in hand before playing Onyxia, he'll draw the other copy as well. Yep, this is very clean. He can play Onyxia, trade a Whelp, ramp up with the hero power, and then play Nosdormu so you don't overdraw. Seems very good. Oh wait, he's already not overdrawing.
Perfect. And the tides have kind of turned for Kinoshinsuke.
I was gonna say this is probably as good of a Matter Bomber board that Fury Hunter was ever gonna get, but it's not a guaranteed clear, so he goes Abyssal Wave instead. Probably more responsible.
This must be the way.
Oh, Alex Straza, hello. 2 copies of that, yes please.
And no hesitation using Alex to do 8 on face.
Yep. Like, the really good outcomes here are Hala and Alex Straza, because the Hala would double innervate in hand represents so much damage. This aquatic form, probably just pick the Deathwing, but have it in your back pocket as Okashinsky because the other dragons don't really do anything.
There were so many Deathwings. As a Deathwing fan, I'm quite happy with this matchup.
Yep. Ulti's mine for lowest.
Well, like Drake, a great card to have in terms of just having that minion help on board.
And even if he just wants to spend this turn going wide with the piddly minions, like the Bubbler, the Fairy Dragon, it's not bad because it means he sets up for a better Claw Fury Adept on the next turn. He has Murazon now, which is pretty good as well in case Fury Hunter does something absolutely insane on his turn. Okashinsky can replay those cards for himself.
And with Fury Hunter, we're back on the classic hand on face expression, trying to discover something as an answer right now.
Rat King is useful, but probably needs something more. I am looking at the tests, which would replay many, many cards. And if he gets Abyssal Wave first, then it works out in his favor. The board ends up working in his favor, but he's going for more guaranteed clear instead. Good minion development. Very scary though, he is within range of another 2 Alexes. Oh my goodness, why did I say anything?
Oh no, Gia.
So if Okashinsky plays Murazon, he will get Trickster, Blood in the Water, and Rat King, which there is a small chance that the Blood in the Water gives him lethal here if it goes face, and then he can play Alexstrasza. So I don't see much harm in starting with the Murazon and then just proceeding from there.
Yeah, and he also perhaps has the option to just clear the board a bit if you're fighting for board control. And he does, but with the Raid Boss on next card.
Oh yeah, this is a better order, right? Because now he has less targets, so there is the guarantee that the Blood in the Water will go face. I think that card says deal damage to an enemy. Oh, but he doesn't have board space anymore to play Alex, right? After this.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a bit of a mistake. He was supposed to play Claw Fury Adept. Sorry, the Alex before the Murazon. So.
Oh, I think he knows as well.
Yeah.
By both of their reaction.
Yep. Thing is, Fury can't do much about it, right? He's still just kind of dead.
Is that a good expression from Okashinsky? I cannot quite tell.
Oh, definitely not. He is upset about himself. It's one of those situations where you feel embarrassed about it too because you're not getting punished.
Oh.
Relief though. Embarrassment quickly turns to relief once you think about what stakes are on the line.
Right, with that win, it's a tie for 2-2. So this is going into game 5 now. Super intense. We have the Druid versus Rogue combo. Fury Hunter will have to win with his Rogue in order to move on, or Okashinsky has to do his best with his Priest deck.
That is right. Boar Priest into Thief Rogue is a very interesting one. And as far as Boar Priest versus Boat Rogue, I've always said that I feel that Boar Priest is in the lead. Thief Rogue is a bit more of a wild card because while they do get less consistent pressure, they are still running Okani, and that is a card that can be very difficult for Boar Priest to deal with. They're not able to Shadow Step it, so that's a plus for the Boar Priest, but they can of course generate a lot of X factors here, like you know, there's ways to get Polymorph Jellyfish, for example, as Thief Rogue, because you're getting so many random cards that the Boar Priest can get scammed. On average, though, I do still feel like the Boar Priest is in the lead.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this plays out. Gosh, we've seen already a couple of games with Thief Rogue on Fury Hunter's side. So would this be lucky number 3, Gia? It's kind of up in the air, as you said. Oh, go on.
No. I mean, I was just going to agree with you. Like, it is completely up in the air. Thief Rogue can be a fickle mistress. It's just a deck that sometimes gives and sometimes takes away. Very interesting, though, that Fury Hunter has the option to keep Okani in the opener, which, as I've said, is a very important card against Boar Priest to protect your board state. But does he value keeping it when he doesn't necessarily have a board to protect just yet? Fury Hunter says yes. We'll see if he'll be rewarded for it. And already from turn 1, Oka Shinsuke is like, okay, I can play my boar, but what are the odds I get punished for it? Like, in the future, if there's reconnaissance into Najak Hexen, into Shadow Step, is it worth spending the mana now? I would say I don't think you should stop playing the boar for a very, very small outcome like that, or small odds outcome. But Oka Shinsuke is going to hold back for now.
Just seeing what Fury Hunter has in store as the rogue, and perhaps checking to see if he plays any key spell cards that can counter those 4 summons. Fury Hunter just opting for a Wild Pawn No here for some board presence on his turn 2.
Yeah, it's a very good curve now that he's picked up Rat King as well. Following that up, and then Okani on turn 4 with a very low likelihood that his board is cleared by then means that Oka Shinsuke could be facing down quite a bit of pressure. Once again, wondering whether he should play the boar because he did just see a reconnaissance. If that's Najak Hexen, that could be the game already set.
Play the boar or not to play the boar? That is the question.
I'm so glad he played it, though. You can't be scared of everything forever.
And Fury Hunter just playing on curve beautifully. He has 2, 3, potentially the Okadi on 4, just to continue establishing the board.
True is the pickup from Illuminate, which is an amazing option for Oka Shinsuke. I think there was also Thrive, and I forget the last card off the dredge, but nothing too important at the bottom there.
And he opts for Switcheroo for some options.
Fury winces there, seeing the very crucial card draw piece for Oka Shinsuke. Now he's picked up Handmaiden as well. The card draw for Boar Priest is really just a snowball effect, right? If you get the Switcheroo, then you get, Cleric, Wild Pyro, Handmaiden, all of which can, at the right point, draw you even more cards and very consistently get to that combo.
Right. Meanwhile, Fury Hunter just plays Okani on curve, chipping away some... just chipping away at Oka Shinsuke's health. And now Oka Shinsuke has to think about what to do in terms of perhaps clearing the board or trying to get more of his combo pieces.
Really rough because Okani for minion counter means that he can't really get a good board clear because Zarella would be countered unless he wants to throw his Cleric into the Okani and just sacrifice it, but that doesn't feel great either. So he's looking in the Illuminate for now, trying to find the silence effect. The Shard of the Naru doesn't hit it. And take Thrive in the Shadows though, which will cost 0 next turn. He doesn't technically have to clear this board yet. Like, it's not game-ending damage, but it's starting to get scary. Problem is, even if he were to go Desperate Prayer, coin Cleric to remove the Okani, and then Zyrella, it's not a full clear, because it's only 5 damage.
He's in a very tricky spot right now, and with the time ticking... Ooh. Just hero power heal himself. Is he gonna throw down the Cleric? Yeah, toss that away. to get rid of the to just sorry, get it with the Okani minion.
Normally, it's very expensive to get rid of a minion like that. Okashinsuke had the option to hold Cleric and try to fish for the shard from his Thrive in the Shadows, which he knows he's getting next turn. But the upshot here for Okashinsuke is that he knows that Fury Hunter does not have Shadow Step. This is not Boat Rogue. So once you deal with the Okani, it's done. Prayer, Hero Power, Coin Zyrella is a full clear. He's going to start with Thrive to find the other switcheroo I think is necessary. Giving up on a Cleric means you give up on a lot of long-term card draw. The second prayer obviously would feel a lot safer for Okashinsuke, but I think he needs to take some risks to really get his game plan back online.
Yeah. Switcheroo might be a good option here in terms of trying to get some answers to get rid of the Fairy Hunter's minion as well.
Shinsuke has found neither of his Pyros. He hasn't found the other Boar yet. He hasn't found Valish or the other Cleric. So I think Switcheroo is too good to pass up here. As for this clear, does he give up on Coin to get the full clear, or does he maybe go Desperate Prayer Zyrella, then Shadow Word Devour, which would also be a full clear? Yeah. Okay, gonna go Hero Power instead.
Right, and just healing up that precious health. And getting that clear. Though the Rat King awaits.
Be quite a long time before that wakes up, if at all. I think it's fair to say. Now, Okashinsuke has the window to regain his resources here. Handmaiden, Switcheroo. Problem is, if he plays both of those, he doesn't necessarily have the mana to clear the 5-1. So I like starting with Handmaiden, and then he can adjust whether he feels it's necessary to play the Shadow Word Devour. Now he has the Valish though, so he can still Switcheroo.
That's true. And Fury Hunter now just thinking about what Okashinsuke is up to. Very expressive players. This last call tournament, we had like Super Fake yesterday, who was fantastic with it, and then the unpredictability of Okashinsuke and Fury Hunter today.
Yeah, no funeral simulators here. Devour and then Valish Switcheroo. Oh, okay. Okashinsuke is not going to go Switcheroo here. Now, obviously, he can get more value out of Valish later on, but I was thinking it would already be worth it here just to get more spells played immediately and then chain the second Handmaiden immediately next turn. But gonna take it a bit slower here. Might pay off. We'll see. I think Fury's Ajara is still 2 spells away from being active, so he sees what's in the jackpot first. Major whiff in the Ice Blood Tower, but the rune could be a big difference maker.
You can't always trust what you see.
Job done.
As you said before, Okashinsuke is kind of like calculating everything on his screen, opting for the switcheroo. Again, as you said before, just to kind of make the game go on longer so he can perhaps draw into his combos. He still hasn't gotten the boar, his other boar yet, but he is healing up and continuing to draw into his much needed cards.
Right. He's in a very good spot, I would say. Can sit on 9 cards here, and on the next turn draw pretty much the rest of the deck with Pyro, Cleric, and Gift ×2 if necessary. He just needs to be careful to trade the amulets enough times before the deck hits actually 0. And I feel like he's only done 1 trade on an amulet so far. Might have missed the other one, but definitely not done here. You need to have 1 amulet at 2 charges and the other at 3.
Yep. And of course, the time is ticking once more. Alright, and our favorite Gia, well, my favorite at least, the Krakatoa.
Alright, I like Krakatoa too, but I definitely like it only because it looks delicious.
Oh no, now I'm a bit hungry.
Tasty claws, you know?
That is true.
Alright, Noel coming down as well, and I think this creates a board state where if Okashinsuke kills these 3 minions, the Rat King will resurrect. So it's actually a bit awkward for Okashinsuke to get the full clear, but surely this turn is going to be a big Pyro Cleric combo. Just need to make sure he doesn't overdraw. So it's going to be Pyro Devour first, and then Cleric Gift, I think.
Hopefully he won't overdraw and he'll get the cards he needs for his combo. And of course, plus with the Pyro, just for the board clear on his opponent's side, could be a good option.
Yeah, and Okashinsuke is going to be very happy he held on to this Valish. It's going to get a lot more value this turn than it would have previously. What he can do here is Flash Heal, Thrive, play the Valish. He can play Desperate Prayer even before that. And basically refresh so much mana that he can do whatever trades are still necessary with the amulets. But once again, time is ticking. Okashinsuke, alright. Doesn't play Thrive, but it's fine. The important part of the turn is done. Just play 1 more spell to kill everything off.
And he's almost drawn out his entire deck. Oh,
wait.
King is alive. More.
Instead of cards.
Okay. Did he get all the trades through? Okay, I think he did. The other amulet, I think, is at 3, and the one that he'll draw is at 2. So next turn, he can go Pyro Amulet Amulet and get the Sword of 1,000 Truths. So Fury Hunter only has one option, which is to build a board as tall as possible that it can threaten Okashinsuke through the sword. So we'll see.
That's right. Like Okashinsuke, if he has the sword, will he like go face for that 15 damage or? Oh
wait, he goes Rune. Oh right. This has a chance of either lethal or transforming the board. But oh my gosh, starts with Pyroblast phase.
Pyroblast.
Still 9 mana to be spent here. Poly Jelly happens after the boar is dead. That is not a clear. I mean, it's not lethal. It is a clear. But Fury's cheering. I think he got the lethal.
Looks like it.
Or not. Okay, he didn't get the lethal, but can Okashinsuke clear this board? Don't think he has the mana to do so.
No.
And he's just dying to fatigue in the meantime.
Yeah.
Is there any way out of this? I don't think so. Iroh just dies too quickly, and that is the concede from Okashinsuke. Fury Hunter off the back of Rune of the Archmage, not in Big Spell Mage, but in Thief Rogue, takes a victory in what was very close to becoming a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, as you said before, people can give and take it away, but this time for Fury Hunter, it gives, especially with that Pyroblast 10 to face. And of course, you know, having a board of threatening minions against Okashinsuke.
Yeah, very nicely approached there. I think the Rat King also, just the approach of taking that for the curve leading up into Akani and then just maintaining Rat King as a threat on board, meaning that if Okashinsuke goes for a partial clear, sometimes that gets resurrected and he takes more damage overall. All of that incremental damage mattered. The Pyroblast, of course, sealed the game very nicely, but Fury Hunter showing that he knows the ins and outs of how to play against Boar Priest. Okashinsuke, I think his overall game plan made a lot of sense here. I liked the timing on the Valish, but there was quite a lot of hesitation at the end there. I think he could have gotten a lot more actions in the penultimate turn than what actually happened, like fitting in a Thrive potentially before going for the Valish. In the end, though, it does pan out that Fury Hunter is the first to move on to our winner's match. Okashinsuke is going to the elimination, and we'll find out soon who between Shonsu and Sloy Gruzen will face off against Fury.
Yes, exciting stuff, especially after that explosive gameplay from Fury Hunter.
So we are just going to go to a quick break before we head into our second initial match. We'll find out soon who's going to be joining Fury Hunter and who is going to be fighting against Okashinsuke for their tournament life this weekend. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back once again to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It is day 2 of week 1, and we have just finished up our first initial match of the day, where we just saw Fury Hunter narrowly take a victory over Oka Shinsuke, and now he's waiting in the wings for the winner's match. Amy, this upcoming matchup between Chonsu and Zloy is yet another APAC versus EU showdown. Who are you feeling is in the lead?
Oh my goodness, we have a great variety of different classes and decks here, but I'm really interested in the like Druid and Spell matchups. It looks like both players have that big Spell Mage, so you know that I really enjoy mirror matches. We'll see how that plays out. I'm also interested in seeing the Prester Druid versus Celestial Druid. I think the matchup for that is pretty even.
Oh, interesting. Like, maybe I've just been pretty poor at playing Prester, though, because I just get completely bodied by Celestial when I play Prester, unless I really high roll on the dragons or get like super high pressure starts or something like that. But we do have Chonsu's record here. It's his 8th season of Grandmasters. Actually, he is one of only 2 Grandmasters to have played every single season of this program, and the other one is Bunny Hopper. And no offense to Chonsu, but admittedly, if you were to ask me who I thought, like without looking, was one of the players that was here from the beginning towards the end, Chonsu would not have come to the top of my mind, because throughout APAC Grandmasters, he's had a pretty middling record. We can see here 51.2%. Really, though, his breakout season was just this year earlier on, where he really started to shine, I think, show that he was very much on top of the meta, constantly playing a lot of ladder to higher ranks, and really showing that he had what it takes to replicate his results from back in 2016, I believe, when he competed at the World Championship. He is bringing this Alignment Druid, which I think is one of the most powerful decks in the meta, and I'm excited to see Chonsu in his last Grandmaster showing overall.
Yeah, having 8 Grandmaster showing is quite a record, and it's always exciting to see these players' career and how they've reached that journey to the top. I'm excited to see what he can show us with his Alignment Druid. And moving over to Zloy Gruzin, sorry, I hope I am pronouncing that correctly, but he is also a player that had a well-earned spot in last call. He played in the 2nd season of Grandmaster and made top 4 at Masters Tour Undercity, top 16 at Ruins of Alterac as well. And of course, he has played a bunch of different game genres at World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. Zloy Gruzin is somebody that I remember very distinctly casting at the Masters Tours, because I believe he's the player that had the very precariously placed wire. I don't know if that's like an internet cable or an earphone, but it was just so funny to watch his camera presence. And he has been on Masters Tour broadcast so many times, to the point that he was one of the top 4 point earners in the MT system for the first half of the year, and that's why he is here in Last Call. He is one of the 4 people who has not had a prior Grandmasters showing, but I think he's definitely on top form to be able to go toe-to-toe with these players that have a bit more experience in the league system. As for the lineup, I am very much digging the Prester Druid just because I'm a fan of the deck, but in terms of actual very innovative brings that were smart for the meta, he also has this Mind Rogue, which we already saw working very well for Possessi and doing decently for Oka Shinsuke. So I think overall, Gruzin has a pretty good lineup.
Yeah, and again, I'm super excited to see this class mirror.
Okay, so Celestial versus Prester, and I did say I struggle a lot. Okay, yeah, you can see, Amy, the precarious earphone cable makes its return.
Oh.
Love to see that Gruzin hasn't changed much about his setup. But back on my original point, sorry. Prester Druid, I think, is really tough to play against Alignment Druid because what you're doing with Prestor is not really discounting your cards, right? You are just maintaining the stats on them. For the same cost, you just get better flavor text by them becoming dragons. Alignment Druid, however, gets huge benefit by playing alignment because they are playing full statted cards, like their actual Alexstrasza that's in hand. Still an 8/8, and it's gonna go down to 1 cost. Whereas you as Presser will be stuck playing your Alexstrasza as what, like a 2/1 for 1 mana. It's just not a good deal. That being said, there is the potential for the Presser Druid to get a very, very quick start, like an early Kazakhstan, and then forcing the Alignment Druid to align after the treasures in your deck are shuffled. That can be one way that the Presser Druid gets ahead, but generally, the alignment happens before that.
Yeah, and Chansu may have to watch out for the ramp of the Alignment Druid.
Okay, Prestor picked up. Very quick proceedings in the early game. Both our players know exactly what's up. For Gruzin, unfortunately, he hasn't found the time to play Mailbox Dancer or the less resources on Capture Cold Tooth Mine, so it still is going to be a turn 5 Prestor instead of turn 4, and that one turn could be a huge difference maker because Chonsu has gotten the dream start. Wild Growth, Guff, continuously ramping. He's going to have Malagos very soon. Chance at playing alignment as early as next turn because he has the aquatic form, which can potentially dredge that up. But Gruzin picks up a Guff of his own, so now he has a very good turn 4 instead of a very mediocre one, which would have been, I think, some composting play. I think the coin Guff looks very nice to me here, but Gruzin is considering other options.
Now, how about...
Yeah, he also... Oh, looks like he is doing the... oh, or maybe not. Will he? Won't he? I was thinking perhaps Prester on next turn, but just because to get those dragons out there. But looks like he is opting for the Guff.
Yeah, the coin Guff is really nice because it still allows him to play Prester next turn. You're essentially converting that coin into permanent ramp by playing Guff here. And that means that Gruzin also can go toe-to-toe with the ramp from Chonsu a bit later on. Still though, even if you're in Guff form, if you get aligned as Prestor Druid, you don't have all the good support cards to really make Guff pop. You don't run Nourish, you don't run Escape Mana Saver, so it's still very slow in comparison. That means that the Prestor is going to have to do major work until Chonsu finds that alignment.
That is true, and we can see over on the camera there, Soraya Gruzin hoping that the next few plays will work in his favor.
Chonsu playing out the Malagos, which I like a lot. There was an option to ramp first and then play Mali, but that would mean he has 0 mana left to spend and potentially would have to dump a card to not overdraw. So instead, with this play, can play the Knoll instead. And because he very likely hits alignment, and he does, that permanent ramp from the Guff doesn't really matter much on the next turn anyway. Acorns, pretty nice if Gruzin wants to set up a composting. Doesn't really have the hand space for it though. Whiffs on the dragon pickup. If he gets... okay.
More card draw to get something good. Azure Tree for more card draw? No, drag it at OP. Just to take something from his opponent's deck.
Yeah, Secret Agent is a pretty good card for the cost here. And I also think that Gruzin was just looking at all of the dragons he could get that are good to silence, meaning that they go back to their original stat line. Because he does very much suspect an alignment coming soon. And in that case, you do generally want to play as many stats on board as possible. Even if those stats are not huge yet, right? Because he can play the dragons now. If he gets aligned, then he can play the starfish for 1 and then have the full statted dragons able to attack the next turn. Unfortunately, he's had to leave a whelp on board though, so Chonsu can still pretty safely align here.
Yeah, Chonsu overdrew and whiffed on a card. I did not quite catch what that was. But Soy Gruzin seemed very happy about it.
Oh my gosh, I didn't catch it either. I'm sorry. We will do context clues later on. So Chonsu now just playing out all his zero-cost cards before aligning. Makes a lot of sense. And take an... I was gonna say Miracle Growth because he already has this one Moonlit Guidance. And with the Moonlit, he has one more chance to fish for Anaconda or Nourish before he goes for alignment.
That rope's burning again.
I think it's Moonlit here. If he gets one of those cards like Anaconda or Nourish, he has the full license to go alignment this turn. But because he doesn't hit, his follow-up to alignment is not actually very good. We're gonna go for it though, and just believe in the deck. Fair enough.
From humble seed to heavenly
Here comes the
star.
theme of praying for good cards again, Gia.
Oh, Gruzin actually hit the Nourish from the Operative, which is insane. I didn't even notice that. It means now he gets to ramp more than Chonsu does. The actual alignment deck is getting out-ramped post-alignment. Oh, don't often see that. Oh, thank you, Sottle. The burn card was Anaconda. That is why Gruzin popped off. That's huge.
Oh.
Chonsu now really will struggle to make this post-alignment hand fluid without that card.
Yeah, with that big card out of the way, it is a cause for celebration for Soy Gruzin.
And the cycle of life is reborn anew.
It actually just means Gruzin gets to ramp way more than Chonsu. Chonsu still has no ramp cards right now, so Gruzin can press his hero power every turn, and even though his dragons are rather small, he can play Raid Boss Onyxia, maybe even two of them, trade a couple whelps, and end the turn with the Starfish to revert them to 8/8s and set up a 2-turn lethal against Chonsu.
Yeah, those earlier dragons that he discovered, like the Dragon OP, and if he silences his dragons, that's a lot of stats on the board that Chonsu has to deal with.
I think it's pretty clean for Gruzin here. Oh, wow, okay. I was thinking it's not necessary to trade the Operative here. He can play one Onyxia, trade 3 whelps, play the other Onyxia. Well, as long as he plays Onyxia and leaves space for a Starfish at the end, then it looks really good to me. But he's not even going for ramp here. Goes card draw instead.
Clear the 8-attack dragon, get that out of the way, plus the amalgam. And discovering, hopefully, another useful dragon, and he immediately picks Alex Straza.
And I'm really not sure if I like the line from Gruzin here. He could have been a lot more aggressive using the Starfish proactively, right? Especially knowing that Chonsu hasn't played Nourish, that his mana is also very, very scarce. And the Amalgam honestly has not much utility because you're discovering a full-cost dragon. It's gonna be ages before Gruzin has the mana to play Alex Straza. And even when he does hit 9 mana, I'm sure there's gonna be better things to do with that 9 mana than play one single minion.
That is true, and if he does play the 9 mana, he would already be winning the game. Throwing that, just using that 9 mana and throwing that out there.
Okay, second Onyxia coming out to play. This is still a very good Starfish setup. The new whelps will also give the old Onyxia back her immune. Now, Gruzin is very aggressively drawing. I guess trying to find a Kazakhstan if it's in his deck somewhere. Yeah, I can trade off 2 whelps. Trade Alex. The Onyxia that only has Rush into Alex. 1 whelp into the other one. Okay, I guess he's gonna go Drake and then Starfish. That also works. And then Alex and Starfish. Okay. Yeah, this is the huge board that he delayed by 1 turn. Granted, it is way more stats now, so still working out very nicely for him. Onsu's just stuck.
Yeah, drawing for some answers with that dragon play. Some more nourish for card draw. No, for mana.
You're just gonna stall with Miracle Growth? Okay. He really needs to hit the other alignment for this Kazakhstan to be playable. But doesn't find it. Goes Onyxia for now just to stay alive. This is gonna clear a decent chunk off of the board. Gets rid of both the 8/8s, so Chonsu is coming back. Also has double Earthen Scales if he wants on his 10/10 to give him armor, survivability.
That is true, and you know, with that taunt can also help stop the bleeding a little bit. Oh, and capitalizing on that taunt by gaining some armor and giving it some more buffs.
Caligo's pretty good pickup for Zloy Gruzin. Flipper friends, not bad.
Please, the cute one.
Is this gonna be used for taunt or rush? I mean, he doesn't have the full board space for all the rushes, so I guess that's gonna be used for taunt. Now, the thing for Gruzin here is figuring out the hand and board space management for composting, because I do think this is one of the last turns that he's gonna be very much ahead on board. And then also seeing if he can get good value from this spawn of Deathwing, which does discard a card randomly, so it's a little bit scary to play, but most of these cards are not useful. It's really only the composting that he really doesn't want to lose here. Okay.
Oh, he loses the
And
works in his favor.
Snipes the biggest minion from Chonsu as well. That's insane.
Of course, the card draw for composting, using Nightmare to perhaps take out that 8/8 or...
It's just to be a bigger wall, right? Because the Nightmare will not destroy his minion until the start of his next turn. So even though this Orca can't attack, it's protecting the rest of the board from the 4/12 and 8/8. And Chonsu really doesn't have an answer for this. So now it is time to go digging with Kazakhstan. Wand of Disintegration would be the best here. You'd also take a Book of the Dead if you can find it.
Yeah.
These are not those, though. Oh my god, these are terrible. Book? If he took Hilt, then he can take Blade, and that's some more AoE. And the thing is, the Book of the Dead doesn't even kill some of these minions. Crazy. But Chonsu is still pretty safe in terms of health total, and he's gonna get another huge taunt in the way. Gruzin is nervous, though. He knows that he's running out of time. Gnomish Army Knife, not bad.
That rope's burning again.
Oh, yeah, that's a cool combo. He can Mana Saber, put the Army Knife on that, and then he gains back 2 mana, which he can then use to hero power again or play something else.
Yeah, and taking advantage of that poison to get rid of that huge taunt. And clearing the board, that of course gives Zloy Gruzin some much needed card draw.
Gruzin is pretty much just hoping for a Kazakhstan of his own here. He can steal a treasure with the Secret Agent. Book of the Dead is amazing. Could go Staff of Scales, but I think that Book of the Dead is almost just as good here, if not better.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid for that threatening board clear.
Oh, really? Okay. I was thinking Book, and then you just need a couple more trades to fully clear off the board, and you get the 7 damage reach, but Gruzin is valuing his own minion sticking around more than that. Fair enough.
Oh, okay. He chose Staff of Scales. Oh.
Ramping up and then end with Twilight Rig or Cobalt Scalebane. Fair enough. This is honestly not enough for Gruzin, especially since he's seen some of the outcomes of the treasures, right? He knows there's a book that could come back the other way and clear this board. He is really just hoping that the remaining composting draws will give him a Kazakhstan of his own and somehow be enough to keep up. But it doesn't feel particularly likely. Also can even silence to get rid of the last few composting charges. And even though the Spawn of Deathwing will grow, the Book of the Dead still removes everything.
And of course, he opts for that play. And the Kazakuzan's mech taunt, Divine Shield, Wind Fury, and Poison. That's a lot. So much Gia. Will Calico's help?
Not much. That, I think, is gonna be the game to Chonsu. Just no way to interact with that 1818 Wind Fury. He can put a ton in the way, but there is second book for Chonsu to just sweep those turtles completely off the board, and then he can get that huge Clockwork Golem going face for the lethal. That, I honestly felt like Gruzin was so far in the lead just a few turns ago because he found the Nourish and Chonsu had burned the Anaconda, but it only takes a couple big swings from the Celestial Druid to take the matchup, because in the end, their deck is built to deal with yours once the alignment is done, and as the Presser Druid, you are just kind of scrambling for an alternate win condition.
True, we saw it. I mean, again, as you said, Snorri Gruzin looked very good there with his Prester on turn 6 and the Gruff on turn 5 leading into that. But then once Chensu started all that ramp up, he had so much mana to play with. And yeah, just clearing the board of dragons, and then he gets the wand to bring more board clear. It's just attack upon attack, unrelenting.
Right, we saw the moment once again where Gruzin popped off maybe a bit prematurely once he saw that Anaconda being burned. It was a huge deal. It gave him the time to get to this board state at all, which generally doesn't happen, I would say, as Presser Druid. Once you get aligned, usually you don't even have the time to build up your own board and get a few dragons and set up a 2-turn lethal, but in the end it was just false hope. We saw Chonsu getting all of that armor, stabilizing with his board, and beating Gruzin to the Kazakhstan punch. Means that he is up 1-0 now, still has 2 other decks left in contention. I'm just gonna go ahead and remind myself what got banned here. Yeah, Rogue banned on both sides, so Chonsu has to win with his Shaman and Mage still. And the Shaman is of the Murloc control variant, which we've seen a lot of players bringing, but it's nice to contrast that to Gruzin's version, which is the burn version with 40 cards.
Right, Chensu opting for big Spell Mage here, hoping to get to the late game and play strong cards such as the Belinda, the Rune of Archmage, and of course Magister Dawn Grasp. Sorry, Gia, what was banned from Snorri Gruzin?
Mutual rogue bans here, so no mines today.
Oh no mines today. That's all good.
Yeah, the big spell mage from Chonsu is looking very standard here. Only the first couple slots, I would say, are the things where you can look for differences in the list. We see the one of Pelican Diver and the Finley for Chonsu. Finley, I think, has fallen out of fashion these days to make room for Ram Commander instead and the Goldshire Knoll package, but Chonsu is believing a little bit more in Finley himself to give himself more chances at drawing Belinda early on, drawing Barbaric Sorceress, which is, you know, it has its own merits. Gonna go up against the Prester Druid though, which is a matchup that we already saw earlier today go in favor of the Mage, because we saw Fury Hunter get that super early Belinda and Okashinsuke kind of whiffing on the dragons later on. But Gruzin here very interesting that he has the Guff in the opening hand, because this is still a question I ask myself to this day, which is it worth keeping Guff when you don't guaranteed have a Prestor already?
Looks like he is not keeping the Guff. Oh,
I see you've brought
The Squirrel, though, which is decent. It is one of the best one-drops that is actually sometimes better by itself than it is when it's transformed into a dragon, because the Death Rattle is so potent to give you more chances at composting targets.
right. And Chance to not hesitating to just like freeze and get rid of that squirrel.
Yeah, not a fan. Oh no, the Jerry Rig after he's drawn both Capture Cold Tooth Mine, so the Jerry Rig draws nothing. Pretty unfortunate. Still though, with the Innervate, it's still gonna be a turn 4 Prestor. Can't be too sad about that.
Just getting those that dragon value out early.
Bit rough that the Far Watch post has disrupted the draw lowest card from Zorgrusin, but he actually goes for draw other highest, so he wants the Guff to potentially come down before Prestor. Because if he coin Vates Prestor, he is not able to follow up with Guff on turn 5. Ooh, it's a lot of nuts though.
Watch out, squirrels. We had a Murloc earlier. Matter of the cuteness.
Okay, he does prioritize Prestor over Guff, so it just means that Gruzin is okay with having one turn between the Prestor and Guff where he just plays minions. And for Chonsu, the spammy Arcanist is kind of hurting him more than it's helping him at the spot, so it might just be Treasure Guard and Ping for him here. If he's making this trade, I guess he's just going to go spammy for the full clear.
Getting rid of the board to stop the beating a bit, thanks to the help of the spammy.
And I don't know if I'm a fan of that, because it also deletes his own board, right? I feel like he could have maybe milked the Far Watch Post disruption a little bit longer and set up the Treasure Guard instead to protect it.
Meanwhile, Soy using the composting for that Death Rattle card draw. Chansu's also drawing in some more cards.
Yep, 50 health without Eve. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Guff into Malagos. That is disgusting. Call the police. That's illegal. Okay, he's not even gonna bother with the Guff, it looks like. Fair enough.
Ooh, look at all that extra mana.
Second Malagos, I think, hardly draws anything. Maybe another aquatic. No, he played both aquatic forms. Yeah, just not necessary at this point. Nixian Drake actually does have some synergy with Prestor Druid. If you play it right after Guff, you actually have armor. So not too bad of a pick here whatsoever. But he's still missing the really aggressive dragons, right? Hala, Alexstrasza. He has all the value, but does he have game-ending potential? It's gonna be a while because Chonsu's at 50. Ooh, the Miracle Growth for next turn is nuts as well. Well, Chauncey's in a bit of a pickle, isn't he?
Yeah, looks like he just played a taunt just to womp over some cards for Sloy Grusin.
Grusin clearly upset that the Barbaric sniped the Moonlit Guidance, which is probably the worst spell for Grusin to hit, because I think he deliberately picked an expensive spell to try and mess with Barbaric Sorceress a bit, and the Moonlit has more value than the composting at this stage of the game, I feel, where Gruzin doesn't really need much quantity of card draw, but rather the choice of Discover to get the super high impact cards.
Yeah, for sure. And Soy just clearing the board there, putting up a taunt. Meanwhile, Chansu himself is discovering some dragons for this Dragon v Dragon play. Ooh, we have Twilight Drake, but also the Kazaki-san. And he chooses
Hala,
third one.
for the most health total here, it's not really gonna get value from its card text without spells, but just has the most durability. And wow, he gets all the 412s. My goodness.
Yeah, Sleepy Dragon. No longer sleepy, kind of.
Gruzin can still do a lot of mopping up though, clearing the full board, his own board rather, with the Onyxia, and then going for this awesome Claw Fury synergy play. I love to see that.
Oh, beautiful.
Even the Guff can attack here, and then 4 whelps into Kalagos over Hala. And that actually makes sense because this is big spell mage, right? They don't play more than 1 spell a turn maximum. And now he gets to play Drakefire Amulets from the Murazon.
Just throwing back the cards. As,
These are
oh no!
significantly worse though.
Not the amalgam.
He can still trade off a Whelp and then ramp and play Kalagos. I don't think Gruzin's played a spell yet this entire turn, so... Alright, gonna go Onyxia instead though, that's fine. Now this has to be some perfect spammy turn for Chonsu, right? I see 1 health, 3 health, 4 and 5, so he just needs to ping something to get a nice spammy clear while preserving his 2 Halas. Then he can play Treasure Guard at the end. Nice. There's also the Varden though, and Amy, we talked about how Varden for board lock against Prestor Druid can be so game breaking because there's no dragons that actually help from that instance. So I actually prefer the Varden play here from Chonsu. Maybe play out the Grey Sage Parrot again and he gets 2 more dragons and just free attacks in the meantime.
Yeah,
Oh,
looks
sorry,
like
he's
he-
1 mana short, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It looks like he also considered that as well.
While it's not amazing because he can't play huge minions alongside the Varden Dawn Grasp, still good because Treasure Guard, Mailbox Dancer can come down, Double Halas can go face, and he can just delete the next turn from Zoe Gruzin. The most Gruzin can do is play Composting on this board, which is not even necessarily good because it would cause him to overdraw.
Yeah, and again, as the procrastination theme with a mage comes up again, it locks the board for Soy Gruzin,
Must be the way.
forcing Soy Gruzin to use his 10 mana to discover hopefully an answer. He can draw more, but he cannot play the taunt at all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, these are all bad at this instance. He probably just takes the Onyxian Drake as the cheapest option. The question is whether he is able to get a good enough Murazon on the next turn because Chonsu has set up, what is this, 15 damage on board? Not lethal, but it's still a full board clear on Gruzin's side just by playing Spammy Arcanist.
Yeah, and Chasu's just opting to go for face with the Mailbox Dancer and Dawn Grasp. Just getting that chip damage in and using Spammy for the clear.
That's great. He can also coin the Belinda right after that and pick up, what, double Rune of the Archmage, or I can't remember if there's 1 Drakefire still left, but certainly enough stats to threaten lethal. And the 2 big spells in hand, just in case Gruzin finds a Deathwing or something to deal with this. Oh, he drew a Drake Fire though. So Belinda gets just 2 runes of the Archmage. Still not bad. Still definitely worth it.
Yeah, and it's just a 5/5 on the board. Doing 2 damage.
Imagine a coin dealing 8 damage. That's the power of Hale. Well.
Ooh.
The fate of the world hangs
Okay,
in the balance.
going digging with Kazaka-san to start the turn. Sure, Earthen Scales for some armor. I think he's going to make some hand space to play Ysera.
Yes, that could also help with finding an answer. Drawing more cards. Can he do it? Oh, we had Draken at OP. Sorry, Operative.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with Ysera, the Awakens is just a little bit short of killing off the Halas. He can at least use Dream to put Belinda back in hand, but the Halas are a big problem because he now knows that there's 2 playable Rune of the Archmage in the same turn, next turn, which accounts for a lot of damage. Dawn Grasp, okay. Oh, the Earthen Scales to get the armor for the Onyxian Drake is actually super clever here. I didn't even realize that there was that synergy as well. Okay, Amy, do you like opening boxes?
I do love opening boxes. Give me all the yogs, the boxes, the treasures. Yes, please. Let's see how Rune of the Archmage goes for Jensen here.
Hala died. It's not green. That's a bit unfortunate. The spammy can still attack. Did it get double snap frozen or something?
Oh, goodness.
Okay, it didn't die, my bad. It just got frozen, which is a
Okay.
hugely significant outcome because it can continue to deal damage with spells played. If Chonsu is a baller, he can just go for the lethal right now. Like, he just needs to deal 12 with the Rune of the Archmage, and if the Hala survives, he only needs to deal 8 with the Rune of the Archmage.
Now, my question back to you, Gia. Do you like the surprises in boxes?
No, I do not. I will make no concessions about that. Okay, just gonna go mailbox and cash in the coin while Hala is on board. This is very reasonable as well.
Oh, of course, throwing up that taunt to potentially protect the Alice.
Unfortunately, we're opening more boxes. Murazon's gonna play Rune. It's gonna play a coin and a mailbox dancer. Ay, 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 ay. This matchup is clowny.
Oh, the shenanigans.
Barrier's good.
Okay.
That does nothing. That does nothing.
Oh no!
That's decent.
Hey, sheep!
Huh? Okay, job well done. Good enough. And the ice barrier protects him even if sheep stay alive on board. So Grizian's just kind of in the lead again until the next box is opened, I should say. Oh, Kazaka-san. Okay, Grizian's in the lead.
Kazaka-san.
Straight up. Insta play that.
Wait.
I'm just... the rope is burning. He needs to make the decision now. I think it's Kazaka-san. Pick the fastest treasures you can. Coin out the composting. Okay, he disagrees. Xena is being quite greedy about this.
You wish to match wits with me.
Dawn-Grasp?
Done?
What's the... There's like a nature and...
What?
Just that. Oh, Moonlit is arcane. Okay. Man, is this really better than having the buff hero power? I don't think so.
Oh.
But today I learned that even if you're Dawn Grasp, you can still have the Guff over capped mana. He's just capped at 14 now. That's interesting. But I really don't know if I like the Dawngrasp play because it means that you don't have the card draw hero power, and kind of want to play Kazaka-san soon, I think. Anyway.
Oh, I was gonna say Chansu popping that secret and Zoe reacting very happily about that armor gain,
Right.
letting me live another turn,
Yeah.
a few more turns.
The barrier's a big deal because Grzin knows there's a low likelihood he actually dies from minion damage. I think he was more scared of not having that 8 armor and dying to the other rune.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm honestly getting stuck in the mindset of because Grzin has played Dawngrasp that he should try to get value from this hero power. And he is doing so, right? He can get the honorable kill ping with the double cheap trade and then kill the Kazaka-san. Ysera can dream back the Hala, so it's not a big problem.
Up and using the Nightmare on minion to clear
Okay.
or attack base? No.
Nightmare on the lifesteal minions, pretty nice. Not getting full value out of these Yuseras, but it's okay. He gets the Nightmares, so he can get maximum lifesteal. Okay, if he's trading in Hala, I guess he's just gonna go Primordial Drake. So he doesn't want the Vard. Okay. I thought he was gonna skip on the hero power after turning into Varden, and I'm like, what's the point? But he got it. Fair enough.
Huh? Goodbye, sheep.
Onsu is just getting completely outvalued here, even after all the Drakefire amulets, all the pirates. But, Amy, there are still 2 boxes, which means there are still 2 dreams.
Waiting for the shenanigans to happen, Gia. Although you just said that you're not a fan of these random opening of boxes, I am quite excited to see how it plays out.
I mean, even if he gets a full board clear, he's still just running out of value, right? So what Chansu needs is actual Miracle Rune, which deals 35 damage to face. Not possible off of 1 rune, but very possible off of 2 runes.
Uh-huh. And he can't even use the drop down the tower because of the dragons on board. So he's in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, close to unwinnable, I would say. But if there's a rune, there's a way. Okay, he's greeting it out a little bit more, waiting for bigger board presence before he plays a box. Because that lifesteal is going to die this turn from the Nightmares. And now, finally, it is Kazaka-san time. And I think Shansu will throw it down at this point. He doesn't have the hope to fatigue Gruzin anymore either. Yeah, Army Knife or Boombox. Just take whatever. Amber's okay.
Ember's so frag.
Just end Shansu's suffering, please.
There's so much. Ezra Drake for more card draw? No, Dracunet OP to see what's up in his deck. Another Magister Dawngrasp.
It's just comical at this point. I'm sorry. Gruzin's playing with his food.
Oh, but listen, the box must be opened.
He's played 3 hero cards this game. Nightmare's a shadow spell. Today I learned. Oh my goodness. Okay. Rune.
Might need to practice that one.
Now for Gruzin to go for what is very objectively an unnecessary and probably just bad for him overall Varden here, and still emote and smile after that should clue everybody into just how far ahead he is in the lead here. Okay, boxes, boxes, boxes. Siphon mana, build a snowman. Not good enough. Not good enough. Not good enough. Does nothing.
Nothing.
Hey, it's a board clear. It did what you can rely on a box to do on average.
Yeah, but then, ooh, the world is Sorgusen's oyster as he pops down the Primordial Drake, gets the card draw, and is getting all these clockwork assistants. Giant
Yeah.
board.
Pretty good. They're actually weak to Starfish, but it's fine.
Yeah.
No big deal. Wait, the hero power is back to dealing 2? I could have sworn he got honorable kill the other turn. Is it because he replayed? If you play 2 Vardens, does the second one reset your hero power? Is that how it works? I'm so confused.
We are learning as we go on, Gia. Oh, yeah, you're right. The Starfish just saying no to the clockwork assistant. But
I do like the fact that Gruzine just didn't play all the assistants at once. In fact, I think he's gonna play them one at a time because he hasn't seen the other Starfish.
makes sense. Yep, I'm hovering over it as well. Oh, yeah, just perhaps try to bait out the other Starfish and then surprise! Assistant number 3.
Can go composting here if he wants as well, but at this point, is he even worried about fatigue? Like, as the one real way he might lose? Maybe? Hansu here, does he have an avenue back to victory? Because with the Starfish, removes most of the pressure. He can get honorable kill on the Laughing Sister by trading a 3 attack minion into it. And then he has Reckless Apprentice to maybe buff the hero power even more on the next turn.
Ooh, Jesu is considering taking down that Laughing Sister. Of course, Jesu also has the Okani as a draw as well, perhaps denying Roy either a minion or a spell next turn.
Yeah, it might be decent at blocking minion. Honestly, spell is not relevant because Chonsu knows there's still 2 dreams in hand if he's been paying attention. Oh, he still picks spell though. Okay.
Oh. Is this a mind game? What will Sorgusen do now?
Just some boombots. After, of course, killing the Okani. Probably assistant and then boombot because he's seen both of the Starfish. And finally, it feels like he has a decent setup for actually dealing relevant damage here.
Yeah. We were talking about how both players ban each other's rogue earlier on, but who needs rogue when you have boombots and, you know, again, all that explosive gameplay coming up.
Okay, last box. Oh my god, useless Ice Blood
no.
Tower. Actually plays nothing from the deck at this point. The hero power is impressive from Chonsu, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. He's actually going to fatigue sooner than Gruzine. Gruzine just didn't go composting. I think that was good recognition that it simply wasn't necessary here. Chonsu has left in the deck almost nothing relevant. Yeah, he's not running Mordrush. There's just no damage.
And so good, no hesitation playing that banana split for extra damage to face and just a ping. And that's Soy Grusa tying the score 1-1.
Yeah, a long and drawn out pan out of this matchup. Not one that you often see, but one that happens when Kazakhstan enters the room, right? And when the mage hasn't really gotten off to the huge minion starts. No big Belinda, not much disruption with Barbaric Sorceress. Not a great draw for Chonsu, I'm going to be honest, but Gruzin, I think, approached the post-Kazakhstan gameplay very, very well. He understood that there was no reason for him to turbo out the card draw. The double Halas from Chonsu were looking pretty dangerous here in the middle, but was really nicely navigated by the Earthen Scales into a Nixian Drake play from Gruzin.
Yeah, that's right. Zine just not giving in and really slowly chipping away at those dragons. Eventually discovering cards. I believe he discovered something. Was it Earthen Scales with Draconhead Operative? But yeah, using that and basically just clearing the board, putting out those assistants, bananaing them, going for face, for the lethal, forcing Chonsu to bow out.
Yeah, and our players are going to really have their stamina tested, right? Because that was just such a long game to be only the second one in the series, but both our players still need to get 2 wins in order to move on. And after that, they're playing right away in the winner's match, whoever takes this down. So it is a test of endurance here. Gruzin moving on to his Beast Hunter, which is an archetype that we've seen, I think, pretty much split down the middle for Hunter, whether it's Beast or Quest so far. The Beast version definitely still has a healthy amount of tricks up its sleeve to get amazing board presence earlier on, but it doesn't quite have the reach that is guaranteed of Quest Hunter. It could work out in his favor against Chonsu's lineup if Chonsu were to go for the Prester Druid again. I do favor Beast Druid against that rather than Quest
I never miss my
Hunter.
shot.
But it is the Mage now, and this matchup is pretty close, I would say. The Hunter doesn't have a lot of good answers for big minions on the other side, like an early Belinda or early Dragons, but they do have a lot of stall, and they do have the capability of getting ahead in the early game.
Yeah, that's true. Just perhaps having that early game and kind of snowballing early on might help.
Ooh, actually hits a 1-drop, so Click Clocker can be pulled.
That was pretty good.
Amy, you want to hear a story? I've played K9atron in this deck about 15 times so far, and I've never hit a 1-drop to actually pull. I know 15 isn't a high number, but you can imagine I stopped playing this deck because I got salty at never finding 1-drops.
Oh no. Gotta believe.
Tempo Starfish here. Gruzin very happy to see that because that's one less Starfish that can mess with a potential Mountain Bear later on. And he's just gotten the Dredged King Crush waiting in the wings for lots of damage. Even if you play it out and it's not lethal, it just represents so much that Chonsu needs to deal with.
Wait, he plays another puppy for some board presence.
I can take him.
The Rector's Apprentice kind of helps clear the board as well, and it uses all his mana, which is on curve.
Grazine getting very pumped, and you know what? If I were him, I would be too. Not only because he is playing an 8-8 charge on turn 5, earlier than even Dino Tamer Brand back in the day, but also because this game looks like it's coming to a conclusion way more quickly than the previous one, getting his momentum back right. He's feeling good, taking a swig of water, I'm gonna assume. Whereas Chonsu has been thrown a bone by picking up the Varden Dawn Grasp here to stave off the immediate lethal, but he really doesn't have an answer. This is just a delay.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Value trade there. Again, procrastinating on that King Crush. But now he has to also deal with the Mountain Bear and the death rattle of it.
Okay,
Oh,
Snow Flurry
Simon.
can freeze. Silence to go through the taunt. Amplified Snow Flurry to freeze off the King Crush. He probably has to double trade the bear to not take that 5, otherwise he's just dead to 2 hero powers. Not a winning play, but it is a surviving play. Grazine, whether he wants to play Tavish or revive the Mountain Bear, both of those work out very well. I kind of actually like the Revive plus Okani better than the Tavish in this instance, but if Tavish hits Explosive Trap, that's also very, very good.
Oh, there we go. Improve Explosive Trap for more damage to the enemy.
Oh, he misses on maneuvers though, which was, I think, the principal reason for going for Tavish here. Maneuvers, when you have only the King Crush on board, especially when it's improved maneuvers, just forces your opponent between a rock and a hard place, because either they take 8 damage or they take 16 damage.
But both looks pretty bad for Chonsu right now. Oh no.
No maneuvers, but he'll be definitely thinking that it is, right? So... Alright, looks like he's going to take the risk. We'll see. Wait, I am not dead?
What is this?
No big spell with which to swap the Sorceress, so it is just a game of survival now. And a game of Huffer Roulette. And there is one hit. Big hit for Grazine. Finds
and Huffer.
Crush. And here is game 3. So much quicker than the last one. Grazine now is just on match point.
Yeah, Grazine going super well with his early game and mid game, and then just finishing up with that hero power plus Huffer, and then the King Crush. I believe it hit face like twice for that unstoppable charge damage in the end.
Yeah, very impressive stuff that he kind of mapped out the game plan super early, taking that King Crush and recognizing that the less beasts he played, the better guarantee of the revive pet. In fact, there were only 2 in the pool because the Mountain Bear didn't even get to spawn its death rattles because of the silence here. And off the back of it, we do have Grazine only on his mid-range Shaman now. Can take the victory either against Chonsu's big spell mage, which has really not been doing him any favors so far, or against the Shaman on the other side. We could see a battle of XL Shaman versus regular Shaman, which would be pretty interesting. Or we could see Chonsu try once more on the mage.
It's exciting to see the potential mirror match. Or will Chonsu finally win with mage? and tie up the score for a game 5. And he opts for the mage against Shaman.
Okay, so it is going to be another try on the mage, like you said, and this is a matchup that is pretty explosive. The Shaman does have technically, you know, good answers for big minions because they can freeze things indefinitely. But we are looking at the XL version of this where it is harder on average to find your Snowfall Guardian, find your Wind Chills. So that might prove a bit difficult for Grzin. This is also a deck that runs Bioluminescence, so if Chonsu ever gets in a spot where he's on the back foot, unable to clear a board and forced to freeze with the Dawn Grasp instead, then Grzin potentially can hit back with just Bioluminescence and a Lightning Bolt for the lethal here. So I expect to see a lot of board tension in this Mage versus Shaman game.
Yeah, again, board tension plus all these spells being flung at each other would make for a very interesting game. What would I do? Some Farsight or Hard Discount? Alright, Lightning Bolt.
Pretty funny that I didn't know that the Farsight, if there's a watch post in play, it gets the debuff and then the buff first, so the Lightning Bolt ends up at 0 and not at 1. Pretty good outcome for Grzin, but I do like that he chose to hold on to the coin here, even though Wildpaw Cavern looked tempting, because the coin command of Neptulon is a lot cleaner this turn to get rid of that watch post. Chonsu getting some cycle, finally finds a decent Barbaric Sorceress, right? He finally has the setup, big spell in hand, potentially something cheap in the opponent's hand to swap, so just needs to get a good setup for the following turn, and that looks pretty manageable because he has this freezing hero power stored up if he wants. It could also just be trade into the 5-3 then spammy for the full clear. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Good. And saving that hero power for whatever comes next. Ooh, the Wild Park Cavern. Value over time.
I bring the muscle and the magic.
Oh.
Ooh, command. Okay, so kind of expensive outcome for Chonsu still, but I mean, it still means he can play Drakefire the next turn. That's still a win for Chonsu.
Yeah, and just switching up the cost of the different spells, making it more difficult for Suigusen to play these cards and making him use up more mana in order to do what he wants.
Huge deal that he's found the Snowfall Guardian as well, because now he has a clean answer to the Drakefire Amulet, at least on the next turn. He doesn't quite have the chain of freezes, no Macaw to follow up, no second Guardian, but for now, he can breathe easy. Alagos times 2 for Chonsu.
All the spells.
Opting for ping trade on the Clownfish. Okay, so just pinging the staggered for to make sure it can't value trade the Barbaric Sorceress. I think that makes sense. Question is, does Grzin have to commit the Snowfall Guardian this turn? I don't think it's actually necessary because while the Kaloi Geese are pretty sturdy, they don't represent that much attack damage. So he can be a bit greedier with this. Oh gosh, I didn't even see the dredge options.
So quick!
I know. One of them was Okani. I didn't see what was on the left, and then he picked whatever was on the right.
Hopefully, it's also the right card. But knowing who's in it probably is.
Okay, amulets, boxes, everything.
Yes!
Well, only one of these will cost 0, so it actually is just amulet, but raid boss is nice.
Cool.
3 Caligis, Golden Caligos, Dragons viable in standard.
It looks like an amazing board. Gia just all the Caligos action. All the
Very
dragons.
majestic, isn't it? Yeah, Chonsu is full committing here, playing for maximum tempo, and he will be sorely disappointed that there is the Snowfall Guardian even in the 40 card deck. But I can understand his mindset, right? don't want to play around anything when your opponent has so much extra fluff in their deck. That's the answer though. Rune of the Archmage ×2 available this turn. Or just Starfish to unfreeze everything. Actually don't know the order. Should he unfreeze first, go face everything, and then play the rune? Probably, right? Oh wait, but no. If you silence your Calugeese, the rune's not playable. My
Oh
bad.
yes.
He has to rune first if he is planning on playing rune and Starfish this turn.
Looks like he is doing just that. Flinging 20 mana with the spells at enemies.
Oh
Oh, the minions! That's so...
Poor Chonsu, man. He cannot catch a break. He's not even clearing Gruzin's board, it doesn't look like.
Recast. It's just... There's still hope.
Oh no, the dragons are tiny! What is
Best
this?
dragons. Oh, well, like out of all of them. I mean, we had 4 Malagos before as well. But no.
Oh, Chonsu. I feel so bad for him. That Shattering Blast is just merciless, you know? Okay, gotta rein it back in. Does he have a win condition? There's still another rune. So, technically...
Just gonna... Another cavern for those 3, 4, and freezes. I mean, freezes hasn't really worked out in Changsu's favor this game.
He does have a decent board clear here because of the Volcanomancy on the 12-5. He can trade the Fairy Dragon in there, put the Amalgam in the Mutinous, I guess, ping the Snowfall, and then second flame the Staggered. Alternatively, open boxes.
What's in the box? I would like to know.
Okay, gonna hold off on box for now. This is not a full clear, but it's a decent setup, right? He now has the 4 damage ping, is decently likely to get an honorable kill alongside second flame.
He has been hovering over that card for a while. Oh, he's opting to freeze, or is he gonna play Glug?
Could be both. Gonna see what's in the draw first. And a Glugga Glugga Glugga. Now Glug is a pretty interesting card going into a Rune of the Archmage turn, because depending on the order of the spells cast, the Glug might not actually die, because if the rune kills off some 2/2s first or the 6/5 Mutinous, the Glug will gain its stats. So
Yeah.
if Chonsu goes Archmage, he's just hoping for Flame Strike to start, and then all his problems are gone.
Mm-hmm. I like that he has created a wider board against, but potentially the Rune of the Arch destroying some of his minions. And as you said, with the Glug, if it survives, it'll be pretty strong. And Chonsu looks like he's opening the box. Oh,
I
no.
forgot
There's
about
some
the
position.
Staggered, which does guarantee honorable kill with the ping, and he could then coin out the rune. Problem with that is killing the Staggered first means you are buffing the Glug guaranteed. So Chonsu, I think, is going to start with the box in order to have better odds of killing Glug. These are not great openings, though.
Stay where you are.
If that doesn't hit Glug, he can still coin honorable kill ping on Glug. Your power deals 5 now. Oh, no, but the Glug is now at 7. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, at least it's
Frozen.
frozen.
Yeah, so the Glug is going to get +6/+4, so it's still not killable next turn. This is getting out of hand for Chonsu. Heal, then the explosive rune kills that. In fact, it's just buffing the Glug even more.
So much Glug. We need a lot of freezing procrastination here, Gia, from Chonsu.
Yeah, but there's nothing left after Varden. Shaman has more freeze than Mage as it happens. He's also just out of big spells, right?
Oh, yes.
So it's just Parrot that's the out here for Chonsu to draw. Recast Rune. And if not exactly that, he will face the wrath of Glug very soon. Trade mailbox. Coin out a 2-drop. Set up lethal on board. Seems good.
Yep, and just buffing the Glug once more, clearing the board, making sure nothing can happen to his own minions.
Ugh.
Oh.
That's a whiff.
No.
Yeah, Chauncey's kind of dead. Not necessarily on board because he has a taunt, but very soon.
The Queen's trove is
Regard, ping off 4-3. Glug continues to gulp. It's so sad for Chonsu that pinging minions doesn't even remove stats from the board because of the gulp.
Yeah. It's gotten super colossal.
This lethal with command plus. Oh yeah, okay. Swarmer to test Kani. Yeah, then he can ping command and just lightning bolt. Isn't that lethal? There must be other ways to lethal that I'm not seeing. Yeah, double trade, spirit mounts. Yep, lightning bolt. EG, Sloy Gruzine is moving on to the winner's match to face Fury Hunter. And Amy, both APAC players lost. I'm in shambles.
Well, if it's anything, the gameplay was very exciting to watch. I did enjoy the opening of boxes. But as you saw, the box gives and taketh away. We saw that it froze. We saw. Wait, I think it was. We saw Chansu's frozen minions get all destroyed by that shattering blast earlier on, which was a huge turn of events, and Soy Gusen just showing no mercy with the continuous Glug buffs, and it hurts Chansu as well because his boxes buffed it more.
I know, I've never seen a box quite so bad. Like, we've seen boxes that deal almost nothing to clear their opponent's board. Fine, but this one was actively terrible. Just a complete disaster of unprecedented levels for Chonsu here. Very, very unfortunate. It's worse than spawning Doomsayer off of your lackey back in the day when you had a full board. It's just a painful way to go out. But Chonsu still has another chance here in the elimination match versus Okashinsuke. But before that, we'll have to find out who between Fury Hunter and Gruzine is immediately going through to Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah, that winner's match will be coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we will be finding out who is the first player from Group C and D joining us through tomorrow.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It is the second day of week 1, and we have just finished our 2 initial matches. Amy, any highlights that you want to recall from our first 2 matches of the day?
Yeah, definitely all of those boxes that Chansu opened in the last match. He tried to go up against Grusin, but to no avail with the shattering, just destroying all his freeze minions. Or we also had an interesting, what was it? Sorry, I don't quite remember. But the 2 rogues were banned in the last matchup, so it means less on the unpredictability of 3 rogue. But just moving on, we have Fury Hunter versus Lori now.
It's the winner's match, so whoever takes this down gets to go through to Sunday, and they will also secure themselves at least 2 points right away. Remember, to anyone watching, these first 3 weeks are all about accumulating as many points as possible, a maximum of 15 if you are somehow able to win all 3 weeks. And the top half of players in terms of points will be heading through to playoffs in week 4, where they do face off for that chance at a world championship ticket. Now, Amy, there's quite a few players in our top 16 that already have made it through to Worlds, either through the Summer Championship or winning their respective season of Grandmasters in the first half of the year. But there's so many players that have just had narrow misses so far, and perhaps the one who is at the top of mind when we mention that is Fury Hunter. He is a player that has gotten so close so many different times throughout many different paths in Grandmasters and throughout the seasonal championship, but now he's down to the last couple chances to make Worlds. Standing before him, though, is Lloyd Gruzin, who is also a player that has been a breakout star throughout the Masters Tour system, and definitely not going to give Fury an easy time. Very exciting matchup indeed.
That's right, I can't wait to see what the bans are for these players. But Fury Hunter goes with Big Spell Mage first. So as we see, he can really open those boxes and really gain the advantage on the board or using spells against his opponent. The addition of the Rune of the Archmage, of course, plus the Magister Dawn grabs, Barbaric Sorceress, etc., can prove a bit iffy against Sloy, depending on what Gruzin picks.
Right, we can see the bans on the screen as well. Fury Hunter's Alignment Druid is banned out of the way, whereas Gruzin's Mine Rogue has been taken out of contention, and I think that is pretty emblematic of their place in the meta. Both the Mine Rogue and the Celestial Druid are very good against these sort of slower control-oriented decks, even if at 40 health. Because the Celestial Druid doesn't really care about health total as long as they can manipulate mana and get ahead on board, whereas the Mine Rogue has the potential to deal those 40 damage combos when given time and weapon setup. We do have Gruzin queuing up that Prester Druid, so Amy, we are seeing this matchup again, Big Spell Mage versus the Dragons. Who do you feel like is going to come out on top this time?
Oh gosh, I mean, I'm a fan of the Dragons a bit now, Gia. I think I can understand why you enjoy it.
Oh yes, it is also box opening. Let's not make any, I'm not under any illusions. I'm just a fan of smaller boxes instead of 1 or 2 big boxes, you know? All right, opening it up on the side of Gruzin. It's actually a Far Watch Post Keep, which I was going to say that's a very effective card against Mage, but I didn't think it was justifiable to keep it when you don't already have a guaranteed Prestor or Prestor Puller. Gruzin, though, is going for maximum disruption.
Yep, and again, without hesitation, getting out that Squirrel on turn 1.
Yep, cute as ever. And Fury Hunter has the option to kill it off immediately with a ping, or he can even play out the Snow Flurry and ping it. Have that guaranteed board presence in case there is something to follow up that curve. Third option is to coin out a far watch post of his own, but I feel like that's the worst of the three. The coin being used itself is also just something that's not to be taken for granted because it could represent an earlier Barbaric Sorceress. But Fury goes for a coin with the Snow Flurry, making sure he doesn't fall too far behind in the early game. Ooh, Guff.
Ooh, Guff, and there's the mailbox, and
yeah, because of the mailbox, right? He can get coin as long as he plays it turn 3. The Guff can come out by turn 4, and that is great for Gruzin. If you can't find Pressed or Guff, is the next best thing. However, watch post on the other side might make Gruzin's curve a little bit more difficult to achieve.
That's right. Feel groove.
Everybody getting more expensive deals, huh?
it's like, spells? Maybe no spells. But maybe perhaps Big Spell Mage gets hit a bit harder due to the nature of its deck.
Gruzin didn't opt to go for Cold Tooth Mine here because if he had taken it with the Far Watch Post on the other side on board, it would bump the Prestar all the way up to 7 mana, which is really just not worth it. So I prefer that he's taken a bit of a delay. He will draw one more card that is made more expensive, but the Pelican should, from his perspective, take down the Watch Post. But now we see Treasure Guard coming down for Fury Hunter to protect that Watch Post and maybe making Gruzin's life even more difficult.
Right. Gruzin has the option for the Guff. It looks like he's just taking down that tanky card first and using hero power to chip away at the haunt. Hopefully getting rid of the tower soon.
Both are players having their curve slowed down significantly by the watch post. Usually, we see the opposite in this matchup where both players turbo out their curve because they're playing mailbox dancers and giving each other coins. But in this instance, Fury Hunter is able to follow up with another Treasure Guard, and that makes Gruzin's life very awkward indeed because he still is not able to get through the watch post, which means he has to kind of concede this turn to take the Presser even if she's made more expensive. At least he's held onto the coin this whole time to make sure that Presser can still come out on turn 6.
Yeah, just denying that super ramp up of Presser might help Fury Hunter a bit more, and he has to take out this watchtower sooner or later, Gia.
Yeah. Gruzin chooses not to be greedy with the coin, even though it could have meant he plays Presser the next turn, uses it, and floats some mana just to be safer around Barbaric Sorceress. Not the end of the world for Gruzin because he's still able to Guff and Hero Power this turn. But, unfortunately, that Watch Post is still gonna be alive if he goes for that play.
Yeah, from the early game now to the mid game. Being super healthy, on Zoe's side at least.
1 mana Innervate, you hate to see it.
Oh no.
Gonna continue playing these out to be safer against Barbaric Sorceress, but at this point, Gruzin doesn't care about the Watch Post so much because he's ramped enough that the mana that he's had to spend extra on the cards is starting to become less relevant.
Yeah, and now Fury Hunter, after placing down the Okani, opts to clear Sully's board, so using that to check.
Almost certainly minion counter in that instance. Now Gruzin finally gets pressed her down. It was what, turn 7 when that happened? Very late on average for the Prester Druid, but still manageable because Fury Hunter hasn't gotten too much pressure on his side. What he does have, though, is Coin Barbaric Sorceress and the dream of sniping a spell. It's not particularly likely from his perspective with only 2 cards, so maybe he is just going to hold on to the coin for Drakefire Amulet instead.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
look at the compost at 10. So there'll be some difficulty in terms of card draw and searching for answers for Sloy there.
And that's a ruin down to 3, so boxes. But Fury, bold move to not use the coin before going swap there. Rewarded though.
Go away.
Okay, taking down the economy.
Mordresh is interesting. Obviously, Fury hasn't pinged all that much, but he has the option to play Reckless Apprentice this turn and start juicing up the Mordresh a little bit. And you can also still play Rune of the Archmage after Apprentice if he wants.
I can take him. Wait, not all of them.
Being a bit more patient with the rune, taking all those trades, I think it's very reasonable. Gruzin has acorns and a dream. Not bad.
Enough. Hey, and some card draw.
Oh.
Getting there. Hey, Kazaku-san.
Not active yet, but it's going to be active next turn. So, still looking okay for Gruzin. Fury, though, finally able to get big stats on the board. It's going to be an 8-8 and a 12-12. Oh, sorry, he went 4-12 instead of 8-8. Interesting. Oh my gosh, did I jinx it by saying it's going to be active this turn? Oh no! Oh no! He has to not discard the Kazakus on 1 and 3 for disaster.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness, you hate to see it. Why does it have to be this way? Okay, it's
Do you
active.
believe? Okay, phew.
Okay, alright.
And perhaps a turnaround?
Not great options. Book, okay. Or staff. Actually, staff's probably better at this point. These are also not good. Beauty? A Neuhorn?
You like the option of a Neuhorn just because of the minions. Okay.
Clockwork's not that big, hardly any spells, so I think he did pick Krusty in the end. Sure. It's, all things considered, not a high impact Kazakusan. A lot of the cards are removal, so I think there's a real chance that Gruzin just loses on fatigue here if Fury is careful about how he uses his resources. Oh, he even took Banana Split. Ugh!
Oh no!
Okay.
Super.
That only targets friendly minions. Banana Split cannot give him Sleepy Dragons out of nowhere. And that's just a straight concede. Gruzin says these treasures are not good enough. And Fury Hunter goes to a quick 1-0 lead.
That was a very quick game. We saw how Fury Hunter ramped up, but then that Watchtower and the trading of, and the increase of mana for for the card draw was not a very good situation for Sloy.
Yeah, both of our players had that disruption with Far Watch Post, but if you think on average, if both players have to play 1 turn behind because of the expensive debuff, then I think it works out in favor for the Big Spell Mage more so than the Pressure Druid, because Big Spell Mage, well, the longer the wait, the closer they get to their big spells being played naturally, even without swaps or discounts. Whereas for the Pressure Druid, the longer they have to wait to play Prester, it means the less dragons they'll be drawing on average and the less powerful things they are able to find. So Fury now is going to move over to his Thief Rogue, which is a bit different to, I think, the boat rogues that we were seeing yesterday. This one is a bit greedier, of course, with the Test Greymane and the Blood in the Water and the Contraband Stash. Queen Ajara in there also to give a good chance at finding Colossal from a different class, and it's just overall a very powerful deck. Even when the jackpot doesn't give you the best spells, you have so much value from the repeated stashes.
Yeah, for sure. I really enjoyed the Test Greymane addition in there, making use of that unpredictability of Thief Rogue, and just gonna see how Soroy Gruzin reacts to that depending on what he picks to go up against it.
Right, all three of his decks are remaining. The Shaman could be queued up here. I've honestly not have much practice on the 40 card version of Burn Shaman, but my instinct is to say it should be decent against Thief Rogue because Thief Rogue has not so much burst. They do have a lot of board presence, but if you're able to back-to-back freeze that with the Snowfall Guardian, it should come out in the Shaman's favor. We could also see Gruzin try again with the Prestor Druid. Not a bad matchup for him either, but of course he doesn't necessarily know that he's going to be facing Rogue. From his perspective, it could be Shaman on the other side.
And it looks like he has opted for his Prestor Druid again against this Rogue matchup. Doesn't super seem in favor, but we shall see if he is gonna keep that Far Watch point on Mulligan. Oh, he has kept the Cold Tooth Mine for the card draw, and of course the Starfish for any silences against Thief Rogue shenanigans.
Right, a lot to break down here. The Watch Post wasn't kept this time, even though it was kept versus Mage, because Watch Post is, I would say, a lot worse against Rogue, because it's just the perfect target for Tooth of Nefarian. Even Extortion can kill it off without too many problems, so I do prefer that Gruzin only kept the Cold Tooth Mine to guarantee the tutor on the Lady Prestor. Oh, finds Jerry Rig now, so that's even better, right? Because he can split the other Cold Tooth that's still in his deck. Trying to figure out, though, if he speeds up the clock by not actually going for the Jerry Rig. If you go Mailbox Dancer this turn and then Cold Tooth on turn 3, it means on turn 4 you can double coin out the Prestor. So it's actually very heads up here that he skips the Jerry Rig Carpenter. Yuri's hand is extremely slow. He's gotten all of these value cards, but the jackpot in this instance has given him Chaos Nova and Scale, so he can already kind of piece together that this is going to be more of a controlled game plan for him. He saw Mailbox Dancer, he's seen Cold Tooth Mine, so he knows Prestor's coming on the very next turn. Doesn't have much option for tempo in his own right. At least the Ajara is playable, but very likely he will fall behind to Dragons, and so he's gonna have to answer with these repeated board clears, and then Contraband Stash to clear the next board and the next board.
Yeah, and having just some stats on the board doesn't hurt as well. We see Soroy Gruzin just using the coin and ramping out that Lady Prestor for hopefully more dragon value.
Kolak? Okay, I mean, if Fury Hunter is completely committing to a control game plan, which, you know, the generations kind of force him to a little bit, then Kolak is not the worst. At least it is still a class Colossal, which means he will get it back from Contraband Stash, from Test later on. Hitting the neutral ones, like the addition of Neptulon and Ozumat to the pool of Colossals actually nerfed Thief Rogue a little bit. Alright, so Gruzin can begin the dragon hunting. Ooh.
Good. Interesting options. Ysera, Kazaki-san, and Aquatic Form for more dragons.
Malagos.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, remember the 4 Malagos from that one game.
Pretty crazy.
Goodness.
Oh, he goes Amber Watcher. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
And space is a bit of an issue here. Still finds Malagos from the dredge. I did like that first option of picking aquatic form though, because he really didn't have the like it's too early to pick Kazaka-san early on. Oh, gonna get the other innervate.
Hey,
Play.
I'm your choice.
Hope to kill off Kolak with this, but gets the taunt. Not the worst target. We can at least trade something now. Did you see what he discarded? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Oh, he discarded the Prince for Nafo.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a great outcome for Grusian. That's the clunkiest card in the hand.
We just need
Battering
your
Blast is giving me
40
trauma.
Oh no!
Probably Doggy Biscuit is the pick for Fury Hunter here.
Let's muddy the waters.
The scale through for free from the Trickster. Very nice.
Bunch of whelps for clear and sword boosts 4, and then of course going all in with base. Ooh, is he debating whether or not to like hit that dragon with hero power, or does he want to save 2 dragons on board?
I think
One
it's fine
dragon
for
on
him.
board.
Yeah, with that extra 8 armor from Kolak, especially the board presence does seem like it's better than 4 health here. Grusian going to search from Moonlit. There's the Kazaka-san, but not active just yet. The thing you kind of want to go for is holding the Malagos for post Kazaka-san, so you can draw all the spell treasures just by playing Malagos immediately. Problem is, he has no other dragons in hand, so if he wants to activate the Kazaka-san and play it right now, he has to Mali first.
Now, how about
Spells galore.
Not just Kazaka-san here instead of, because the Cold Tooth is just something like it can get guff, I suppose. That worth it as opposed to just playing down the dragon right now. Okay.
It's gone.
Ew, these are terrible.
0 mana fairy dragon.
Trying to wrap my head around
it's
why
cute,
he
though.
played. Why would he play aquatic farm on 0 mana left? It just didn't seem necessary. He wasn't gonna overdraw. I don't know, but for Fury Hunter here, well, it's a pressure game plan. I thought he would be more of the controlling player because of the spells he generated, but Grusian hasn't been able to get a full grip on the board, so Fury's actually playing the aggressor right now. Contraband Stash will get him Olak and Scale of Onyxia. Not the best, but it's the most pressure.
I think I'll give Biscuit to further buff his card. Of course, making use of that awesome hero power. Oh. Hey, more armor.
Like this a lot from Fury Hunter. Gets the good order arguably as well, because if you scale first and then like you don't have room for a Kolak. Oh man, if you Murazon and pull Stash as Prester Druid, then you're gonna replay all of your class dragons that you've played so far, but there's nothing super impactful, I don't think. Like he gets an Amber Watcher and
A fairy dragon.
it's not a class card, so not
Oh,
that.
oops. Yeah. Right, opting for Guff.
A little bit of healing. Oh, sorry, it's not. It doesn't get any honorable kill, so it just is going to remove 2 2/1s.
Job's done.
Oh, okay, but the Murazond will get Stash, so the Stash will replay Grusian Brass Wing. Okay, that works.
Alright.
Yeah. But he's still dead. Never mind.
Fury Hunter
Never
raiding
mind.
with that fist pump already.
adds too much pressure. I feel ashamed for underestimating Kolak. I was like, that's a meh Colossal. At least it's a class card, but it's not that much pressure. In fact, it was enough here, just being copied and buffed up with the Doggy Biscuit. Fury Hunter very nicely identifying his win condition, which is to be as aggressive as possible, going into the Prestor turn and really never letting go of the board. Grzin didn't get those huge board clears off of Deathwing or Raid Boss Onyxia. And the swing turn, even though it happened, it was just too late. The 40 health wasn't enough to save him.
Yeah, that's true. Again, he has dragons, but not the best ones at that moment. And with Fury Hunter just controlling this board, Zori kind of lost to that board versus board control match. Playing super aggressive here, forgetting about clearing the minions, because who needs it when you have lethal?
Yeah, that's right. Fury is down to his last deck that he needs to take a win with. The Control Murloc Shaman, 30 card version. Nothing out of the ordinary here. We saw already the power of Glug just a while ago. Yeah, I think this list is very, very standard. He has the one of Command of Neptulon to make room for the one of Bloodlust. And I am a fan of Bloodlust being teched in here just to give yourself a little bit of reach as Shaman. When you're running the 30 card version, you generally don't have room for bioluminescence, so the Bloodlust can kind of make up for the lack of burst potential. And also Bloodlust is just a very cool card to have playing on your opponent's mind, right? Even if it's a one-of, they'll be thinking, oh no, this board state, if I leave it up, I'm dead to Bloodlust. Maybe they play a bit safer because of it.
Yeah, that's right. And just the extra attacks on the minions can prove a bit difficult for Zori, depending on Zori's card draw as well. Control versus Prestor Druid. Who will come out on top? Might be a bit favored for Control Shaman.
Well, me being the Prestor degen I am, I do like the Prestor Druid in the matchup, but this is another one where you have to be super careful not to fill up your board entirely as Prestor, because once again, if they are board locked, they can do nothing. None of their cards, none of the dragons interact well. You have no spells that actually clear the board on the other side. You're relying on dragons to clear. And so, Grzin has to be very careful because of those Snowfall Guardians on the other side. But first things first, he needs to find a way to Prestor, because this is like one of the first opening hands he's hit that has no Prestor, no Cold Tooth Mine, nor Jerry Rig.
If I got in, I can get out.
Hey, cute Murloc though. Of course, he doesn't play it because the 2/3 just eats it very easily.
Yeah, the Flurgle being played for tempo here is very heads up from Fury Hunter. Even though Prestor Druid has Druid of the Reef and they have Pelican Diver to potentially kill Flurgle, they don't often keep those cards, so it makes a lot of sense that Fury would just want to get as aggressive as possible here. Already forces out a silence from Zloi Grzin. Looks like Grzin is going to coin Vate out the Jerry Rig Carpenter, which I think is a very heads-up play. It might look unintuitive because you want to save those cards for, you know, playing a Prestor earlier. But actually, if you map it out, if you don't play the Jerry Rig Carpenter this turn, the earliest you can play Prestor is turn 5 anyway. And for going with this line, he's not only able to still play Prestor on turn 5 by going Skulker and more supplies on the next turn, he also wakes up his Stockade's Prisoner immediately and fights harder for board before the Snowfall Guardian is available.
Not correct, and take advantage of that Frostbite honorable kill for... Oh, discount. Nope.
Yeah. The Frostbite is huge here to disrupt Grzin's plan. It means he can't get the guaranteed discount on Prestor until much later anymore, to the point where it's probably not worth trying to weave in the Skulker. Just get the Prestor in hand and accept that you are going to play it on turn 6 for
and just getting off the board, keeping some, do some damage to the face. Rosina hovering over, composting, perhaps for more card draw, but we shall see.
Strictly.
Pelican Diver is a decent draw here to help him stem the bleeding on the next turn, but Command the Neptulon previously for Fury Hunter is really backbreaking for Guzin because that's just 10 attack that's on board and it's immediate board clear. It's going to get 20 damage through very realistically because Prestor is already going to take up entire turn 6 for Green 6. For Guzin.
They're just unable to like ramp up to that and having that increased mana. Did not
Ooh,
help
Finley.
any.
Okay, I was wondering if Grzin would play Finley immediately because it's 0 mana, there's not much penalty to waiting till you see the next draw and then deciding if you want that extra card to go back in the deck. But he plays it now for more board presence and gets immensely rewarded with the dragons because that's a Malagos, one of the best options you can get immediately post Prestor. But we see Fury Hunter here with the option to Mutinous, 50-50 to chomp that Malagos.
Yeah, looks like he's doing his some maths. We don't know the next move.
Alternatively, he could go wider on this board with Clownfish, Cookie. He can even Macaw to copy the Clownfish battle cry, which means his Mutinous next turn would be quite cheap. Banking mana seems decent. Really just tough to say because as the shaman, you have no idea what kind of dragon is in hand. If you know that they're going for a big greedy Malagos turn, then you would want to put as much pressure on board as possible. But if you think that they have Raid Boss Onyxia, you don't necessarily want to go super wide because they get too much clearing potential.
Sure.
Oh my goodness, a Guff.
Look up. Malagos coming right up.
That's so nuts. Malagos will pull him an Innervate at least, so he can then go Guff, Innervate, Hero Power Ramp, and play the Onyxian Drake to snipe off the Gorlock Ravager. It's an incredible turn. Sorry, does he not have an Innervate left? Okay, there it is. Yeah. At the very end. Amping up.
It's happening. The Presto Druid Dream, Gia.
Yes, it is. Fury behind on board, behind on health total, behind on resources, but he has the Snowfall Guardian into Macaw Chain, and that could be his ticket out of this mess. Question is whether he wants to kill off the taunt before doing that. Oh, he's actually even just gonna go Brukan here, set up the better hero power. Start weaving it in every single turn, that makes sense. Probably deal 2 to all and then deal 6 face. Oh, okay, he's going with the taunts.
Oh, and just going full face. Oh no, of course taking down that taunt first.
Yeah, decent hedge here. Actually chooses to kill off the Cookie so he gets his weapon immediately. Playing as safe as possible, getting the maximum lifesteal just in case there's some Alex Traza generations here. Grzin finds Kazakusan. Picks Starfish for now though. Okay.
Questions up.
This must be the way.
Ooh, Brass Wing. That's extremely good. He needs healing.
Feelings.
He also has Amber Watcher here.
This must be the way.
Oyoyoy is Sarah. Double Brasswing completely clears the board, but he doesn't get to push face damage. Probably fine though. Just keep ramping, make sure he heals up. He's safe against that hero power. However, this is kind of what Fury was planning for. As a contingency, he now has just the freeze minion, leaving only one board space for Gruzin. The thing is, one board space is all Gruzin needs because this Smothering Starfish can not only remove the freeze from the Snowfall Guardian, but also put all of the Brass Wings back up to 9-8 stats.
That's correct.
Oh man,
Oh,
hits the AoE with the Mikado. Nicely done from Fury, not getting baited into Snowfall Guardian. It's just not safe to play unless there's 7 minions exactly on the other side.
taking account of the Starfish as well, because he wouldn't want to have that silence in the board full of minions. Though the freezing does boost up the Snowfall Guardian stats. Slowly drawing some cards, or potentially some more healing.
Gruzin has consistently shown that he's not one to rush Kazakhstan. I was honestly thinking of starting the turn with Kazakhstan and then drawing with the cards after so that you are drawing treasures rather than random dragons. But Gruzin wants to milk a little bit more value out from his deck. And to be fair, he's hit decent dragons. Amber Watchers are not to be scoffed at here. They took Vampiric Fan. Ember's instantly Clockwork Assistant, probably.
Makes sense.
No, he didn't.
Oh, what was the pick? Was it the Death Battle Legendary?
I think so. I think he took Canopic Jars, actually. Which is not one you often see these days. But I think composting on 3 minions, I think that's the responsible amount here.
Looks like I'm here just
Actually, he could have gotten away with 4. Okay. Leaves 6 minions on board. No more than that. Very heads up.
No, Gia, sometimes a family can be 1, 2, 3, 4 dragons, 1 dragon in disguise, and a Murloc.
Yeah, chosen family. We have Lady Presser out here, the mother of dragons, and 1 Murloc. Kind of like TJ's pets, you know. I feel like he has many, many dogs and then a couple cats. So Presser going for a bit of variety here with her 1 Murloc.
Of course.
Okay, Free Hunter is going for the freeze here. That means that the Starfish is gonna close the game. Is this lethal? Hold on. 14, 18, 22. Yeah, that's definitely lethal. Starfish. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Fury was in a tough spot there because he could have chosen to play around Starfish by going for AoE instead of freezing. He had the hero power that could have killed a lot of the smaller minions. However, that would have given Gruzin a ton of draws, and treasures are oftentimes even more deadly than a Starfish. So he had to choose what he wanted to play around. In this case, Fury chose not to play around Starfish, but be stronger against the average 1 or 2 draws of treasures. Didn't work out this time, and that means Gruzin is on the board now with a win.
Yeah, that's right. I did enjoy how Gruzin kept his board at 6 just to guarantee him being able to play the Starfish in the case of any shenanigans from the Shaman.
Kind of beautiful to watch all those stats go up to their full and the freeze removed. Just a very powerful card in the meta, Starfish here, not just in Prester Druid. And now we're gonna see Big Shaman versus 30 card Shaman.
Shaman versus Shaman matchup? What are your thoughts on this, Aegea?
This one can get pretty wacky. It also becomes a lot of back and forth freeze battles because if you get ahead on board, your opponent's best answer is generally to play Snowfall Guardian, and then generally your best answer is to play a Snowfall Guardian in response, and then they answer with a Macaw, and then you answer with your Macaw, and then you end up with all this huge stats on board and a lot of board tension. And so the player that hits more of the freeze cards is generally in a good spot. That being said, Gruzin, even though by virtue of having 40 cards, he's less likely to hit all of the freezes back to back, he also runs Bioluminescence, which is a big difference maker because even from a frozen board, he's able to get damage through because of the spell damage from the Biolumi. So Fury Hunter has to be pretty careful here, and then Gruzin has to, hopefully for his sake, find a good balance of the freeze resources and reach. Wow. Fury is like, okay, I'm down, I'm digging this hand, and oh my goodness, what a hand it is. This is Clownfish into Clownfish Mutinous into Brilliant Macaw, and that's a brand now as well. Oh my god. He can go mega chomping here. I'm just trying to figure out what the breakpoints are. But it's strong. That I can guarantee.
Yeah, super value of brand if he plays it right and times it. Meanwhile, Soy just filling up his hand with a cute piranhas. I mean, would you call them cute? I'll say they're kind of cute.
They are. They're colorful.
Yeah.
They're cute until you're actually facing them in real life. That's my stance.
They just keep multiplying.
Okay, let's plan this out, right? If he goes Clownfish again, the Mutinous will cost 3, which means, yeah, Fury Hunter can play it on turn 5. And then on turn 6, Bran Macaw for 2 more chomps. And in the meantime, Fury Hunter can weave in 1 Frostbite this turn and 1 Frostbite the next turn. Good to me.
Okay, I can see some potential combos there with the Macaw, the Murloc and Bran. He just needs some mana to play out.
Hits not a Piranha. Wow. The double schooling is honestly one of the best things Gruzin could have done, even though I don't think he was aware to play around Mutinous, multiple chomping. But unfortunately, gets a good outcome for Fury Hunter. But we'll see on these next 2 chomps. Are they going to be relevant enough to stop the pressure? Okay, he is not even going for another chomp.
Right, just opting for more board presence along board presence in the next few turns.
Can spell Zinjari. Anybody?
Lightning. It's not that good, right? If he plays Feral Spirit, though, he's overloaded next turn, which is not the end of the world. Like, as long as he doesn't overload into turn 8 / Brucon turn, it's all good. But now Fury sees 2 Piranhas played, which means that only the Nagaling is a bad chomp target here. Problem is, he's kind of dying on board. So, does he have to go digging with School Teacher instead? Doesn't really have much mana for it, so it's going to be chomp chomp. Fall, good outcome for Fury. Nagaling, okay.
Goodbye, cute Nagaling.
Average outcome. Well, Fury is almost dead on board. If he doesn't trade the 4-3, he's just dead to Lightning Bolt, dead to Frostbite, so he has to take that pretty poor trade here.
And Floyd just not hesitating, going face, freezing everything. Oof.
Okay. School Teacher has to come in clutch here.
Let's go.
Anybody?
Oh. I mean,
Feral Spirit?
Feral for...
But he it doesn't have board space. Problem. I think Lightning Bolt and... Oh no. If he had gotten Tidal Surge, that would have been the best outcome, I think. Because Lightning Bolt plus Surge could actually kill the... Oh, there's Tidal Surge, but it only casts once here. I don't think there's any outcome with the mana left that saves Fury Hunter here.
Not the best options here. We can see it in his face as well. But is there hope? Just even a little bit. Oh no.
From his perspective, if he kills off his own Nagaling, plays Maelstrom, gets a taunt, it's not good enough. There's 2 minions that can attack.
And he
Quick
knows
one.
it as well. And there we go, Sword Grusin just tying up the score 2-2. That means we are going into a game 5.
Yeah, down to the wire once again, Amy. It's just been almost all 5-game series across the board. Gruzin now has his Hunter, the Beast Hunter, to contend with Fury Hunter's Shaman. And this is a matchup that is, I think, gonna work out a bit better for Fury Hunter on average here. While the Hunter can get very aggressive on board, Shaman has no shortage of removal, and they actually deal pretty well with Mountain Bears being generated and regenerated because they can freeze them for quite some time.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, if Soy does get those piranhas and buff them earlier on, it can just take down any of those doggy biscuit shenanigans or minions that Fury Hunt that are played. Oh, wait, no, I got the classes mixed up.
No worries. Yeah, watching that replay, it is pretty spectacular to see that even with 3 total minions gobbled up by the mutinous effects, that Gruzin was still having so many cards in hand and ahead on resources. And it just goes to show like the natural defense that Shaman has against itself by playing Schooling. The aggro won in the end there. Okay. Beast Hunter list with the Peasant. Nothing out of the ordinary here. One quick shot is a little bit noteworthy. Maybe that comes in handy as a bit of reach because notably the Hunter is very weak against freeze, right? If all of their damage comes from minions, then Fury Hunter actually has a lot of leeway to manipulate the board state, but that one of Quick Shot alongside the Harpoon Guns maybe gives Gruzin a little bit more initiative in dealing with the board.
And that's true. With Beast Hunter, you always have a lot of these cute animals on board, but against the freeze and everything, Snookuzi might be in a tricky spot against Fury Hunter's Shaman.
And it looks like we're jumping right into the game. And I'm sure what Gruzin wants to see in the opener is Slither Spear, Doggy Biscuit, anything to get that early pressure rolling so he can preferably close out the game soon with King Crush being judged, something like that. If Fury Hunter has time though, if he gets ahead in the early game and gets those staggers from the Wild Paw Cavern, that can actually strand the second charge of the Harpoon Gun and make things pretty difficult for Gruzin. He is saying something, talking to himself a lot.
Always good strategy.
He has a very good opening hand.
Yeah, the Slither Spear is going there. Coin into the weapon just to get rid of a Fury Hunter's minion, so he can perhaps continue buffing his own.
Ooh, hits Mountain Bear. He can take that on the second Dredge though, because it still won't be playable next turn. It's gonna go down to 4 mana. That being said, since his turn 3 already looks pretty set to be ramming Mount, I don't mind him taking Mountain Bear here, and then on the second charge of the Harpoon Gun, hoping that the new replacement Dredge would be another beast. He goes K9 Otron though, so it looks like next turn he wants to go wide rather than tall. Yeah, can pull Peasant here. He saw that from the dredge. Yeah, the fact that he saw K9atron dredging that could also then allow the K9 to dredge a 1-drop probably tilted his decision more to K9 instead of Mountain Bear. But on the second charge, definitely going to be Mountain Bear. We saw Grzien prioritizing playing the Harpoon Gun as well, getting both charges done before a staggered can come out to make sure that he's not disrupted by the freeze to face.
Right, and Fury Hunter just playing for that eventual board, but of course Soy Breezing popping down that bear for the taunt might make it a bit difficult for Fury Hunter to get rid of. Oh.
The worst thing for Fury is that the bear is protecting the peasant. Fury just cannot get through to it at the moment. Really wants to find Fungalmancer Flurgle or something like that. Sorry, Firemancer Flurgle to deal with these piddly minions. But right now, even just taking an elemental to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, Tar Creeper now.
The breakpoints on Command of Neptulon are just not nice here. Okay, Maelstrom Portal from School Teacher. You can play the Nagaling right now and kill off the Peasant. It's not bad. Lightning Storm, though, deals with 3 minions, so that's probably the pick. He'll overload for 2 next turn, but I think it's worth it.
Pick me! Pick me!
And of course he does the Lightning Storm with Peasant. And does he want to pop the taunt and then have the death rattle activate?
Yeah, that's the question. I actually don't know if it's worth it. Because by popping the death rattle, it's kind of like you're giving the 2/2 charge. So Fury Hunter says no.
Not today.
Job's done.
No.
Now he has to deal with it, probably.
And it's not too difficult. If he wants to take double trades, it's fine. With the 4/3 and the 2/3, he can kill off one of the 2/4s that spawn. And probably most importantly, play down 2 minions this turn, Tar Creeper and Cookie. Or Wind Chill guy, Cookie, and an actual Wind Chill. And then have a super wide board for Bloodlust next turn. Ah, I see. It just takes 1 trade, meaning he has the maximum amount of minions for Bloodlust next turn and also freezing the bear. I think that's very smart. Praying for, what is this, no King Crush? Something like that? No second Mountain Bear?
Let none survive.
Not much Grzien can do here. Oh, he's gonna kill off his own bear so he can revive Pettit. Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, it's a safe play. Makes a lot of sense.
Just to stave off that bleeding and everything, using Doggy Biscuit.
He landed the good rush as well, 1 in 3. The one that lets him kill off the Tar Creeper. But this is still an excellent Bloodlust for Fury Hunter, I'd have to imagine.
Fury Hunter is calculating whether or not it is worth it.
It could get better next turn is the thing. He can play Command of Neptulon this turn, take a few more favorable trades, play the Sleep Breaker and save the Bloodlust for lethal. Yeah, I don't think he has much to be afraid of if he goes for that line because he's not dead to King Crush. That's the full board here.
There goes bears. Might have to contend with another pesky bear if Soy opts to do that for his turn 7.
True, but this one can't stop the Bloodlust. Not anymore.
Oh.
Not enough. Okay.
Oh.
That's just a regular saber. Yeah. Fury takes it. Bloodlust for immense lethal.
And Soy knows
Yeah.
having to bow out of that.
Right, the bloodlust wasn't even necessary in the end there. Fury popping off. It's just nice to see that even for a player of his caliber, of a player that's gotten as many achievements as Fury, it feels like every last game still matters so much to him. And it's because he is so hungry to get through to the World Championship. Every point earned in these first initial weeks of Grandmasters Last Call means a better shot at making it to playoffs, and a better shot at playoffs means a better shot at Worlds.
We can see him celebrating with that win there. A 3-2 going to 5 games. He had great control of the board in the mid game, and just without even the bloodlust, Sloy knew that it was over. Having all those taunts did not help in the end, with those rush minions breaking through it, and again having that strong board presence allowed Fairy Hunter to clear away those taunts and go face, continuing to pepper Sloy with damage.
That is right. The damage adds up very quickly as Shaman and the freezing effects really made sure that Fury Hunter didn't take too much damage there in the early game. So now that means Fury is through to Sunday, already secures himself 2 points minimum, joining the other 4 players who have qualified themselves through as of yesterday. But here in Group C, there is still one more slot up for grabs. Gruzin has the best shot at it, of course, only needs to take one more match victory, but it could still be either Okashinsuke or Chonsu taking it if they manage to win both their remaining matches. So Amy, we have one more match to cast today before we hand it off to Raven and Subtle, and that's the elimination match. But before all of that, we of course need to give our players a bit of a break. Right after this, it's the elimination match. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back once again to day 2 of week 1 of Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We have just sent Fury Hunter through to tomorrow with a chance of earning that full 5 points. Unfortunately for Zloy Gruzin, it means he is now waiting down in the Deciders match to have a chance at getting that other slot through in Group C. But before that, we need to find out who is facing him, Amy. We have Chonsu and Oka Shinsuke, who previously lost their matches today, finding out who will make it through the elimination.
Yeah, in terms of Kishinsuke, we have his Rogue, Priest, Hunter, and Druid. Meanwhile, Chonsu also has a Druid, Mage, Rogue, and a Murloc deck. Sorry, and a Shaman deck to contend with. I'm interested to see if there will be. Oh, never mind. I was thinking that there would be a bit of mirrors with the Druid, but it looks like Oka Shinsuke has banned Chonsu's Druid.
Yeah, that's right. And that Druid is alignment, which I think makes it an insta-ban for Oka Shinsuke's lineup, which is very weak to that mana manipulation. He's running Boar Priest and Prester Druid, and yeah, even the Hunter to a certain extent, the Quest Hunter, really suffers against the alignment Druid. However, once that ban has been factored in, I feel like Oka Shinsuke is in a very good spot against Chonsu. All these combo-oriented decks have great matchups against Chonsu's Shaman, which I really feel will be the struggle point, the deck that he's going to need to get a win with in order to take the series. Otherwise, he's going to just get bullied on it.
That's right, and with Chonsu just banning the Mind Rogue from Oka Shinsuke, it basically means no quick games for his opponent. But for Chonsu himself, he has his own Rogue at hand, just for hoping to draw into those key cards in the very beginning to hopefully defeat whatever his opponent chooses.
Yeah, that's right. The Mind Rogue from Chonsu, I think, is positioned pretty decently against Oka Shinsuke's lineup, especially the Boar Priest, if it does come to that, because Boar Priest can just get 30-0'd by a Mind Rogue player that knows what they're doing. We could potentially see Mind Rogue versus Quest Hunter, which I also feel comes out in Mind Rogue's favor, because the Hunter takes quite a bit of a long time to actually get enough damage going, but maybe the 40 health can afford Oka Shinsuke a bit more breathing room. If we see Mind Rogue versus Prester Druid, though, that's a very fun one because it can get out of hand super quickly. And the Prester Druid, if they hit even one dragon with healing capability, like the Amber Watcher or the Alexstrasza, that can ruin a Mind Rogue's day. Okay. So it is Prester.
Oh, we have your wish, Gia.
Yeah, none of the cards looking good enough to keep in the opener for Oka Shinsuke, though. For Chonsu, he has Shatter Shambler and Snowfall Graveyard, both of which are pretty necessary to the win condition. Shinsuke, deep in thought, camera blurred, completely zen. Okay.
Okay, just mulliganing all of those.
Okay, it's a pretty good hand for Oka Shinsuke. Hits the Prester and Innervate, so guaranteed minimum turn 5 Prester activation. That is sometimes too slow still against the Mind Rogue, but he at least has Pelican Diver to kill off Shatter Shambler, because even that one attack minion going face a couple times sometimes gives Chonsu better breakpoints. Between Hero Power and Mistress of Mixtures for Oka Shinsuke, I was gonna say I actually do like the Hero Power better because his armor is unlikely to go anywhere, and he can just weave in another hero power with the Mistress on the next turn. Because right now, Chonsu, he doesn't really play on curve, right? He's just waiting for card draw effects at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Just having Okishinsuke like consistently, slowly but surely gaining armor might be helpful into the long game if Rogue doesn't draw into the cards needed. Oh, and he pops down the Mistress of Mixtures for the board presence, and if the bombs start rolling, Mistress of Mixtures can potentially attack into an enemy minion and heal up some much needed health.
Mailbox answer is also just an incredible draw for Okashinsuke. If it were any later than this turn, it doesn't actually speed up the turn at which Prester comes down. But because it was drawn specifically on turn 3, it means now that turn 4, Coin Innervate Prester is available and Okashinsuke can go straight away to Dragonland. Meanwhile, for Chonsu, no Naval Mine, no sketchy information, no smoke screen. Very bad times, indeed.
Oh no.
Presto! Now, come on, Okashinsuke. I rolled my R. Go for it.
Okay, going for that Prester one. The ramp up to it on his turn 4. Meanwhile, Chensu now has to deal with these dragons, while hopefully drawing into the cards he need.
Okay, Sketchy's a start, right? So he can kill off the Mistress with his dagger. Now he can also Snowfall prep Sketchy and deal 8 damage with the mine. That means the counterfeit Blade is also going to deal 8 on its death rattle. But Chonsu doesn't actually choose to play Sketchy immediately. Alright. Wow, that's a pretty good dragon to start off with. And for Okashinsuke, I honestly think he should play Starfish first. And then the Onyxia. Oh wait, sorry. Onyxia and then Starfish. Is that better than Starfish than Onyxia? Because you would get an 8-8, but you don't get all the 1-1s in that instance. Alright, he's just gonna hold off on Starfish altogether. And if Chonsu clears any minion, then Okashinsuke can then Starfish and immediately have an attacking 8 attack Onyxia. Probably better. 14 damage on board. Yikes.
So much.
Chonsu is in big trouble. I think all he can do is prep Sketchy and play the counterfeit Blade, swing face, and hope that he gets the other Naval Mine on the next turn. It's not even enough damage, I don't know.
Oh. Well, some mines are going down. Though, by not hitting any of the minions or playing one himself, he does lock Okashinsuke aboard, not allowing him to play the Starfish for silence.
Thing is, I don't think Chonsu has any one individual top deck that's good enough to win the game right now. Because swinging face, he'll deal 12 total. Playing Naval Mine and killing it with 2, he'll deal 20. And then 2 Wicked Stabs face. It's 28. It's a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, that armor gain at the start really played in Okashinsuke's favor as well.
Wait, hold on. Sketchy, he deals 8 with that. Swing face, you deal 12, 20. You go Naval Mine and Tooth, 28. And then Coin, Wicked Stab face. I think it's lethal.
I know. Oh,
Because he has double coin. Wait, that's nuts. Sketchy was the draw. He gets oh, sorry, he even has Shatter Shambler. I forgot, doesn't even need to tooth his own minion here. Crazy stuff.
turnaround. And there you have it, a fairly short game going into the mid game with Okashinsuke versus Chansu and the Rogue winning.
Yeah, I mean, 31-0. No big problem for Chonsu whatsoever. Just another day at work. I don't think Okashinsuke should be feeling too sad about that one overall, even though it did feel like it was completely stolen from him, because the Mind Rogue was in a good position against several decks in his lineup. I think Chonsu was going to get a win with Rogue at some point. What Okashinsuke should focus on is making sure he doesn't lose any favorables to that Shaman that's still remaining for Chonsu.
That's right, and we see in the recap Okashinsuke continually going face with the dragons, having a coined out Lady Prester alongside Innervate on his turn 4, but unfortunately that wasn't enough, as again Chansu was able to play out his combo with the mines and continue going face and finishing off his opponent with a Wicked Stab. Right, right now we have some Quest Hunter from Okashinsuke.
Yeah, this is a deck that gained popularity after the Masters Tour. We saw, I think, a couple players in China posting some really good ladder results with it, which kind of made the rest of the world pay attention, as it usually so happens. And then I think it was Kranich that posted a rank 1 legend list, which had this Ancient Kraken Bane, a bit of an iteration on that first list that we saw from China. And that card is just amazing. It's so much burst, and because you're running Conscious Call, you can hit it pretty consistently, and as the Quest Hunter, not really run out of resources. The problem with the old Quest Hunter is sometimes you spend so many spells hitting face just to get your quest active that you run out of fuel for post-quest completion. But nowadays, you have so much card draw, so much value, that it's just whether or not you have the time to play everything.
Yeah, and just perhaps going up against the Control Murloc Shaman, there might be some time, just so that in terms of the Murloc, it has the Glug, it has the Brucon for all that synergy. We'll see if this goes into the late game with all the value from both classes.
Yeah, I think it could definitely go the long game. The Hunter generally is able to deal with the board pushes from the Shaman, unless there's something crazy like Wild Paw Null and Clownfish and like 2 Murlocs all in the same turn. Not Wild Paw Null, Wild Paw Cavern, so sorry. But Hunter has a lot of tools in their kit to deal even with wide boards, most notably Explosive Trap, and if they hit the Beastalker Tavish, your improved Explosive Trap can sometimes strand an entire board's worth of minions from the Shaman.
That's right. Smaller game for Okashinsuke, and of course he keeps the quest. Chansu keeps 2 Murlocs for that synergy of dealing 1 and dealing 2 damage to his opponent.
I see you've brought guests.
Right, we'll see if he wants to hold on to all of these, though, just coin out the Clownfish instead so he can play 3 Murlocs all on the same turn. I think that has, I was gonna say, more utility than coining out 2 into 2 into 3. Because against Quest Hunter, they're usually able to kill off minions one at a time and do so very conveniently. Like, that's exactly what they want to do. But if you play everything all together, sometimes they won't clear the entire board, and then you can push some damage. As it happens, though, for Chonsu, Okashinsuke doesn't have a clear for the Firemancer Flurgle, so it's going to work out pretty nicely for Chonsu.
Yeah. And we have some Murloc synergy coming right up here. There is another option as well with the Frostbite, but of course, just doing some face damage works just as well.
Chonsu has like a bit of a dilemma as to whether this is freezing or explosive, because if he thinks it's freezing, it's better to play the South Coast Chieftain first and then attack. If he thinks it's explosive, it's better to attack with the Flurgle first. He gets the right read here, and I think this is a good read because you generally wouldn't play explosive into a single Firemancer Flurgle. So Chonsu makes sure that he gets the extra 3 damage by actually playing the Chieftain first.
Yeah, and now Shinsuke opting for the explosive trap that we were talking about, perhaps against the Ensure. Oh, nope, never mind. I was gonna say if Chansu started playing Murlocs Galore, then it would work out, but of course he tests that explosive trap out and gets rewarded by now having a board for Hunter to deal with.
Which Okashinsky can take advantage of. At least half of the board removed with a piercing shot. If he wants quick shot freezing trap, that's also a decent option to make sure he actually takes 0 damage. I was looking at piercing, honestly. Oh, sorry, this is the one that makes his hero power just work as well. Yeah, that's better than freezing. Okay, Chonsu responding with Wild Paw, hitting a very solid curve, even with the command of Neptulon to follow up. This is pretty much the best Chonsu can hope for, but Okashinsuke is still staying toe-to-toe with it. Picks up Arcane Shot, which is actually very good in this spot because it is another spell school for the multicaster. If Okashinsuke wants, he can draw 3 off of multicaster right now, or he can go Arcane Shot, Hero Power to clear the staggered, play Freezing Trap, and then draw 3 when multicaster next turn.
Magic?
That's for now, though.
I've heard of it.
Just getting some more feel for his hand. Hopefully, there are cards that he needs.
Not amazing options. The only damage spell is very expensive here for Okashinsuke. He ideally wants cheaper ones so he can get that hero power to cost 0.
And now he has to contend with this board. Going face for some bleeding.
Yeah, I think just piercing shot, freezing trap, and then the hero power goes down to 0, so he can he can pierce the he can hero power the 5/1, and then play freezing trap to put 1 staggered back into hand for Chonsu. Going ice trap instead of freezing. Okay.
Right.
This stops a potential second command of Neptulon. Chonsu now knows it's 100% ice trap. Because of that, maybe just playing the Flurgle and Gorlock Ravager. Oh, actually, I don't know how many auras are left on the
If only I had
clownfish.
some warm soup.
Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, just will he draw some Murlocs?
I see. So that was the last charge of clownfish, so everything goes more expensive. But you can still play Amalgam. Looks pretty good. Fill the board every turn. Get that incremental damage. Start the Bloodlust. Old Lights here.
Only. Oh. The board flooding.
That's interesting to me because I felt like the Cold Light helps maybe make his board a bit more resilient. And if not that, then taking Finley makes sense to be the cheapest possible Murloc to proc your Firemancer Flurgle later on. Alright, so really rough for Okashinsuke now that he doesn't have Explosive Trap. Also doesn't have a Naga to proc the Barbed Nets with. He can get his Tavish in hand if he wants.
Yep, and since Chansu knows that the secret is not explosive, he can just attack into face without much he can just attack into his opponent without much consequence. And yeah, time moves quickly. Okashinsuke has to decide now in terms of what to do. Will he take down a minion just to mitigate a little bit of bleeding, or play spell? And look,
Yeah, he
yeah.
definitely has to clear. I honestly didn't think he would go Barracuda Bane this turn. I was looking at aimed shot on the 4-3, and then you use Barb Net to get the Tavish in hand. And you can also hero power for 0 into a 3-4 and play Freezing Trap. But maybe Okashinsuke was scared of Mutinous to eat his Tavish in that case. The Barracuda Bane also makes it so that he has more resources for the long run, but he will be taking a lot of damage.
So many choices.
So many choices, so many options, many cute Murlocs. Hey, the clownfish.
Yeah, Chonsu will be concerned about Tavish happening the next turn, so the general response to playing into your opponent's quest reward turn is to be put as much pressure on board as possible. And with Okani, he's also disrupting the potential Tavish. I assume he picks minion here.
Yeah, a great move. Just to deny Okashinsuke the quest reward.
Still no explosive. Is there a good enough shell shot outcome that keeps him alive here? The question. The thing is, he can't both stay alive and play around Mutinous on his Tavish. He was very cognizant of it last turn because he did see a Gorlock Ravager, so it was high odds of there being a Mutinous, but the situation has just gotten worse now, even more pressure, and he will have to play damage spells to stay alive, so the quest reward has a 50-50 of being chopped next turn. Unless he plays it right here. Isn't he just dead if he plays it here? Oh, he can't play it because there's a minion block on Akane.
Yeah.
Like,
In a very awkward position now. All I can do is clear the minions.
okay, best shell shot ever if everything hits the Okani? Maybe? Okay, gonna go bunker instead, fair enough. But now Chonsu gets the 50-50 shot at munching the quest reward. Oh, misses. Okay.
This is alright.
Oh no, Chonsu! Leaning back very aggressively, but immediately leaning forward again. Not the end of the world. He still has a 7-8 and is ahead on board. Okashinsuke is not healthy here. Probably just play Cookie for Chonsu. Trade away the Barracuda Bane, go face with the... Okay, not even trading. He thinks the Mutinous is safe as it is, fair enough. Now the problem for Okashinsuke is this Okani still needs to go before Tavish gets played. So he needs to get a pretty lucky shell shot here. At least one hit on the Okani.
Yeah, that 6 health on it. Oh, really locking out his Tavish in the last couple of turns. Oh no!
Wait a second. This unlocks an alternate play now, right? Because he can set up a decent explosive trap. Just don't Tavish this turn, right? Yeah.
Okay, discover what's in the box.
Harpoon gun. I'm down for that.
Quickly.
Because if you play Harpoon gun, you can actually kill the Okani this turn.
And
Want to. But if he goes explosive, trade the 3-2 into Okani, ping the Mutinous. It's almost... It's a dead Okani next turn anyway if Chonsu attacks. Because then Okashinsuke can ping the remaining 1 health on Akani. The question is, does Chonsu attack? I'm inclined to say no. Because if he does, the Tavish just comes on board for free, right?
If only I had
I
some
think he
warm
actually freezes his own board here. Like, Schooling, Rana, and Snowfall Guardian? Not quite a lethal setup if you assume everything else on your board is going to die. That's the problem.
warm soup.
But if healing minions with totem? Oh. Let's see.
Schooling gets blocked by Ice Trap, but at least it means the Ice Trap's out of the way, so then he can Frostbite next turn. So if you Hero Power and play Snowfall with the rest of your mana, then you have an 8/8 Snowfall. And then you have potentially the Cookie Ladle next turn. And Frostbite, which is not 16, so it's not actually a lethal setup. So Chonsu is going to delay a little bit here.
And delay and just continuing to have the board with that spell deck over the next few turns.
So Krakenbane to proc the Okani. And then he can go Tavish, Hero Power, Ice Trap, Hero Power, Furious Howl next turn. It's good as long as he puts the hero powers on like the 3/4 and a 2/3. All good. Still safe to explosive trap.
Yep, and you want to play a card before.
I think it's Ice Trap instead of Furious here. There's a shot that he gets 2 draws out of each Furious, or 2 out of the left one and then 3 out of the right one. But it does mean he's less mana efficient for next turn. It's really close. Just gonna take the 1 draw now. Damage is starting to add up for Okashinsuke.
Yeah, it is. So now Okina might have to take down that Tavish with his minions because he knows his explosive trap, and if he attacks into it, all that damage is gonna be gone.
Right. Can certainly kill off the Tavish first. I still think he needs to find some Snowfall Guardian way to win this game. Because everything else is going to be at a low enough health total to die to Explosive Trap, and if Chonsu plays something a little bit bigger, it can just be pinged by Okashinsuke. But if it's a huge Snowfall, either it forces Okashinsuke to sink a lot of damage into it, or Chonsu can threaten a counter-lethal.
Yeah, especially with like Chansu's board right now, having the Snowfall Guardian out, and having creating that big minion to threaten lethal would be a turner for Chonsu.
Raids 2 minions, and then I think he goes Clownfish Snowfall here. So what this does is you set up a big minion, you also preload that mana discount from the Clownfish so that if Okashinsuke does clear some of this board, you can then go Flurgle, Gorlock, Ravager, and 1 more Murloc, and potentially also play Frostbite on the same turn, which is a lot of reach, assuming the 8/8 gets to go face. So now Okashinsuke needs to respond in such a way that he respects the 8/8, which is actually doable with the piercing shot. Unless he has lethal, and I'm not seeing it. Hold on. 2, 4, 6... 7, 13. I don't think it's lethal this turn. So, in that case,
He has to basically receive the Snowball Guardian.
I think what you can do is piercing shot the 2/1, just to get maximum damage and then double ping the Snowfall so it's still dead to explosive, but he's actually fully killing the Snowfall. Okay.
Alright.
As long as he gets the full 3 draws from Furious Hell, this is still very doable. Yeah. I don't think this was the... Yeah, he is weaving hero powers, yeah. But I really don't think this was the cleanest turn from Oka Shinsuke, right? He could have left the Snowfall at 2 health instead of killing it. And I don't think there's a punish for that, right?
Yeah, we
It means
the explosive there.
Yeah, could have gotten an extra 2 damage face. But the spirit of the turn is still intact, right? He still makes sure Chonsu can't get any damage from this board. Chonsu has picked up Brilliant Macaw though, and I do believe Snowfall was the last battle cry played, so he can essentially make another Snowfall here in the form of Macaw. And he has to. Oka Shinsuke has no spells in hand. This is potentially disastrous for him, but the Finley gives him a couple rerolls at worst. The Frostbite face.
To do some damage to face.
Oh, multicaster. Nuts draw for Oka Shinsuke. Really, really strong. I think he has played 4 spell schools here, so that's gonna draw 4 cards. Arcane, Nature, Frost, and Fire.
Yeah, hopefully he can draw into some answers against not necessarily this board because of his explosive trap, but against that 9 and 9.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Out of 4 natural. Well, I guess he did. Did he dredge at some point? Did he know what was the? If he knew exactly what was at the bottom, then sure, this is probably. Then he could have found a way to guaranteed lethal. Oh, Dragonbane shot is too expensive now. Oh my gosh, but can't play explosive because he has one in play already. But it's fine. Just needs to aim shot the parrot, hero power face, and that's a clean setup. Onsu permanently locked out by explosive trap.
I cannot even play another minion for that battle cry at all.
He can.
Maybe-
He can trade Cookie into Finley, so he gets 2 lifesteal. Trade a 2/1 into Finley, so he has a board space, and then play Macaw again, and just pray he's not dead from 9. But that's not a very high likelihood, I think. Oh my goodness.
The gears are turning. Ah.
I was just trying to figure out if it was worth it for Oka Shinsuke to go Finley instead of the multicaster, even if he knew exactly what were the bottom cards in his deck. Well, well, well. Oka Shinsuke still doesn't have lethal. He has 8 damage face. And in order to... Oh wait, sorry, never mind, my mind. Yeah, it's lethal. The Dragonbane honorable kill. I just forgot about that part of the card.
I just consistently weaving in that hero power and locking Chansu out of that attack on out of the attack on face just because of that explosive trap. And of course, Chansu knows and bows out. And Oka Shinsuke ties the score 1-1. Oh, okay. Yeah, so as a recap, we see Chansu creating a board full of Murlocs, hoping to get that board advantage, potentially having Bloodlust in the end to take down the Hunter. But of course, Okenshinsuke plays his secrets in order to kind of block the board out of Chansu. Snowfire Guardian and the Call using Battle Cry to gain stats. Alright, so next up we have Okashinsuke and the Boar Priest. Yeah, we have the Switcheroo Amulet of Undying, the Cleric for some card draw, and the Boars themselves, of course. Hopefully he can get all those death battles in play before he completes before he gets the weapon, just to hit face with that massive weapon from Priest.
Oh, sorry about that. Internet just died for a little bit. It's typhoon season in the Philippines. Internet can get a bit finicky. But yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. You're absolutely right in saying that it is all about that Boar Priest now for Okashinsuke. Chansu's actually moving on away from the Shaman, which I think makes sense. That is the struggle of his lineup. And Chansu's gonna go to the big Spell Mage instead here. Our favorites. How many boxes can we open in total today?
Hopefully many, but perhaps in Chansu's favor this time. We did not have a lot of great boxes the last time we saw a big Spell Mage.
Melodies are endless.
Alright. Alright, we have like 2 boars on Okashinsuke's opening hand. Meanwhile, Chansu does have the Amplified Snow Fury for that for his turn 2 potentially, but of course he takes that away. Okashinsuke is still deciding whether or not to keep the cards he has. Okay. Shinsuke ups to basically get rid of his entire hand. He has the Northshire Cleric there, potentially just to draw out his combo a bit more. On his turn 1, what will he do? Deciding. Meanwhile, the hand for Chansu does not look super great. He has a lot of high cost minions, with the exception of the Treasure Guard. Okashinsuke having the option of the Naru spell plus Pyromancer here. But of course, time is of the essence. He needs to make a choice fairly quickly in order to make the most out of his first turn.
I hope they're better now. I am so sorry.
Right, Chansu, again having a heavy hand with high cost minions. You could ping face.
Yes, he could. Question is, like, is it even worth it to allow Okashinsuke to start getting damage so eventually he gets healing draw from the Gift of the Naru? Probably inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, because Chansu's main game plan here is not so much about getting incremental damage over the long run. It's trying to disrupt Okashinsuke by swapping the cost of one of his super cheap spells with one of Chansu's expensive ones. And half of that game plan is already there from the Barbaric Sorceress, right? But until Chansu finds Rune of the Archmage or the Drakefire Amulet, he's gonna have to stall.
The stalling until the late game for both classes are interesting, while Okashinsuke has the time to draw into his combo. Okashisuke, of course, has that time to play his different spells and really leverage the Dawn Grass and his runes.
The Queen's trouble.
Yeah, he just plays Treasure Guard Taunt on Kerr.
As for Okashinsuke, really lacking card draw with this hand. Like, he has Cleric Gift, but no Pyro to really start popping off with. So I think he's kind of forced to play Illuminate here. Doesn't feel great when you don't already have Handmaiden, but it's a chance to find Switcher. It's a chance to find Handmaiden herself. I don't know how much longer you can afford to wait. Like, he's taking a very calculated look at the deck list first, figuring out exactly how much time he has. And generally, you just want to get your card draw done before, or at least the majority of your card draw through before Mage puts down their big threats, which happens on 6 mana. So Shinsuke is on a clock here.
Quickly.
Yeah, I could see his thinking face, pondering. Oh,
Is someone injured?
okay. He opts for the Cleric. Heal on himself. Unfortunately, it's not a heal on any minion, so he cannot draw a card.
Right.
A mouth. Oh, Starfish.
Yeah, Okashinsuke, I think he was looking at the deck list to see if there's any way to actually kill a Cleric. Is there 2 damage from hand or 1 damage from hand for Chonsu anywhere? And the answer was actually no, because he doesn't run Ram Commander. But he does have the Silence, which will deny Okashinsuke that precious card draw. So I think even though Chonsu loses card draw himself from the Death Rattle of Treasure Guard, he still comes out the winner of this exchange.
Right. Because of that silence and unable to draw much with the Cleric into the 1/5, Okashinsuke has to think about whether to perhaps drop another Cleric or play other cards like the Illuminate for some card draw.
He's been very stingy about using Illuminate. Doesn't feel confident, I guess, that the Dredge options would be good for him, but unable to wait any longer. We're going to see. There's Pyro, insta-pick here. And that's a huge relief for Okashinsuke, because finally he can get a decent amount of card draw next turn with Pyro Cleric Gift. Very clever, actually, this trade from Okashinsuke. I don't think it's to really put damage on anything, but it's to make the spammy Arcanist breakpoints worse, because we saw there was like 2 health and 4 health there. If Okashinsuke had left his Cleric at 3 health, I believe Chonsu could have gotten a full clear on the board with the spammy, clearing his own minions as well, which makes Okashinsuke's Pyro Cleric gift turn a lot weaker.
Yeah, that's true. And now Okashinsuke can get all these card draws with the help of the coin and, of course, Gift of Naru. What are the options? He draws in his Switcheroo. Holy Fire on Pyro.
Converting the flash heals into new cards as well, and if he wants to, can end the turn with the Valish and also play Switcheroo. I think it's probably worth it here.
Yeah, that mana refresh might help him go deeper in his deck.
Quickly.
Oh, will he? Won't he?
I think he will. When is he gonna get 4 spells played in a turn again? Not for quite some time, I don't think, but Okashinsuke is hesitating a little bit. Okay. In the end, going for the prayer to clear the board and also be stronger against Barbaric Sorceress. I guess that's the big thinking behind not necessarily playing the Valish. Then again, if you want to be stronger against sorcerers, I feel like it's better to have the switcheroo played out of your hand before it can be made expensive.
How perplexing. I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Minion counter? Most likely. Oh, spell.
Spell counter.
I guess because there's a pyro on board and he just doesn't want the Okani to die so easily.
Predictable.
Counter spell occurred.
So switcheroo can be played here, and even if Valish only refreshes 1 mana, it's decent to make sure Handmaiden can also happen this turn. Krishinsuke, bit of a mistake in not being able to attack with the pyro, but it's not a huge deal. And didn't play Valish and has no cheap spells in hand anymore. I really don't know if he was supposed to hold on to it for this long.
Do you take me for an ordinary mage?
Hey, Belinda, that discount.
Yeah, it's a huge deal that Okashinsuke's used both prayers, both flash heals, I think. So it's actually really hard for him to activate Zyrella to a relevant AoE total at this point. It's both the amulets and can trade away whichever ones still need buffing. Okay. Up to 2 charges with that one, and this one also goes up to 2 charges, so he still has to trade 1 more amulet later on. Full one with the Thrive. If he wants, he can just silence to remove some stats on Belinda, but I don't know if that's good enough because there's also going to be dragons next turn.
Yeah. Will that mana refresh help? But it looks like he's been holding on to it for a while now.
It only refreshes 2 here, right? Ooh, barbaric. But these spells are already cheapened, so maybe that's not the line for Chonsu.
Thought about it, but there might be another more optimal play here.
Yeah, if there were... Like, if Chonsu had seen both amulets traded back into the deck, could be reasonably confident that the barbaric would swap one of his big spells to a cost that's still playable this turn, but because there's a chance that it goes to 3 instead of 2, if he plays barbaric there, he might not be able to play that same spell well. So goes for just the spell this turn, and you know, that's still a pretty good outcome. Huge dragons and no good way for Okashinsuke to play Zyrella for AoE. I think Chonsu is in a great spot here.
Yeah, looks like it, and now he is for the Amplified Snow Fury to freeze that, denying of any extra damage.
Chonsu not gonna bother with the attack either, in case there is still some other form of healing. Mainly, I think Gift of the Naru is the only relevant one left. Oh yeah, Okashinsuke is facing down a lethal setup on board. If he doesn't kill at least 2 of the minions, he's just dead.
Going into his deck for some spells. Is it enough? Oh, okay.
Okay, so if he takes Amulet, trades it, goes Pyro, first Amulet, a Leash. Oh god, I don't think he has enough mana. The refresh is just not there, so he takes Holy Smite to kill Belinda at least. And Pyro. Oh, there's a Desperate Prayer. That's my bad. I thought that had already been used, so it's actually super relevant that Chonsu did not attack face this turn. Okay, Shinsuke finds a clear on Belinda. He's alive on board, but probably dead to Rune. And Chonsu can always play Rune here even after Barbaric Sorceress.
I bring the muscle and the magic.
He just needs to deal 3 to face. Amy, that's not asking a lot out of a box. How confident are you?
I believe in the power of the box, but I don't know, that 3-6.
Nah, it's always
Oh,
lethal.
he is
It's always lethal.
going for the box.
Holy Jelly,
Ooh.
decent start.
Okay.
11 mana to deal 3 damage. Okay, 9 mana to deal 1 damage. Box. 8 mana left.
Make a wish.
11 mana left. This is excruciating. 2 mana left. Still 2 mana left. 1 mana left. And that is not lethal. What? What is effectively lethal, right? Wait.
Oh,
Shinsuke goes... God, I don't even know if he's traded enough of the amulets, but he can't just get sword this turn, can he? He has to heal as well.
yeah, I can see that he is trying to calculate any way to survive this turn. We have some big dragons on the board. Just taunt. The 2/2 attacks as well. Alright, Pyromancer. For the...
Okay. Looks like the amulets are done. Okay, so that's sword this turn. So he can just go Desperate Prayer here to stay alive. And then, because of the Valish, he fits in the Zarella as well and can get 1 swing to face, and the next turn the other swing to face. And there is nothing Chonsu can do about it.
Oh, he just needed that one damage. But Okina Shinsuke finding a way out and being able to get that weapon, swing hit face, and just defeat Chonsu.
Yeah, huge difference maker. I was ragging on Okashinsuke saving the Valish for that long, and I honestly still don't know if it was better to, use it for card draw sooner or save it all the way for the Zarella turn, but it worked out for Okashinsuke there. It's pretty fair to say that he got through just by the skin of his teeth. That box missing out on 3 damage was very, very rough for Chonsu. The boxes have just not been kind to him today, but he still has a couple more chances on the big spell mage if he wants to queue that up. Alternatively, he could go and play one of his other decks instead.
Can't wait to see if the score ties up or if we're going into another game 5.
Chonsu went 0-3 versus Gruzin on his mage. Very unfortunate. He's having to take another loss against Okashinsuke here on that very same deck. I'm sure it's starting to feel like a curse for Chonsu, but if he wants to make it through the day, he has to take a win with it at some point. There's also the Shaman that is left for him, and he has to beat this Prestor Druid from Okashinsuke, which... both the decks have a very decent shot of taking down, but it's very much up to the whimsy of the dragon still.
Yeah, that's true. Both players playing with a bit of some unpredictability here with the dragons versus, oh gosh, the box. Like, what's gonna be inside it? What are the dragons? It's always an exciting matchup to see.
Esther hasn't been particularly kind to Okashinsuke either today. It feels like he's taken a loss with it versus Fury Hunter. He did lose with it earlier on to Chonsu as well. We'll see if he finally got some of the more high impact ones going, but we do see Chonsu sticking to the mage here, doesn't want to try with shaman. Has barbaric sorceress, but chooses not to keep it. Interesting. And boy oh boy, will he be happy about that Finley in the opening hand, because the rest of this hand really looks like it needs a reroll.
Trust me.
Yeah, with all that high mana cost spells and minions.
Even if he shuffles the coin to the bottom of the deck, I think it's okay. Pair of Reckless. Oh, actually, all just the 4 drops in his deck. Interesting.
Okay, hopefully he top stacks a move for turn 2 and something for 3.
Shinsuke has pretty decent curve option of Claw Fury Adept here to value trade down the Finley. It means the Mistress will still be within ping range next turn, but that's okay. I don't think he's in any rush to play Cold Tooth Mine just yet. I told her instead. Okay.
Oof. All these 4 drops, Gia.
Yeah. Not looking good. Shinsuke, if he plays Cold Tooth Mine and gets Prestor this turn, he allows himself the very small chance of playing Prestor next turn if he top decks Innervate on turn 4. But because that's unlikely, I think it's fine for him to just go Druid of the Reef plus Claw Fury Adept here. Reef for taunt, and then the buffed Mistress can trade into the Finley. Then he can push 3 face.
That's super valuable. Few things to work with here, though. Again, time is ticking for Shinsuke to make that final call.
Okay, goes with the full veer trade instead, adding a little bit more board pressure, which is fine, because if Chonsu just is turn 3 pinging the Mistress, I feel like Okashinsuke is pretty happy with that outcome.
Yeah.
Now is the turn where he has to play Cold Tooth Mine to get the pressure so that he can innervate it out on turn 5.
The sea floor be its own treasure. The identity mine is mine.
Oh, we've seen this so many times already, right? Where they're going into empty hand, they're gonna play the Prestor, and they're decent on board, but it's nothing that Chonsu can't clear in the next coming turns. And it means that, once again, Okashinsuke has to rely on the top decks being very good dragons. Malagos versus Nosdormu is worlds apart of difference.
Yeah, and Jansu, of course, playing the Okana there. Oh, what did he pick the denial spell?
I thought minion, but I mean, in any case, that's the perfect top deck for Okashinsuke because he didn't have a way to kill the Okani here.
Oh.
Crazy. Innervates, then he'll see if it's spell or minion denied. Yep.
Oh, it's minion.
Expected.
Will he dispel?
Yeah, that's actually a close call because ramping with the hero power this turn, pretty good. Lets him go press start and then immediately draw after. If you go composting now, the thing is, it's like you are gonna draw cards, but if Chonsu kills those minions straight away the turn after, then you're drawing non-dragon still, which doesn't have too much value.
That's true. Putting Okashinsuke in an awkward spot here.
I still think he goes composting. I was gonna say, because just for the chance that he draws spells, but he disagrees. I was also thinking it's not the highest odds that Chonsu could kill all 3 minions on that upcoming turn. So maybe like say the Tolvir dies and then Okashinsuke draws 1 non-dragon, but the other 2 death rattles are post-Prestor. But he goes ramp instead to be safe here. And now Chonsu is going for the Dawn Grasp, which is honestly very low impact here. It feels bad to have to use that on so few minions before the dragons are even active. Prestor composting looks fine here. Oh wow.
Yep.
What is it?
Going ramp instead. Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot the Okani aura was still intact. Of course he needs to go for the peasant to remove it.
I bring the muscle and the magic.
Oof.
Chonsu a little bit shocked he hit there, but that's a big deal. No, dragon has to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, Malago. Oh.
Any answers in Chonsu's deck?
Coin. That's the best one here. Not kidding. I don't want to play Dawn Grasp when I'm Guff. Water Evoker is so slow.
Any spells? Hopefully.
Yeah, he can get the other composting here. Probably start with Aquatic Form, look for some more minions so you can get even more value from your composting. Operative again or Primordial blows up his own board here. Don't know if I like that. But...
That rope's burning again.
Or Sleepy Dragon, it's cheap.
Will he compost and then primordial? Okay.
Okay. This was a weird turn. I don't know if I like the primordial pick, but he still ends up ahead on board, which is the important part here. He now can go for his 2-mana rune. Good. Card has not been kind to him today, but hopefully this time.
One day it would be good. Might be right now.
Okay, full clear now. Explosive runes, okay. Good, good. No card draw, but it did its job. And it gave him a secret. I would say much better than the other Chonsu runes we've been seeing today.
Yeah, secret plus armor, the board clear. Not bad, even a Ice Bomb minion on the board.
Job done.
Dragon Discovery later on.
Casting counter spell, sees that it's not
This
that.
must be the way.
Moonlit, look for Hala. If it's there, it's not there, but there's Ysera. Problem with Moonlit Ysera is that you oftentimes overdraw the actual Ysera unless you can make 6 spaces in your hand, which is actually doable for Okashinsuke here. How
Yeah,
it
but now
goes.
he has dragons galore. All the options, Malagos with the spell, Ysera with the great cards, Drake again.
It seems you need another
Good
lesson.
mother. Coin. Ysera. Okay, he's not coining, so he's just fine with overdrawing the natural Ysera in the deck. I don't think he's fine with that. I think that's a bit of a mess up. But not the end of the world. Ramp, play Drake and Sister. I'm gonna give that turn a solid 5 out of 10. He did what he needed to.
Yep, and
Wait, composting? What? He's at 8 cards in hand. Why? I don't get it. Okay, I'm gonna bump that down to a 4 out of 10. This turn was messy. So Chonsu has a clear if he trades 3-2 into 7-6 and just plays spammy. Can play Treasure Guard after that, and it seems decent.
yeah, and with the clear he can destroy one of Okishinske's cards.
Yeah, I think Oka Shinsuke got in a weird mental space where he said, oh no, if I play too many minions and it gets cleared, I don't have minions to play composting on. But I don't think that should be the primary concern. He draws so many dragons still just with the hero power that he can probably get good composting value in the long run. Thankfully for him, his overdraws are not too important. It's not a Kazakhstan. He kept the raid boss in Nixia, but it's been pretty sloppy so far.
The fate of the world.
Be very careful because if all the rest of the dragons in the deck are low value, if he doesn't hit another Ysera, if he doesn't hit Kazakhstan, there is a real chance he could lose to fatigue here versus Chonsu.
Yeah, he only has 11 cards left versus Chansu's 17. He needs to push some damage, get some good dragons. What does he draw? Okay.
Bad.
Uh,
Okay, take lowest cost at this point. Or not.
That rope's burning again.
After you've drawn Prestor and Guff, I don't generally see the reasoning for taking highest cost on your Cold Tooth 9. Because everything's just random dragons anyway, so why not just take a dragon that is cheaper? But I guess Okashinsuke has mana to spare anyway. Okay, Barbara swapping. Problem for Chonsu is he knows the 9 cost card is still in hand, so there's a chance that the amulet goes to 9. But it goes to 0! Oh, okay! How it goes. And Deathwing. Good hits, good hits. How is this hesitation?
No, maybe fuel for your Sarah?
What?
Oh, wait. Oops.
Wait, I'm confused. What's the reason? It's the same. It's less attack, but it's still 12 HP. I am so confused.
Is he playing the long game? Oh.
Okay, my brain melted, confirmed. He took Ysera to play around Dream. Makes sense. As if the Deathwing got Dream back into his hand, he would not want to play that. Can't really afford to discard Belinda at this point.
Find yourself to renew the thinking.
Okashinsuke is still getting there with value. Second Ysera, actually third one, if we count the fact that he overdrew one from Moonlit.
Yeah.
Gonna need every last bit of value, but for Chonsu here, the fact that the Dawn Grasp, the hero card, has been so late in the deck is really detrimental to him here because every turn he has to contend with just using regular pings instead of the scaling ping means that he himself has to worry about fatigue in the long run.
Yeah, and right now Chonsu at least is thinking about casting the rune, hopefully, just to get rid of those taunts, push some damage, get some card draw.
All spells, no big disaster yet. I'm always just expecting disaster when I see Chonsu play Rune. Not by any fault of his own, he's just supremely unlucky with this card, but... Okay, this is a good Rune so far though. Very, very good.
That's
And
not bad.
Yeah, he can even afford to play Drakefire still this turn because of the hot streak. That's crazy. Oh, Hala. Great outcome. Did he fit in the second flame? Yup, that's the full turn from Chonsu. Huge swing. Problem for him is that Okashinsuke can go Ysera Awakens twice this turn. Just needs to make some hand space for it. Very, very doable. Yeah, not only is it Ysera Awakens twice, it's ending the turn with Raid Boss Onyxia or Brasswing. He right now knows that the secret is not counterspell. Still hasn't tested for runes, but if you start with Ysera, it's not a big deal if it's runes, right? Because she still gets her battle cry.
Yeah, just getting all those value cards in hand. A dragon, laughing sister, the awakens happening just to help a bit with that board clear.
Yeah, Raid Boss Onyxia looks pretty clean here.
I'm the brood mother. Don't you ever forget.
That rope's burning again.
Even can still kill the Oasis ally. And if he wants, dream back the Ysera on the other side, but probably not worth. Okay, dreams the 3/6 instead. I like this.
Okay. Just denying Okashinsuke. There's a value there.
We got the ramp and Emerald Drake in. He didn't have time for the ramp, but the important parts of the turn are done.
Yeah, it turned around fairly quickly. We had Chensu with an entire board of dragons, but thanks to Okashinsuke's Ysera Awakens and the spells and everything, he was able to clear it. But here comes the Reckless Apprentice. Just again with the board clear.
Ansu playing very patiently, still looking for that Magister Dawn Grasp. It's so painful to have to part with one of these apprentices before he actually gets the hero power to a decent damage total, because it really hurts his long-term burst. But he is just kind of hoping now to fatigue Okashinsuke. Down to 5 cards in deck. No Kazaka-san yet. This is still very doable for Chonsu. If he wants, he can even trade back the Drakefire into the deck next turn and then draw it with the Deepwater Evoker, so he still gets the guaranteed 10 armor. Lots of stall potential still. So Okashinsuke really needs to turn up the gas here. Hala is burst, but all these spells are so expensive in hand.
Secret agent coming.
Eh?
I believe in Draconid Operative. Oh. Well.
Parrot can recast Nightmare because Nightmare costs 10. That's hilarious. Probably not worth it though. And again, which of these could do anything? Sure. Dancer gives him another coin, right? Which goes with Hala. That works. So 7/5 into 1/5, 3/4 into 3/5, Brasswing, honorable kills 2 things. Play Laughing Sister. Not as good as it's gonna get. Has to be a big turn from Chonsu. Either clearing the board, which can't necessarily do, or just getting enough stats in the way that the Hala doesn't deal too much damage. Because as we're looking at it, next turn, Hala, Mailbox Dancer, Coin Dream, that's 12 points of burst, and there can also be Nightmare played. So Okashinsuke has a lethal setup.
Yeah, and Chansu here trying to figure out his options, and in case that happens, he knows that there are some dream cards in hand that could potentially set up lethal against him.
Right? I'm gonna gain the 10 armor from that amulet that he traded back. Prentice just to get some board presence. It's really not great, but he has to.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
Okay, let's count the damage up. If you go Hala, dream back the 3/5, play a Nightmare. Oh gosh, my brain's not working fast enough for this. So sorry, but it's a lot of spells to be played. And I feel like it's time to cash in the Hala. There's also an ice barrier that I think Okashinsuke knows for sure is up there, so very unlikely that this is the...
Yeah, and just continuing to develop the board with some dragons constantly threatening that control.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up on.
That make dragons. Using the Brasswing AoE nicely here.
Burning again.
Matsu needs a miracle. That
Oh,
and
yes.
a miracle.
I mean,
A replay, potentially Drakefire Amulet. Could get some rushes.
You wish to match wits with me.
So late though. How much damage has he missed just by Dawngrass being so late? And ping the 7-2. And pray he's alive. If he wants to be a bit more resilient to Hala, he can also play Mailbox Dancer and then coin out the ping instead. Just have a little bit more stats.
true. Now his goal is just to really stay on live against all those
11.
minions.
So 13 on board. Hala can be played with 4 spells, which is 16 damage. And there's 17 health in minions in the way. So this is definitely not lethal. Chonsu can still get there? Maybe? Problem is he doesn't have a way of dealing with this board, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, he can dream that back. This lethal if you put in...
Nightmare on the dragon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I cannot count at this point. My brain is not working anymore. The composting actually is playable, right? Exactly.
Yeah, just for that.
Oh no, sorry. 1 mana off. Yeah. Okay. Because you absolutely don't play composting unless it's lethal. Because that would fatigue him to infinity. So. And now, oh wow, spammy. 2, 3, 4 damage on the Twilight Drake. You can just spammy and then smothering starfish, right?
If my calculations are correct.
No, that would leave the nether drake alive. It's so annoying because the starfish makes some of these dragons bigger, so you absolutely cannot play that first. If you spam first, then everything that's left on board is just the nether drake and the twilight drake.
My calculations are correct.
And if you silence the nether drake, then it removes the nightmare aura from it, so it's actually still alive.
We're putting his spot here, but still opting for the spammy first.
Yeah, this is fine.
It is. Next move will be
just water elemental, coin ping, the twilight drake. Sure. Yeah, and that's just it. I think Okashinsuke fatigues unless his last card is exactly Kazaka-san. And it's not.
oh. It's a taunt. No. And he.
Wow. Crazy. Chonsu outlasted every last dragon there. And that was, what was it, turn 4, turn 5 Prester? Early. Definitely early. Chonsu was very, very patient there, even though his Dawn Grasp was towards the bottom of the deck. I think it's fair to say that Okashinsuke was punished for some of the careless mistakes in the middle there. Overdrawing 2 extra cards, overdrawing a Ysera. 2 of those dragons were probably inconsequential in the long run, but it just goes to show that Prester Druid, like, if you don't use every last bit of your value, you're often reliant on finding Kazaka-san, and sometimes the deck just does not give it you.
Yeah, it's pretty good to. It's pretty interesting in terms of gameplay wise to watch Chonsu just fighting wave after wave of dragons and getting some dragons out on his own, and finally the rune and Dawn Grabs working in his favor a bit, being able to outlast all of Okashinsuke's dragon, putting him into fatigue for that win.
And we are all the way down to game 5 again, Amy. My goodness, our players are really not giving each other a break here, and they really want to make sure that they have every last percentage to get those points here. And the painful thing is, even after all these grueling series, whoever loses this one walks away with 0 points this week. It just doesn't matter the game wins if you can't convert that into an ultimate match victory. And whoever wins here still has their work cut out for them, because they're still going to face Lord Gruzine for the chance to play on Sunday. So much at stake here, and it's gonna come down to one more try on the Prester Druid for Okashinsuke versus the Shaman from Chonsu, isn't it?
The mage from Chonsu.
Wait, he just won with mage.
Oh no. Oops.
Yeah, I think we have a slight fickle error here. Okay, going nuts. He did just win with mage, right? What's happening?
Alright, so Shaman.
Okay, shaman. I'm not nuts. Oh, I'm really having an existential crisis here, Amy. I'm sorry.
It's okay, we all love the mage and its shenanigans, but listen, Gluck the Gulper was pretty good before. It might be doing Chonsu a favor again, but we shall see.
I see you've brought guests.
Okay, so we've seen this matchup a fair amount throughout the weekend already, and I've been vocal that I feel Prester's in the lead as long as they are very careful to not overextend on board to the point where the Snowfall Guardian completely locks them out and skips their turn. Especially when they start with the Starfish in the opener, that's actually decent for Okashinsuke, right? Knowing that you have that before the deck is converted into dragons means that you have a check to the Snowfall Guardian play that Chonsu's very likely to go for later on. Problem for Okashinsuke is he doesn't have the guaranteed Press Star yet. So he's actually going to Finley here and put the Starfishes back in the deck, it looks like, to have a better shot at finding Lady Press Star.
Yeah, and with Prester in hand, if he ends up drawing the Starfish, we also get the dragons with their full stats. But we shall see how the draw goes.
Not great.
Not super good.
I guess he just plays like aggro druid for now, right? The Druid of the Reef for taunt, followed up by Claw Fury Adept. It's actually a lot of damage over a couple of turns. I do like the Bolner play from Chonsu. Obviously not expecting it to get value, but just to stem the bleeding a little bit. As that is a must-kill minion from Okashinsuke's perspective, I would say.
For sure, and he can't really play the Amalgam since he doesn't really have any minions on board to get the value off of that at all.
I mean, he could play it for no battle cry value, but I actually do think the Bolner is just better on board as well because it challenges the Bubbler, whereas the Amalgam dies to Bubbler value trade if Claw Fury Adept were to be played. Double Claw Fury for Okashinsuke. Of course, only one of them playable this turn, but this is looking like a very real aggro druid side game plan for Okashinsuke at the moment.
Yeah, if you can't have your dragons earlier on, just go super aggro.
Just annoying that the Bubbler cannot trade into Bolner safely here, so he has to sink 2 minions in here. Fish, Amalgam. Don't think he can afford to coin. He has to save coin for Guardian, doesn't he? Okay, but he can take Razor Jaw and play it here. Is it worth it to kill a 1-2? Maybe not, maybe not.
There is bigger Murlocs slash fish to fry.
True.
Oh. Is he gonna come down with another Claw Fury? Yep. All the damage.
It's just aggro druid. This druid is a real thing. I lost to it on ladder, and sometimes, honestly, when I get these games as Prestor, I feel like I wish I'd just been playing Beast Druid instead, where you have actual win conditions that aren't Prestor, just playing the Naga that gives your other minions +1/+2. If you played a nature spell, that's very good.
So many choices.
Okay, Windshield to his hand. Looking for another answer.
I think Macaw would be ideal for Chonsu here because he technically does have the answer for next turn, right? It's Coin Snowfall. The problem is what's the turn after that? And if he cannot chain the freezes, he's still in a bit of trouble. I don't see any downside to being Cookie this turn, though. Okay, composting would be great for Okashinsuke here. Jerry Rig is finally a way to get Prestor, but it's still a turn 7 Prestor at this rate, right? Not ideal.
Scrappy with scraps.
Sadly, I think Okashinsuke has to start trading now to not be so weak to Snowfall Guardian.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, again, Chonsu can just coin that out on his turn 6 and have Okashinsuke have to deal with that, especially since he's used up his Claw Fury for those minion buffs to take down minions.
Time grows short.
So 2-3 and Finley into Cookie, Bubbler into 3-2. Maybe don't even play the Peasant if he expects Snowfall Guardian, but if it's not there, obviously the Peasant is a bit too good to pass up. Gonna get the bad news though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's not Snowfall this turn. Because Chonsu really wants to deny the Peasant draw. Okay.
As far as to rushing it,
This works out nicely for Okashinsuke though, because he's not faced with a huge threat on the other side and can freely draw his Prestor. Jerry Rig to get the other Tooth Mine. And then turn 7 store better late than never, I guess.
two options with 2 mana. Shinsuke carefully considering his option here, figuring out what would be the best play, also counting ahead of in case Chansu plays that Snowfall Guardian if he wants to make them wider board. That would be weak against it. All right.
I think he was pretty torn between Jerry Rig and low cost. Because that one potentially gets oh. Fact that was the threat of mutants was also playing into his decision to not play Jerry Rig this turn, be as safe as possible, but Prestor gets munched up, so now Shinsuke's win condition is evaporated. Is a deck full of tiny minions that are very weak to Snowfall Guardian.
He does not want to see those tiny minions at all.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Oh no.
To feel it at this point, you'd have to imagine. The Glug. There's nothing Okashinsuke can do about it, right? There is no effect without Prestor that allows Okashinsuke to kill the 3-5 without first going through all the 2s, and now Chansu kind of bobbing his head around listening to music, jamming out because he knows he has this one in the bag.
Yeah. Oh, these rush minions go into the tons. Glug will get buffed up, and then we have to deal with the Murloc with 10 damage. And of course,
Desperate enough that
threat of Snowfall Guardian.
Right. It's desperate enough that Okashinsuke goes for a Beast Discover here. I don't know what Beast could have really helped him, but something surely higher cost than what was offered to him. This is composting now. Oh, okay, he took Starfish to be better against Glug. Sure. Make the Mutinous smaller. It's something, but it's something that is weak to Snowfall Guardian.
Alright, Chansu just clearing it.
The fact that he's not playing Snowfall here means he's still respecting the second Starfish. Like, the one way Chansu could possibly lose from this instance is if he forgets that he's at 13 and Okashinsuke still has some damage on board, right? Even though it's really weak minions. If Chansu were to just freeze that and go all face and Okashinsuke top deck the other Starfish, that was potential disaster here. So Chansu's just playing as safe as possible.
Bye-bye.
Oil Fang Constrictor. I haven't seen that card in so long. Kind of cool.
Well, go for a bit of armor and card draw.
Draw for what?
Hey.
You may ask. Nothing relevant, I say. Oh man, Okashinsky throws it down, and Chonsu, with a huge smile on his face, lives to see another day. He'll be moving on to the decider match now between him and Zloy Gruzin.
Yeah, that's right. That was 5 games this match, and I can't wait to see what the outcome would be against Gruzin. Chansu kind of slowly climbing out of that elimination bracket.
Yeah, looked on form there. I think he spotted some plays that were also just very calculated. Just, for example, choosing that Ysera instead of the Deathwing from the Amulet in Game 4 to make sure he was not as weak to Dream as he would have been otherwise. And then this Mutinous, obviously very fortunate, but it's just rare that we even see the outcome of Mutinous having the possibility to eat her, because so often Pressure comes down ages before Mutinous is playable. But Chonsu found the line at this point and just made sure he was never dead to Starfish, get too carried away, and takes a well-deserved victory. I think Okashinsuke, fair to say, it was a bit sloppy on the Pressure Druid at several points here, but he can of course come back next week with another shot. For now though, we are going to be handing it off to Sottle and Raven to take us through the next few matches. Zloy Gruzin and Chonsu, who is going to take that second slot. Amy, any last thoughts before we sign off for the day?
Oh, I am just excited to see. I know it's super kind of random, but I really enjoyed the Big Spell Mage. Then again, the Celestial Druid, of course, is always fun in terms of the dragons, the discovery. I can't wait to see what's next and what will be in store for Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. Very soon we'll know our full suite of players joining us through on Sunday for the fulls of 5 points. Shortly after this, we'll have Chonsu versus Zloy Gruzin, and then Group D's complete pan-outs. We're just going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Right after this, the continuation of Day 2, Week 1 of Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It's mine Subtle's turn to take over for a little while, and we'll be starting with the final match in Group A that we just saw. They're going to be seeing who joins Fury Hunter to make it out of that group for the first week. But we had some crazy games so far this morning, Sol.
Yeah, particularly that last series was an absolute marathon, super grindy games with the Prestor Druid, resulting in Chonsu going through. I do think Chonsu piloted some difficult spots very, very nicely. And a couple of spots with the Mage in particular. Obviously a very lucky outcome in the end with the Mutinous on the Prestor. But I do think Okashinsuke looked a little bit shaky overall in a couple of those games, and I would say deserved outcome for Chonsu to be going through here to take his place in our decider match versus Loy Gruzin, which is a matchup that I'm very, very excited to see. I think this is one of the coolest parts, just selfishly from our perspective, Raven, is that we get to dip our toes into casting some other players that we don't generally see and some interesting matchups that maybe we've been theorizing about cross-region previously. So seeing Chonsu, who is certainly someone who I am very entertained by. I think he's got a great mindset to Hearthstone. He just plays good decks. He spends his mana. He makes good decisions. He's very consistent. I think seeing him now, step up a level and have to take on a European player, I think it's an interesting test.
Yeah, and these two players have already played each other once today, way back when it feels like at this point, whereas Loy Gruzin won 3-1. But the bans have changed. Chonsu's decided to switch it up a little bit and actually removes Loy Gruzin's Hunter instead of the Rogue like he did in the first match. And honestly, although people always talk, or historically have talked about, switching bans. Well, if you were confident in your ban and you did the numbers going into the matchup and you lose, it doesn't mean your ban was wrong. But if you are going to get, basically Chonsu won game 1 and then got 3-0'd after that, maybe it is worth switching it up a little bit, because for this week, this is his final chance, right? If he loses this, he's done.
Yeah, it can also change based on expectations. As we see here, Chonsu is going to kick things off with Alignment Druid, but say you go into the first series and as Chonsu, you're like, oh, okay, Loy Gruzin is going to ban my Mage or whatever, right? And then you build your ban strategy around that, and then you find out, oh, he's actually planning on banning my Rogue. That changes my ban strategy. So now going into the second matchup, if his ban strategy remains consistent and he continues to ban my Rogue, then that might change what I'm supposed to do on my ban on the other side. So these repeat matchups do always add that little extra wrinkle. I know players are sometimes frustrated by these small groups, particularly if they feel like they're being put in the same group with the same players very often from week to week, and how you can just hit a bad matchup for yourself, get double jeopardied and get knocked out of the tournament. But certainly in this case, it does add that little extra level of at least mind games, if not anything concrete and tangible. And it seems Chonsu is trying to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, and going from mind games to mind games right now, as Loy Gruzin is going to be on that Rogue that he's actually allowed to play in this series. And speaking of this deck, it's a deck we see now and again. We've seen it from a few players so far in this tournament. But what do you make of it, especially against a deck like Alignment Druid? Because they feel like such polar opposite ends of the scale of what a deck is wanting to do, right?
So first off, bars, I respect it. Good job. Secondly, yeah, Mine Rogue is a deck that I flirted with but never put a ring on, I suppose. Like, you know me, if there's a cool combo deck in the meta, I'm going to try it out at some point and see if I fall in love with it. Mine Rogue was never a deck that I particularly vibed on for some reason. I've never really understood which combo decks I connect with and which I don't without having to play them. It does seem very arbitrary. But for me, it was a deck that struggled to come together. I do like the fairly recent innovation where it's gone a little bit less all-in on straight-up damage, and now you see more people playing Burning Blade Acolyte for that kind of hedge of being able to push for board states in positions where they can do that. I do think that's made the deck a little bit more robust, increased its positions in several matchups, and particularly like this one, for example, against Druid, like a lot of the time straight-up mind damage, if you don't hit the absolute turbo nuts, you can struggle to do enough damage against a 40 health Renthal deck, particularly Druid on the other side that can find some randomly generated armor and so on as well along the way. So having that ability to just make a bunch of 5/8s over and over again is something that Druid is quite often weaker to than just throwing out constant damage step by step.
Completely agree. When I was playing the earlier versions of Mind Rogue, it felt bad to lose because of the ways you could lose, right? Oh, I didn't get the mind stuff going, so I'm done. But you're completely right. With the help of some beefier minions in the deck, but we are already off to a pretty solid start, at least for one player, definitely, as Chonsu having double Wild Growth, Nourish, Celestial alignment with the coin as well already in the opening hand. So all the basic tools are there, at least for now. And we'll see if that's going to be enough. But just jumping to the other side as well for Zloikrusin, his opening is pretty solid too. Smokescreen may be a little bit slow for now, but the Shamblers and the Gone Fishing to help out with a mine already being played, it doesn't seem too shabby.
Mine picked up yet again. Fascinating. Do you think Gone Fishing crucial here? Looking for, I would imagine, Swiftscale Trickster as a matter of priority. Not finding anything, just picking up the Extortion, and in this case, I'm sure it will just be traded away.
Does have Sketchy now, so not too bad. Zloikrusin didn't really seem too happy about that, but I think Sketchy's okay.
Oh.
This is a pretty good draw, Sol.
It's fairly decent, yeah.
Yeah, jeez.
I has 5/8.
But as I said, like, Chonsu does have the pieces of the puzzle, or at least a lot of them, being able to ramp, so the odds on him just getting sort of blasted out of this game kind of go away when the Druid just has access to this much ramp early, especially with that extra 10 health, as you mentioned. So just now, Chonsu's getting to the regular health amount of level here. Have a lot of good tools, especially with just simply the raid boss Onyxia in the near future might be the go-to.
Okay, mine. Pretty crucial outcome there, I would say, from the weapon, just in terms of which direction Zloikrusin is going to be able to go in. Because obviously that 1 5/8, if he continues to get repeated 5/8s, fantastic. But that 1 5/8 is going to chunk a good amount of damage through, which means, honestly, that counterfeit blade rolling the mine at this point with the second mine in hand is not the end of the world, because already down to 21 now is Chonsu. And yes, the alignment is coming out, but there is that smoke screen on the other side, which is arguably the best possible response to this situation if Zloikrusin can nail 1 or 2 death rattles off it.
Yeah, 100%. The thing, weirdly enough, that there is certain amounts of death rattles now that are starting to just run out a little bit, just with naturally how good his draw has been with the double mines and the Burning Blade, but he is doing a good job of this. The problem, or the ever-present problem at this point, and is why I was saying Chonsu probably was going to be at least fast enough, was that he does have the raid boss Onyxia, but with that dagger going off, he does have to make something bigger than just raid boss.
Yeah, it does have the Alexstrasza to back it up as well for a little bit of security here, which is rather nice, but being sat at 2 with another turn of the double death rattles to go off.
Okay. Well, smokescreen it is.
However, that is now both natural mines, both natural burning blades drawn, right? Not off the smokescreen.
Right. Yeah, just Wicked Stab to Fate. I think Zloikrusin's just in a very straightforward race right now. Does have Backstab as well. Yes, it costs 1, but with Naval Mine in hand, he can push some damage through that way.
Has the Forsaken Lieutenant as well, right? So has some options as to how to make things happen.
Yeah, very surprising, like, race to the finish here from both players, actually. I didn't quite expect this. Already just come down to this turn.
Gruzin just waiting for that last piece of mana allocation, and there goes the hero power with Chonsu going up to 7. And that now means with the final turn of the double death rattles, this mine is going to be able to get the job done. Super quick, Very rapid win for the Mind Rogue, as it usually is. When Mind Rogue wins, it tends to go very quickly. Honestly, when Mind Rogue loses, it tends to go very, very quickly. It is an extreme glass cannon kind of deck. And oh my goodness, Raven, I have just been struck for the very first time by the Zloy Gruzin headphone cable anxiety, as I'm now going to be unable to get out of my vision for the rest of this series. Oh.
The good old days. Yeah, it's really crazy, that game, wasn't it? Because normally we see in a matchup like this, the Druid being the defender, right? Just trying to hold on, maybe outlast the burst damage potential, at least the majority of it. But very quickly, because of the ramp, because of the alignment into like the two big dragons, it became this very odd looking race that literally came down to that one turn difference. But luckily for Zloy Gruzin, he did have the piece of the puzzle, and most importantly, just enough mana to really make it work. So a really good game there, and I think Zloy Gruzin will be feeling a good amount of relief, because that game could have gone very, very wrong because of how strong Chonsu's start was.
Yeah, and just obviously from watching this morning with Gia and Amy from Zloy Gruzin's opening series, watching him now just in the small sample that we have from that first game, he's looked a little more nervous, not necessarily nervous, but more animated, more invested, more emotional, right, about the games that he's been playing so far, which does go to show you the increased stakes. Suddenly, the World Championships is looming very high on the horizon, but at the same time, it's drifting out of sight, right? Like, this is called last call for a reason. It is many of these players' last chance to be finding a way into the World Championships, particularly those who are, you know, some distance off after the first Masters Tour, don't have a big result in the first Masters Tour, would now have an enormous amount of work to do in the latter end of the year to find their way through to a World Championship if they do not pick up the World Championship spot granted to the last call victor.
Yeah, and I think it's maybe easy to forget that Zloy Gruzin is still fairly new to the Grandmasters sort of scene, right? One of the newer players we had join us. And Chonsu, the polar opposite, right? Has been knocking around Grandmasters in APAC for a very, very long time. So we have that sort of opposite mindset potentially, where Chonsu will, of course, want to keep doing well. But for Zloy Gruzin, he could have a huge impact if he makes it to World in a very, very short time, at least on camera, of course. I have no doubt he's been playing Hearthstone for a while, but just in terms of big camera time, he could do this in a very short time indeed.
I mean, look at the shirt. He's literally wearing a shirt with Hearthstone cards on it. It's not like it's his first rodeo, Raven. Come on, no, but obviously I understand
it's his second.
Exactly. Oh, it's right, yeah, that makes sense. You go to the first rodeo, you buy the rodeo shirt, and then you show up at the second rodeo wearing the shirt. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
We are going to see this Shaman versus
Google's
Druid, but
rodeo shirts. Sorry, bear with me. Just want to see what those look like.
Describe.
Amazing. I mean, everything you're expecting it to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zloy Gruzin is going to be on Druid this time, but he is actually on that Presta version. Again, Presta Druid we've seen already today. Some pretty weird games, some pretty odd outcomes with how players are trying to approach it. Obviously, having to juggle what kind of dragons you get is really the main skill element of this deck, right? Playing cards on curve early. Yes, the skill element in how you trade, but really getting Presta and then managing those dragons is where it really comes in. And we've seen players take a few different approaches to this.
Yeah, and I think also an underrated part of that is, you know, sometimes you've played Malagos, you've played Guff, you have a handful of 8 or 9 different cards, some of them being spells, Moonlit Guidances, Dredges, and then you have 4 or 5 minions that are weird costs and weird stats compared to what your instincts say they are.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get this decision paralysis staring at your hand, not really being able to see the line, right? And I think we saw a lot of that from Okashinsuke, where there was just too many options, too much confusion, too much information to be able to take in what is, in reality, a very short amount of time that you have to make a turn in Hearthstone. It can be tricky sometimes, and we've certainly seen players get bitten by it in the past.
Can be too much of a good thing sometimes, but we are going to see Zloy Gruzin obviously just get hold of that Cold Tooth Mine, go into grabbing Presta, so that job is done for now. Just has to get there in a safe manner. Chonsu, again, we see this play quite often now, right? The coin command into Wild Paw, just to get that instant board presence and then back it up with the stags. It's looking pretty strong indeed, but Aquatic Form for Zloy Gruzin, definitely going for the guff and miss it.
Yeah, no Park Panther in Zloigruzin's version of the deck, which means that was never going to be an out in that situation. But obviously Park Panther would have cleaned up this situation quite nicely as well if that was found off the dredge.
Let's get another aquatic form for next turn as well, which he can choose to play before Presta if he wants to, or after. Again, just many decisions to be made with this deck when you're hitting this kind of turn and how you manage your card drawing itself. Chonsu just going to keep on going with the stags.
And this is a really big deal as well. Prestor and a head on board is very, very nice here. This is Chonsu with his curve of, coin 5/4s into the stags. Would have hoped to be ahead in this position, but he is going to have to spend one turn at least just being a little bit reactive to the Prestor board state. But the Piranhas are doing a pretty good job of cleaning it up straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. Surprising amount of damage come out from that play, right? Just playing the 3 Piranhas, especially if you have a minion on board to trade as well. There is still the Frostbite too, so Chonsu could at least give Zloigruzin a bit of a headache if he wants to Frostbite kill something this turn, which I would not hate, honestly.
Yeah, slightly annoying break points, though. You would like to use the Frostbite to hit the Prestor, because that's the one that none of your minions can value trade over. But by doing that, you don't actually get the honorable kill because none of the breakpoints really work out. So in this case, Chonsu just going to choose to isolate the Prestor instead and pick up that honorable kill on the Frostbite instead.
Yeah, and this is pretty solid as well. The Frostbite getting some work done, making Zloigruzin pay a little bit extra for this cover.
Okay, picks up a vanilla fairy dragon. You love to see.
And the slight problem is, again, I was half like keeping an eye on this Deathwing just to see what it can achieve. But really, that Deathwing is almost unplayable at the moment, right? Because of the nature of composting, and the Starfish in this deck is absolutely huge. So I think that Deathwing is pretty much a dead draw for now.
Yeah, Starfish not only offensively, of course, you take your small dragons, you return them to their natural stats, you attack face, you win the game. But also a couple of specific matchup concerns in this particular matchup as well. Snowfall Guardian being released by the Smothering Starfish is quite often the game-winning play in this matchup. And secondly, this position you see right here, that Glug can be an absolute nightmare to deal with unless you have the Starfish to be able to remove the effect before you make any trades.
Yeah, interestingly enough, though, even though it would sacrifice a Starfish, I wonder if, like, obviously we have to look at what dragon's drawn, but suddenly just composting Deathwing might just
pretty good, isn't it?
Fine. Ooh.
All right, I think with Moonlit Guidance, yeah, you probably just have some nice work to be able to do here. You can just drop the composting as is. He's actually going to play it all and discard the Moonlit Guidance. Interesting. I was wondering if he was just going to go with the Starfish into the Moonlit and try and take back board that way, but I guess you see from the Chonsu reaction that that was probably the correct line.
I think so, because Moonlit, very, very strong. Like, don't get me wrong, but with this play, he clears the board and still draws 3 cards. Like,
yeah, fair.
Okay, that's fine. He has to go back to the drawing board now, and this is the problem, or at least half a problem now. Suddenly, with that Starfish gone, it's a little bit less scary for Chonsu to try and build up the board. So now these Snowfall Guardian plus Macaws just have to get something done, because that's pretty much his whole hand. But there's Guff.
Those are such good cards alongside it, though. Yeah, I kind of like this. Yeah, once again, base it on the reaction of the opponent. I think specifically, Ysera is so powerful in this situation. Think about what you were just talking about, right? The Starfish is gone, so now Chonsu's like, you know what? Get some dragons. I don't care. I'm going to freeze your board. I'm going to play Macaws. I'm going to hit you in the face with a couple of 12/12s, and I'm going to win the game that way. But now, with these couple of dreams that are available for Zloigruzin, he can continue to delay that for as long as possible, keep the game in his pocket, and now has the nightmare damage to be able to end this game as well if needed.
Yeah, also, I think I'm just a bit of an idiot as well, because Cold Tooth was in the hand, right? so he could just draw Guff like he did. So that completely negates me suggesting it. I apologize, I'm blind. Too busy staring at all these crazy dragons. But yeah, this is just solid. And like you say, look at all the options Sloy Gruzin has now, and a 0-mana Ysera to just go all over again.
And a Hala as well.
Exactly, that's what I mean, right? It's just
so gross.
It's just ticking every single box right now. All that whilst having Guff active, which, again, the main value of Guff really in this deck is actually just the card draw, right? You draw extra cards per turn. Oh, okay. Yeah, just get rid of that, thank you.
Boom.
Look how much stuff he can play, Sol.
Play this, play Dreamer, and then you can play Dream. Sends this back, that's 4 more damage. Nightmare is 4 more damage. Nightmare is 4 more damage. Awakens will kill the Hela.
Wait, you can Nightmare the Hela, right?
Yeah, this was just lethal, wasn't it? If you just Nightmare the Hela
Yeah.
and end your turn on Awakens.
Oh, so is this. Never mind.
So is this.
Yeah, no,
yeah, fair enough.
Again, forgot about the brass wing. But yeah, basically, Sloy Gruzin was very much winning that game. There were many ways to go about it. He could have, of course, Nightmared the Hala and then kept going, and then suddenly the damage goes through. Anyway, either way, Sloy Gruzin bags the win in a very strong play, actually. I think the Deathwing play felt scary initially, but when you actually looked at it, was just like, hang on a minute, this kills everything, draws 3 cards. I'm probably going to be okay from there.
Yeah, and there was a couple of turns. So it was this turn and the turn before from Chonsu as well, where he chose to under-trade and go face, be aggressive with the Piranha attacks, keep the Piranhas on board, leaving up minions on the other side. That ended up being, quote, punished by the combination of the Composting and the Deathwing on the other side. But it did need to be a very specific combination of those two kind of cards, right?
Right.
Composting in particular, but then also something that would enable a massive board clear, right? If it was Composting plus Brasswing, maybe that could have been powerful. Composting plus Primordial Drake, maybe that could have been powerful. It just so ended up being the most powerful thing possible with the Deathwing as well, throwing it out. So I don't necessarily blame Chonsu for the way it was played. But certainly, you know, decisions contributed to the outcome of the game, but that doesn't necessarily, it's not indicative of them being right or wrong in some situations.
Yeah, and we see now Chonsu jumping over to his mage, so he's actually gone 1, 2, 3 in terms of his decks right now, changing with every game. And Sloy Gruzin is going to be on his Shaman Sottle, an interesting list. We've seen a lot of the sort of mid-range, and this is basically the same, but there is the Renethil in there, and the big gains are the damage spells that you see from Lightning Bolt, as well as the Bioluminescence inclusion, and those Farsights as well. And my simple question, Sol, is I think we've both played a good amount of this style of Shaman, but do you think that's worth it for this deck?
Personally, no. The stats did report that Shaman was doing well in the Masters Tour when compared from 30 cards to 40 cards. But from my experience, it's not been something that I've particularly vibed with, adding the Renethil to, you know, mid-rangey value-based Shamans, Murloc Shamans, all of those kind of things. But speaking of Murlocs, though, I don't know how you can say there are big gains in this deck and not mention Clownfish. Clownfish has all the big gains in this deck. Look at that.
Very, very true. The main thing I'm hoping for this deck, though, from Sloy Gruzin is we see something beat the 33 damage Frostbite, which is where I'm hoping for.
Seems unlikely.
It does.
We'll wait and see.
But still.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Bran is in there. If you didn't follow us yesterday, there was a game where, was it Habu Gabu, got 2 copies of Bioluminescence from 2 school teachers, and then had Bran Bioluminescence on both of the Nagalings. Yeah. So he 4-time Bioluminescenced his entire board and was able to do 33 damage with a single Frostbite, which did not win the game.
No, unfortunately not. Just because it would have been cool, but it was still very, very impressive.
Yes.
Here, though, as we look at the Big Mage versus Sloy Gruzin's Shaman, tons of early board, and indeed, Clownfish with now Flurgle and a choice of Murlocs to follow up with. That was aggressive as this deck can actually get.
Yeah, Battle Totem following this all up as well is going to be pushing that little extra bit of crucial damage alongside all of this. Spammy Arcanist is certainly going to be the thing chief in Zloigruzin's mind next turn, especially with that totem ping down to 1 here. That is a very big deal at the moment.
Chonsu just taking a quick look at his hand, because again, Chonsu does have a good set of options in general, right? Has good armor gain with the Deep Waters, has the Spammy Arcanist, as you mentioned, even the Barbaras too, but it's so heavily going to rely on how he uses the coin, right? At the moment, he could go coin 4-drop now into 4-drop again, and then curve that way. Could save the coin, just silence this board, and then try and coin something a little bit more impactful out in the near future. And it looks like that's what he's going for.
So Starfish here is interesting. I was going to say it gives Zloigruzin the opportunity to end the turn without a 2-health minion on the board with the threat of coin Spammy Arcanist coming out. But he does go right ahead and play the Clownfishes, which honestly is probably fine with the way his hand is panning out at the moment. But there is, I think, a significant fear that you have to have of that Spammy Arcanist now.
Yeah, and the problem is, like, the refill kind of sucks, right? Out of all these Murlocs, there's no Ravager, so it means that there's no, even though he's already drawn so many of them anyway, there's, you know, not a Mutinous to play on curve next turn or something, right? Which would be a good backup plan. So I completely agree, this could pay off, but us seeing the coin Spammy is absolutely all in. As Zloigruzin knows, look at him. He's like, there's one card I do not want you to have.
Is this the one thing we didn't want to happen?
Oh!
Yes, it is.
And I close at the coin. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Zloigruzin, you know, just to get into his head, obviously we're staring, we have the caster vision, we're looking at the Spammy Arcanist, taking the line of, you know what, I fancy a quick day. This series has been going well so far, they just don't have it. I'm just going to fill the board and push 20 next turn. That's a very reasonable way of looking at it. Does get punished here by the coin spamming, and that's probably going to put him significantly behind now for the rest of this game, because as you said, crucially, the refill just absolutely not there. Get that thing out of your hand immediately. Yep, thank you. No cheap spells.
Got to be Sleep Breaker, right? And just to have access to card draw.
Sure.
Yeah, I get it, because again, his hand wasn't going anywhere else, right? So I think dropping a Murloc a turn is not really the way to win the game either.
Yeah! Unlucky.
Chonsu, even though he'd have loved the spell change, it's kind of fine with just having the 3/7 on board as backup. Anyway, here comes Gluck though.
Yeah, we've seen this go off a couple of times. I think there was a Druid matchup where Chonsu played it and was just incredibly surprised that his Rune of the Archmage cost 2 after he played it. He was just really playing it out to have a 3/7 in play.
The way to look at it, right? It's like, well, this is a good taunt, and sometimes there's a bonus.
Yeah.
Risk the second one if he thinks the Dredge was a spell.
Yeah, your opponent dredges a cheap spell against Big Spell Mage. That seems likely. Let's play based on that. Just disrespect your opponent. Play as if your opponent's throwing. Always the best way to play Hearthstone.
Did you see that Murloc turn?
Wow, the shades. Jeez.
It's the last season.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, Fury Hunter tweeting at you saying that you shouldn't call things throws. Except the only difference being he won't then apologize and say that you were right all along, because it's you and not me, you know?
I'll just say he threw something. Like, yeah, you throw too. Be quiet. What do you know, Fury Hunter? One of the best players in the world.
Exactly. Tell him, Raven.
Well, Zloigruzin is going to get the benefit of this wind chill and just try and cycle into something. The only problem I'm having right now... Okay, Elemental's my favorite. Logger's not bad, actually. Yeah, the only problem is I'm struggling to think really what Zloigruzin's going to be able to draw into that's going to not even just be okay, but actually make him win this game.
Mm-hmm.
Coin rune, go.
Did you see the worst rune of all time in Chonsu's series earlier, Raven? Were you watching?
I saw the message, but I actually was away from my PC at the time, so unfortunately I missed it.
So,
to highlight it for me.
He was Snowfall Guardianed. He'd played like 2 or 3 Dragonfire amulets.
Yep.
Hold on. We'll come back to this. Because that's still alive. And continues to be alive. Okay. There's a plan at least. And that is a very good draw.
The plan is don't play Starfish.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, it's a thing.
Value.
But yeah, so he had a massive board of 8/8, 4/12s, you know, usual massive dragons, right? Snowfall Guardian comes down, and he plays Rune of the Archmage and just plays Shattering Blast and destroys all of his own frozen minions. And he had the Starfish in play, but he was being greedy and trying to go for the Rune of the Archmage first because it was free from his Calicos. So he would have had to pay for it if he went for the Starfish first. It was gross.
But one for the highlight reel.
For sure.
More clears, but not kills on Glug. Still just there, subtle. Well, that's I
These
think
wildfires are trucking
yeah,
along.
2 wildfires from the thing now, right?
Like he's just continuing to look at his frog, wondering what's going on here.
Does have the coin now to test the secret, because that's why he didn't play the Wild Paw last turn, right? If it counterspell there, he's in trouble. The ping's like, well, guess I better start working on this minion. Yep, gonna coin, get rid of that counter spell.
Job's done.
Chonsu needs 3 damage, right? If he wants to kill this. Oh, that'll work.
That will indeed do. Unfortunately, no coin available for the
A dream.
Dawngrasp line with the Reckless Apprentice. Of course, still a Volcanomancy on this thing as well, so it's actually a lot less effort to get the full clear than you might even think it is, but still going to commit the Reckless Apprentice.
Yeah, I like it. I don't think Chonsu needs to be greedy here. I think that was the big problem he had, and now it's dealt with. So then next turn he can play the Dawngrasp and suddenly have, you know, pings that deal 1 million damage with those wildfires at this point, and can just go on from there.
Yeah, the win condition window is rapidly closing here for Zloy Grizine, because sometimes when you failed with the initial aggro push against Big Spell Mage, you think, okay, they do have a finite number of things they can actually do in their deck, right? So maybe I can get there and exhaust it under some circumstances. But normally, that involves no random wildfires and a very late Dawngrasp, so the hero power doesn't get really heavily juiced before the Reckless Apprentice comes down. And yeah, neither of those things is coming to fruition this game.
Zloy Grizine doing his best, though, to put on some more pressure once again. And you are right, especially as Shaman, right? You can discover so many like ways to deal with the big dragons that it can really... You can still play for that late game, but Chonsu going to go for Amulet this turn. A little bit surprising.
You were thinking Rune again?
Weirdly enough, I was just thinking Dawngrasp, just get it played.
Okay.
Honestly, just play it now so the pings start, you know, really stacking up, and then use like, you know, Rune or something next turn to recover.
Okay.
And Zloy Grizine's going to get the news that I'm sure he's kind of aware of anyway, that it's going to be Oasis as the other sequel.
Dropping the bioluminescence. Yeah, this will proc the Oasis ally. Well, it can clear up as best as possible, though. Still has a small board state to be looking at. Well, I mean, smallish in the grand scheme of things in comparison to what's on the other side, and the fact that there is a potential Rune of the Archmage coming out here as well.
Right. Oh, we're getting Dawngrass finally, it seems.
Yeah, has the Drakefire Amulet juiced in there now as well. Big old deal, because now this happens. Very nice.
Be able to ping off the... Yep, exactly. 4 damage now. Perfect. Going to buff that hero power up. And suddenly, Logruzin is under time pressure now. Not only because of the board state, but just simply how big those pings are. Or bioluminescence.
Now, double bioluminescence in hand.
And there's a frostbite subtle.
It's happening. No one panic.
Oh, it's fine. Chances at 35.
Yeah, that's true. All right, everyone in chat, be very, very quiet. No one tell Chonsu. He doesn't know.
Oh, he does now. Okay, Chonsu gets a recovery game in there, taking a win with his mage against the shaman, but you can very easily sort of wind all of that back just to the spammy Arcanist, right? And Chonsu's decision to hold the coin and open that option up with the Starfish into spammy Arcanist meant that that whole board was clear, and Zolgruzin was stuck with just the 2 Macaws and a Dream. So definitely a rough one there, but Zolgruzin still in a great spot, still got plenty of time.
Yeah, agree. This is the critical moment here. There was an opportunity to just underplay completely, like maybe just throw a Parrot out on the board for an extra 3 health minion, and then you'd be skipping the 2 health step. Problem is there was a Starfish on the other side of the board that needed trading with as well, so those breakpoints were a little bit strange. Right. You would leave multiple minions at 1 health by trading into that anyway. If you didn't do that, you would enable the 2 health breakpoint regardless. So Zolgruzin took the line of, you know what, shut my eyes, let him figure it out. He just doesn't have it. In the end, of course, Chonsu did. But I think it was a worthwhile gambit to just get out of this series with an incredibly rapid 3-0 and just move on to Sunday, right? Job done, dust your hands off, brush the dirt off your shoulders, and just hope that you continue to have things go your way on Sunday. But as it stands, Zolgruzin is going to have to go back to this Shaman, and I do think, certainly in our portion of the cast, Shaman has been the struggle bus deck for the majority. That was, I think, heavily influenced by Super Fake's lineup that we were looking at for a large majority of what we were dealing with. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues now through multiple other series. With the Rogue banned out, the remaining decks on Chonsu's side, of course, are a very similar looking Shaman, just without the XL factor. And then, of course, that alignment Druid that Chonsu is choosing to go with over the Prestor version that most other players that we've seen so far have been using.
Yeah, and he is going to lock in the Druid for this next game. And again, a little bit of a spicier matchup, I would say. As always, alignment can just have that pop-off turn and just ruin anyone's game. But it is more likely that if Zolgruzin had the opening he had in the previous game, in this one, it could look a little bit better for him, because there's just not as much AoE from the Druid than the Mage has. Of course, the spammy Arcanist, as we can see, is still there, but just the Mage in general having access to generally more removal.
Well, this extra 10 health is going to get eroded very rapidly, I can tell you that much.
Yep. Let the fish do the work.
Oh, we've got yellow, orange, red this time around, Raven. I don't think you've named these ones yet. Any thoughts?
So it was Percy and Peter, right?
I think you said Pepper for one.
Oh, Pepper. Okay, yeah. Percy, Peter, Pepper, and then John.
Good. Rule of 3. Excellent comedy construction. Well done, Raven. I'm very pleased for a second there that Frodan was not naming these fish.
Oh. Hope no one will understand.
Yeah.
Okay, well there's clownfish as well, so Zolgruzin can keep up this tempo, make a decent trade with this fish.
It's just the same game.
Yeah, okay.
It's just the same game.
That was like my was on point. But yeah.
You're just getting hit with the 1, 2, 3 again. Oh, okay. Chonsu gonna sacrifice a little bit of extra damage here in order to just get this ramp going. Moonlit Guidance for alignment. Yeah, there it is. I think the fist pump was the spoiler there. Chonsu seeing it before we did. And with the Anaconda already in hand, that is looking real spicy, especially with this clear lined up for the following turn. Oh, a 4. Perfect.
Gruzy needs to lightning bolt his own fish.
There's a refill at least. It is a refill that would lead you not being able to play Glug on the following turn, though, which is annoying.
Nobody watch.
Scrappy with scraps.
This is the problem, right? So Gruzin's has done 13 damage so far. Not bad at all, but as a percentage of total health, it's not quite the same. And Chonsu has everything he could ever want in life next turn.
It's the overload into the alignment turn as well, just double stacked on miseries. Gruzin is just not going to get a turn next turn. You have to look, yeah, I mean, that's it, isn't it? You have to look at this hand and say, was there a legal Hearthstone play that did not involve overloading on that turn?
No.
No, not really, right? Like, what are you doing? Playing like a Bran and a Parrot for pretty much no reason? No, probably not in that spot.
Especially because, and I know I'm sort of stretching a little bit here, but even with the overload, there was a second command, right? So
yes,
you would have been able to just play another 2 5-attack minions and look how much pressure's on. But Sloy Gruzin getting progressively more horizontal in his chair as Chonsu makes stronger.
Don't lean back any further. You will pull your PC off the desk with your headphone cable, okay? I'm warning you.
Now, realistically, Sottle, give me a percentage chance on concede after the end of this turn.
Oh, 92.
Okay.
Actually, 34. I think there's a higher chance the concede comes before the end of the turn.
Okay, okay. Chonsu still has a lot of things he can do this turn, actually, which is disgusting.
Chonsu, play your cards. It's what you're good at.
Yeah, just play stuff. Oh, weirdly enough, Onyxia was not the card I would have played out of all those choices.
I think this is okay, though, right? This is a phenomenal amount of power and ends with a board space. That basically ticks the boxes of what you needed to do this turn. Because you don't want to fill your board entirely because of the threat of Snowfall Guardian. You want to be able to jam that Starfish if you need to. So yeah, I think this pretty much has everything covered quite nicely.
Yep. Oh yeah, and don't get me wrong, not saying it was a bad choice, it's just not the one I would have gone for, that's all. Would have maybe kept that in case something goes terribly wrong. There's going to be a big turn here, though, for Sloy Gruzin. Like, that is a lot of stuff and a lot of stats.
Yeah, Chonsu has a full turn of Anaconda into Starfish once he's done with the Anaconda, if he really wants to, though. I think should be plenty.
Yeah, solves a
How
lot
much
of
actual
problems.
damage goes face here, right? 21, 24, 32, 37 if everything goes face just with the scale. So not currently straight up lethal.
Chonsu wants
Starfish
more.
would sacrifice a little bit of damage from the buffed up minion as well.
Yep.
From the smallest seed.
It's still going.
There is.
Greenlit now. Oh, another null's actually not bad. Maybe he can clear off these taunts without using Starfish.
An end on second alignment now as well if he really needs the disruption, but probably much of a muchness at this point.
Oh, yeah. The moonlit on the Druid is so strong.
Just wants to keep the Anaconda, doesn't even use the Starfish in the end. Just says, nah, no shot, you're not getting through these taunts, forget about it. And then ropes out. Things are going great.
Brilliant.
This is fine.
I do like this though because the Starfish as a singular in hand, if a Snowfall Guardian were to come down, right, that's just headaches that Chonsu does not want to have. So I completely respect the fact of keeping it in hand and just saying, you know what, I'm just stronger than you for the rest of the game, so I'll just win as long as I don't do anything stupid. Is that gonna eat the Starfish though? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, I fully agree. If there isn't Starfish lethal, then you are probably better off holding it because it is one of the few ways that you can still get locked out of the game from this position.
Yeah, you can just get yourself in a mess, can't you? And Chonsu's so far ahead, it's simply not worth it. Value trade here.
However, fairly soon, Chonsu is going to have to stick a board state that goes face multiple times from this position, using that second alignment probably, because he is just running out of time to make that happen just a little bit.
He does have double amalgam to try and dig for the Kazaka-san again, right? Because he had his chomped by Mutinous, but he does have two goes on a Dragon Choice, right? And I think at this stage, if Chonsu's even remotely worried, he should probably make that play.
Yeah, but yeah, I actually
now.
I do really agree with this timing though, because 7 cards left, not a great deal of them being super high impact as we can take a look now. That one Alexstrasza really being the last like massive threat that he can cheat out. He needs to make, okay, there we go, perfect. An extra Elixir is fantastic.
Wait, did he just pick a Malcolm?
Wait, did he? I didn't even notice. I was looking at the
amalgam.
deck tracker again. Did he really?
The amalgam,
Just found an Alexstrasza?
You got Alex, you know the Dormant Murloc with Poison and Rush?
Oh, God.
And then something else. I was like, I thought the arrow hovered. I was like, oh, it's probably just a visual error. Nope, he got offered a Murloc.
All right, Snowfall or Bust. Oh, it's not even Snowfall or Bust because he's back in the overloaded position again.
It's Ravager and Bust, I think.
Yeah, it's both.
That's 21. Alex in hand. Looks good to me, Sol. And it was never really in too much of a question once the alignment turn happened. But still, there's always a chance. But Chonsu, out of nowhere, evened up this series. And Sol, I was kind of with what you were saying earlier, where this could have very easily been a 3-0. And suddenly, the last spot going out of Group C is all up for grabs.
Yeah, and it was an interesting game from Chonsu in the truest sense of the word. Very Angels and Demons. I really liked the overall strategy. Obviously, the start of the game kind of played itself, but even then, the diversion to go ramp and then Moonlit before going spammy and then going to spammy to relieve that one turn into the Celestial alignment meant the alignment caught the overload turn. That was all really nice. But I think the really clever stuff was in the mid game where he was super greedy with Starfish for an amount of time. But then right as my brain did it and I brought it up, I'm like, you need to like make a dominant board now because you are running out of time. Chonsu recognizes that as well, slams the Starfish, recognizing as well that that was another overload turn for the opponent. So it was a clean lethal setup as well, with the ability to remove the opportunity for Snowfall Guardian from the other side, because it was a 0 mana turn for the opponent as long as you end on second alignment. I think that was very nicely navigated for Chonsu. Obviously a big deal that on multiple chomps, the Starfish that was in the hand for 3 or 4 chomps total, I believe, was not hit by the Mutinous. That could have perhaps made a different game, just with the giant minion on the other side. However, having now praised Chonsu's overall strategy, his technical execution of that strategy may have just been a little bit lackluster on a couple of turns towards the end there with the roping out. The Amalgam Discover, if that did indeed happen, is obviously a little bit silly in that spot, finding the Alexstrasza anyway. So, you know, we're certainly seeing this in a lot of positions. I think the pressure is on for a lot of these players, and even though, deep down they understand what they're supposed to do. Sometimes executing is just hard, and keeping your eyes straight ahead and keeping your head screwed on is very difficult in these situations.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things where it's fine. Like, not everyone can play perfectly all of the time, right? Humans, it just doesn't happen. But I think Chonsu got away with it there because he was already just winning by so much, right? It was like, yeah, you can make small mistakes, and he was so far ahead that it just didn't matter. But the second you do that when the game isn't as favored for you, you will just lose. So it's definitely something Chonsu and all players just have to keep an eye on. But Sol, the curse continues into day 2, it seems, as Shaman's lost 3 out of the 4 losses in this game so far, and we now go into a Shaman mirror, so it's going to be another loss for Shaman, guaranteed.
I'm still keeping my ear out. I haven't heard it yet. I'm waiting for it, Raven. I need to hear it at some point.
I've got all season, right?
You have got all season, yeah.
There you go, see?
I don't want to have to be this attentive to everything you're saying for the whole season. I feel like I've signed myself up for disaster.
You chose the game, I just played it, so...
Okay, fine.
I'll just wait till I'm not casting with you.
Yeah, right. Europe guest caster week. You just type it in chat. There, that's pronounced Shaman.
Yep. Okay, well, going into the final game of this series, coming down to those Shamans, although, of course, as we mentioned earlier, they are slightly different, as Lloyd Grusin is playing the XL version of the Shaman, and Chonsu's playing the medium version.
This was consistent throughout the beginning of the day as well with Gia and Amy. Zloigrazine does not give you a chance to see what discovers are. Like, not even for a moment. They disappear the second they're on the screen.
His computing speed is simply too fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks at the cards. Nope, not those out. Gone. Next.
Even with, like, we're used to, like, Blaze, Gabby, whatever, right? And, like, Zloigrazine is not, like, a super fast player in terms of actually playing his card, playing his turns. It just discovers in particular. He just seems to know every single time. Yep, that one. Done. Moving on.
That one was Clownfish, to be fair.
Yeah, well.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I like the look of Sia. It is definitely a strange matchup, this one, isn't it? And I'm not even talking about the difference in decks, but just overall archetype, because you want to be winning on board, but then you also need a Snowfall to snowfall their Snowfall, because that's generally what they're going to do if you are winning on board. So it gets really weird to sort of mess around with this.
Yeah, the alternate path to that is you definitively win early game, you push a good chunk of damage, and then when the Snowfall tennis starts, you just go, nah, Starfish, I win by attacking with all my minions, you know, like, and just skip it that way. But that is not always the case, particularly when your opponent is able to play 5 Piranhas by turn 3. That's quite hard.
Whole crew.
Squad. Where are we dropping, boys?
Just staring at John, 5-1. A huge amount of damage from a 1-drop.
You quoting Bible verse now?
Yeah. Now there's more fish joining the party. A bit of a value trade though with the Amalgam, so it gets to keep 3-1 on the board.
Yeah. Once again,
John.
Chonsu immensely aggressive as well with his attack choices, going face with as much as possible.
Fish? Oh. Okay, Brukan being picked up here for Zloigrazine. It's pretty big. You have it and they don't. It does get you that one little step ahead. Zloigrazine winning on board, Sol, winning on health, and has a Brukan. The only thing he's behind on now is cards.
He's done 4 damage and his opponent's done 9, if you want to look at it that way. Does that still count as winning on health? Okay.
I think it counts because 0's still 0.
Fair, yeah. Alright, I like where your head's at.
Imagine. Renethil lets you have 40 cards and 40 health, but if you go to 10 health, you'd lose. Like, wait a minute.
No. You get 40 health, but they didn't bother to animate the new 40 number, so you start at 30, but you don't die until you
He's good to -10, yeah.
Yeah.
So just going with Ravager here, letting Zloy have just the extra minions on board. No great way to fight back for now. Oh. Noises. Ooh. It is rough though, because it does mean he doesn't get to play Brakan, right? And I wonder if that was worth it. Maybe I'm overvaluing Brakan, but I feel like it just does so much. It's just instantly annoyed whenever Chunsu has a board clear.
I mean, that is a whole mood, to be fair.
Yeah.
Board clears should be illegal.
He's just off an actual board clear, right? This plus the Murloc on the Amalgam.
Yeah.
Seal it. Still pretty solid.
And that is a big deal because it means that, okay, well, Command of Neptulon clears things up. But if there were any other card drawn off the top, at least with the Seer and the weapon, you would have been able to take care of the Flurgle, which was the pressing problem, just by having one minion left alive. But that was probably, even with the increased mana cost, one of the best draws in the deck that turn for Zloy Gruzin.
Yeah, it's like that and Glug, right? Probably just the two best.
Yep,
Speaking of Glug, though, Chunsu does have his own. He even dropped the Nemo in as well. Too risky with the Neptulon on board, though.
It's a whole ton of damage that gets pushed for Starfish.
Yeah, that's the drawback.
Well, in fact, it's the worst amount of damage possible as well, isn't it? It's 14 that gets pushed.
Oh.
When you're at 20.
My time has come to give everything.
Yeah, this is it, right? You just go 6,
oh, you just
6 and AoE, and it's just straight up
2 and
lethal.
6. Yeah. Wow. Oh, it's so tricky. There was the Starfish, but with the Brakan pushing the extra damage, that looks good to me, and it looks good and probably sounds horrifying from Zloy Gruzin there as he's just screaming in victory.
Please, stay still. Stop. As much as I genuinely appreciate the pop-off, and I always want to see player emotion, please. Please, you can't do this to me. There is imminent disaster with that headphone cable. We will not make it out of last call, I promise. It's going to happen. But yeah, that was a really interesting decision on the final turn for sure, and I wonder how much of it was motivated. Remember the term when we just devolved into singing the Witch Doctor song instead of talking about Hearthstone, when we were just ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ahing for the whole turn?
I remember.
Yeah, so that turn, Zloy Gruzin tried to overload, which meant he wouldn't have been able to play Brukan the next turn. Did Chonsu read that as no Brukan in hand because the opponent did that, right? It's something that you could possibly pick up on as an opponent, which then led to you making this kind of play where you are dead to Brukan, with it eventually being in hand. There was a couple of card draws between then and now which could have influenced things, but I think most importantly, just down there, as before we cut off on the bottom left, look at what it meant to Zloy Gruzin, and this is what we love to see, Raven. Step aside, APAC. The kings of Europe are here to reign over Group C.
Yeah, Zloy Gruzin getting out there, and you are right, and you can even understand why, right? Zloy Gruzin was up 2-0 very, very quickly in this series, and then suddenly was just slipping away in the series because of these AoE, well-timed AoEs, good draws and good play from Chonsu. Really didn't want to lose that, but again, just a quick reminder, the further these players get, the more points they bank, and this is just week one. You want as many points as possible, so huge, huge win for Zloy Gruzin, and unfortunately, it does does mean Chonsu is done for the week. We are going to go to a quick break, though, while we're getting ready to set up the next group, which will be kicking off with Fled versus Levick. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice,